ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀rín gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù wọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè Aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn yẹn. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn.
Wọ́n ṣe ní kúrú mọ́lẹ̀ wá. Kúrú mọ́lẹ̀ wá o. Wọ́n fẹ́ balẹ̀ wọn tọ́ra wọn. Wọ́n tọ́ra wọn o. Wọ́n fẹ́ balẹ̀ wọn tọ́ra wọn. Wọ́n tọ́ra.
The Supreme Military Council has been meeting to consider, among other things, the conclusions of the military tribunal appointed by the federal military government to try those involved in the abortive coup of 13th February. The council has confirmed the sentences passed by the tribunal. Those condemned to death by firing squad have been executed today. Those These include Lieutenant Colonel B.S. Dimka and Ms.
How is it that Nigeria is struggling with the issues it's struggling with, but some of the smartest people in the world are Nigerians? I think most people have mischaracterized the true cost of corruption. I don't think the most expensive line item in the cost of corruption, right, is what it's done to the economy. I think it's what it's done to sentiment and what it does to talent. In other words, when you corrupt a system, those less deserving get opportunities to which they are not deserving.
Entitled.
The problem is that those who are deserving pick up a little green document called a passport. They get on a plane
and go elsewhere.
And they leave. Because what talent does, when you distort this thing about effort versus reward, is talent goes where it will be rewarded. If you looked at the top 100 investment bankers in Wall Street today, you'd find a healthy percentage of them are Nigerians. The top brain surgeons in the world today, healthy percentage of them, Nigerians. The top investment banking lawyers in the world today, healthy percentage of them, Nigerians.
Sure.
What does that tell you? How is it that Nigeria is struggling with the issues it's struggling with, but some of the smartest people in the world are Nigerians? And then you look at where you'll find those Nigerians, and typically, it's not in Nigeria. So I want to say this to all Southern.
Tí o bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sọkọ lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́, mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract. Mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Soko sunu baby sobaramia. Soko sunu baby sobaramia. Soko sunu baby sobaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe ma.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna toga book.
So hello. Let me try this. Hold on 1 second. Let's just and there it is. So there it is. So here I am. So hopefully, tell me first if you can hear me. We need just to clear it up. Can you hear me? Let me know in the comment section if you can hear me. Let me type it in there. Can you hear me? All right. So it wouldn't be a broadcast if you cannot hear me. So just let me know if you can't hear me. What's going on? So can you indicate if anyone can hear me, which you should be able? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Boson. So yes, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So I'm continuously having system problems. I don't know quite why. I'm not very good with computers, is what it is. I tend to break them quite easily. Or press one thing that I'm on. I don't know. Button shown job, that's what they say in Yoruba land. So button shown job and all that. So good to be you. Good to meet you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you're having a wonderfully glorious day. So as the week hurtles on to a crescendo to land on a weekend. So the week hurtles on to a crescendo to land on a weekend. Or the week, of course, spent with your favorite or your laughing man. One man went to more, that is me. And I, of course, spent the week in your company, that is you. So we spent the week together. So all that, the usual protocol, click on the like button. Make sure, thank you, Abdul. Yes, click on the like button. Make sure you're subscribed. And of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come and join me on the screen. You know, I'm not going to be pushing it too hard. Of course, it's a conversational space. And of course, it works a lot better if people are on the screen, but there's nothing that really obliges that people should be on the screen. It also works if I do the readouts, give my commentary, and then call it a day. It works like that as well. But it works also if there are panelists on here. So either way, it does work. So I'm not going to be pushing too aggressive. And for the watch back as well, I think the shorter session works as well. But of course, the conversation, the real meat and drink of it. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come do exactly that. So I'll send that hyperlink again, just so it's ready and immediate to hand. Let me just, let me make sure I've got it. Because I see this guy in Genge Media, he hardly ever invites anybody onto his studio. And he just runs his commentary and he leaves it at that. So that's a format as well. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And if Jide wants to come and drop that link, this is exactly how we want the sessions to start, just how Boson is starting it here. with a handsome supercharge. So that encourages the space to say it's like a bit of a well done or a bit of a carry on. It's just a nod in the direction of the platform. So that's Boston right there, welcoming the session with good cheer. So the session welcomed with good cheer. And if Jide wants to come into the studio and drop that link, even if he doesn't want to stay, come drop that link. We may well use it later. But let's get straight into it and let's kick it off. And by the way, there's not that much going on in the news. So it's just really, we are having this session to fulfill all righteousness. It's just really from habit of having the sessions, we're having this session as well. But hopefully in the course of the session, the conversation evolves to make it a full and rich session as it always is. But we kick it off with this one. Betta Edu threatens to sue BBC over alleged defamation. So you have to have some sort of sympathy for this lady, Betta Edu, and not to feel sorry for her that she helped herself to Nigerian money, no. But all manners of allegations are now being leveled against this woman now. You know, we buckled somewhat when we heard that they were investigating 40 billion naira. And we wondered how 40 billion naira could have been stolen within the space of, by the way, and we wondered how 40 billion naira could have been stolen within the space of, was it 3-4 months that she was there? But then, of course, the EFCC came to clarify that the 40 billion naira is not at all Betta Edu. Essentially, she may well be part of it, but all the attributions don't go to her. But all manners of invectives thrown in the direction of this lady, fed up now, Betta Edu threatens to sue BBC over alleged defamation. So I'd love to see her do that, actually, because this BBC of an entity, they've placed themselves above anything that is due process of form. The suspended Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Betta Edu, has expressed her intention to take legal actions against the British Broadcasting Corporation over what she claims to be defamatory statements. Edu made this known through let's do that again. The suspended Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Betta Edu, has expressed her intention to take legal action against the British Broadcasting Corporation over what she claims to be defamatory statements. Edu made this known through a letter signed by her legal representative, C. Ojukwu, a senior advocate of Nigeria, and addressed to the BBC offices in Abuja and London. So she actually has real intention behind this. In the letter titled, Request for Immediate Retraction of Defamatory Article Published on BBC website against Dr. Betta Edu, the lawyer expressed the harm caused to Edu's reputation, as well as the emotional distress and suffering endured as a result of the publication. It accused the BBC of failing to uphold journalistic fairness and due process by not giving Edu a chance to respond to the allegations prior to publishing the article. The letter reads, "We write to express our deep concern regarding the recent article published by the BBC on its website titled Betta Edu Probe. Nigeria, and this was published as early as yesterday, by the way. It was one of the things I wanted to bring, but I just abandoned it in the course of. The letter reads, we write to express our deep concern regarding the recent article published by the BBC on its website titled Betta Edu Probe. Nigeria recover $24 million in poverty minister's investigation, EFCC, with the byline, Nigeria has recovered 30 billion naira, $24 billion, $24 million, 19 million pounds as part of an ongoing corruption probe into a suspended minister, the financial watchdog says. So I'm not quite sure why the BBC will put this forward, because even the EFCC has retired. You see, they feel they can just make any commentaries and run anything against what they purport to be a third world country, and you cannot do anything about it. So if we can or cannot do anything about it, Betta Edu to put that to the test. The letter reads, we write to express our deep concern. We write to express our deep concern regarding the recent article published by the BBC on its website titled Betta Edu Probe. Nigeria recovered $24 million in poverty minister investigation, EFCC, with the byline, Nigeria has recovered 30 billion naira, which is equivalent to $24 million, 19 million pounds, as part of ongoing corruption probe into a suspended minister, the financial watchdog says. The aforesaid article, which presents information purporting to relate to an ongoing corruption probe into the activities of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation in Nigeria, is replete with innuendos and insinuations. I wonder who wrote that. I bet you it will be a Southeastern name. Let me go look for that article actually. Let me copy that and let me pop that into Google, see what it brings. I bet you that this article was written by some obedient sounding name. Let's just put it that way. Let's see. Let me just search for it. Okay, let me actually go on the BBC website, see if BBC. Okay, let's bear with me one moment. I want to see who wrote this. Yes, let me search on the BBC website, see. Aha. Yes. So here it is. It was written a day ago. Betta Edu Probe. Nigeria recovers $24 million in poverty minister investigation, FCC. But who wrote this? This is Gloria Aradi. So I don't quite know. That name could be from anywhere, but it certainly sounds like an obedient sounding name. That's for sure. But let's carry on. Yes, the letter. The letter reads. No, let's pick it up from here. The aforesaid article, which presents information purporting to relate to an ongoing corruption probe into the activities of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation in Nigeria, is replete with innuendos and insinuations which suggest that 30 billion naira has been recovered in the course of the ongoing investigation by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission from our clients, and that the 50 bank accounts connected with the recovered sums are linked to our client. So I hope they follow this through, because it's about time people started making the BBC pay for these excesses that they just seem to ride roughshod over Black people and especially Africans. Okay. Furthermore, your article proceeds to cast aspersions on let's do that. Let's take it from the aforesaid article, which presents information purporting to relate to an ongoing corruption probe into the activities of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation in Nigeria, is replete with innuendos and insinuations which suggest that the 30 billion naira has been recovered in the course of the ongoing investigation by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission from our clients, and that the 50 bank accounts connected with the recovered sums are linked to our client. Furthermore, your article proceeds to cast aspersion on our client by referring to her earlier suspension to allow for unfettered investigation in the following terms. Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation Minister Betta Edu was initially suspended in January over the alleged diversion of $640,000 of public funds into personal bank accounts. First and foremost, the language used in describing our client's purported involvement in the alleged corruption case suggests guilt without allowing for the presumption of innocence. And by the way, that presumption of innocence thing is very much the underbelly of British common law. as opposed to the French system, which invites you to prove your innocence. The British common law invites the alleger, the accuser, to prove your guilt. So you are innocent until proven guilty. That's the British common law system, but of course not being played out in this BBC op-ed sponsored by the Obedience. First and foremost, the language used in describing our client's purported involvement in the alleged corruption case suggests guilt without allowing for the presumption of innocence, which is fundamental in any fair and unbiased reporting. The reckless manner in which the article was crafted without providing our client with the opportunity to respond to the allegations before its wide publication is a clear breach of journalistic fairness and due process, and demonstrates a complete disregard for journalistic integrity and professionalism. The letter continues. For the avoidance of doubt, our client has neither been indicted nor found culpable of any act of financial impropriety in relation to her stewardship of the Humanitarian and Poverty Alleviation Ministry in Nigeria. It is also pertinent to emphasize that neither 30 billion naira nor any amount whatsoever has been traced to or recovered from our client's bank accounts, nor has any proceeds of crime been traced or recovered from her to warrant the scurrilous article under reference. Suffice to say that in the aftermath of the publication of this scandalous article, which the BBC caused to be disseminated to millions of persons across the globe, our client has been inundated with calls and messages from. So essentially, in light of the above, we hereby demand that the BBC forthwith and immediately pull down the offensive article from its website and or other associated platform. Furthermore, we demand that the BBC, within 48 hours from the receipt of this correspondence, issue and public an immediate and unqualified retraction of the aforementioned article and a public apology to our client for the false and defamatory content published. This retraction and apology must be given the same prominence as the initial offensive article. Take notice that should the BBC fail and or neglect to comply with the above demands, we have our client's instructions to, without further recourse to the BBC, initiate swift legal actions before the appropriate court to obtain redress for the injurious falsehood peddled in your article. So I would love to see this girl actually sue the BBC, because of the excesses of the BBC is getting out of hand. So the excesses of the BBC getting out of hand. So the excesses of the BBC getting out of hand. And by the way, sorry, just a bit of water there. And by the way, we want to be seeing that comment section flashing up in super charts, so that it's not just boson. A minimum of 5 is our anticipation per session. So let's go on to this one then. Your good friend and not mine, Nnamdi Kanu. So we're back there again. I'm not sure that this guy will be coming out of custody alive. In fact, I have all of the expectation that he will not be coming out of custody alive. Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers threatened to boycott court over alleged injustice. So, I wonder what the injustice is then to the people whose life is caused to end prematurely. Actually, do we have a Nnamdi Kanu clip? I think we should occasionally be reminding ourselves just exactly who this Nnamdi Kanu fella is that has now suddenly become a victim. Let me see. I used to have a Nnamdi Kanu clip. Let me see if I still have it. Because it is necessary. Because I'm starting to notice some sort of sympathy for this guy. So occasionally we should be reminding ourselves, occasionally we should be reminding ourselves just who this guy is.
I don't want to see a policeman on the street. Go and look for weapons. Go arm yourselves. And see what is going to happen. Build weapons. If you don't have any, go and construct one. Go and build one. Even ordinary catapults, anything you have, go and use it. And destroy them. Destroy them. Mad people everywhere. They are going to see something they've not seen before. And as we are destroying them, we are finding out where their children are. They are making mothers to become childless.
So that's the character we're talking about, by the way. So, and it gets even worse. I'll play you the full 5 minutes of it maybe later on in the session, and I'll play you even more clips of. He's a very evil guy that has caused the loss of so many lives. So he's not victim of anything. Nnamdi Kanu lawyers threatened to boycott court over alleged injustice. Members of the legal team of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, have warned that they may boycott court proceedings due to perceived injustice against their clients. They stated that they would not participate in the proceedings if the IPOB leader's right to fair trial was not respected by the Department of State Services. The IPOB leader is being charged with treasonable felony and terrorism and has been in DSA's custody since 2021. He had applied to be granted bail based on health grounds. And by the way, I'm not quite sure what these health grounds are. We recently saw a clip of him. He was looking fitter than a 24-year-old chap. So I'm not quite sure what health concerns they are trying. Is gaining weight and looking more rosy-cheeked. So I'm not quite sure what torture and torment they are claiming is under. He had applied to be granted bail based on health grounds and to enable him to prepare for his trial. So I'm not quite sure how is him being in custody preventing him from being able to prepare for his trial. Yeah, his lawyers have unfettered access to him, and it's a flight risk, as we all know. So if they were not giving them suitable access to him, then you will say that it's been denied the opportunity to properly prepare for his trial. But the lawyers have unfettered access to him. They come and go as they will. So he has all of the opportunities to prepare. And all of the doctors can visit him wherever he is. So it doesn't look unwell to me. I have to say that. He had applied to be granted bail based on health grounds and to enable him to prepare for trial, but his application was rejected by Justice Binta Nyako. And it was this same Justice Binta Nyako that granted him bail when he absconded. So you can see how she's somewhat reticent to grant it again. He had applied to be granted bail on health grounds and to enable him to prepare for trial, but his application was rejected by Justice Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court in Abuja. Nyako instead promised to grant an accelerated hearing on the matter. So I think that's fair enough, actually. I think that is fair enough. What have I done to her for her to sue me, BT? So Kanu's trial is expected to commence on April the 17th, 2024, but Kanu's legal team, led by Ayo Adebanjo, has, a lot of these are Kanu's lawyers. There's an element of clout chasing about them. Even one of them was bleaching his skin. Is it this? All this, they are more interested in the camera and playing to the gallery than anything else. Flipping and flouncing and peacocking and just preening all over the place, just constituting a news. And they want to be celebrities off the back of this wayward guy that is in custody. Okay, he had applied to be granted bail based on health grounds and to enable him to prepare for trial, but his application was rejected by Justice Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court in Abuja. Nyako instead promised to grant an accelerated hearing on the matter. Kanu's trial is expected to commence April the 17th. So I'm not quite sure. For after all of these years, the trial finally starts and they want to boycott court. just for the dramatics of it. On April the 9th, 2024, during a press conference in Abuja, Ejimako accused the DSS of denying them access to their client. He also accused the service of constantly seizing every legal document they took to the DSS facility to prepare Kanu for trial. And at another press conference in Abuja on Wednesday, Ejimako said they will pull out of the trial should the DSS continue to frustrate their efforts to prepare Kanu for his trial. Ejimako claimed that the action of the DSS are denying the IPOB leader his right to fair trial. He said the legal team would not be part of such process should it continue, Ejimako said. This legal team is not going to be part of the travesty of justice. If Nnamdi Kanu is not going to get a fair trial, this legal team is not going to be part of murdering justice in a Nigerian court. It doesn't matter we are going to abandon Kanu, but we will. It doesn't matter we are going to abandon Kanu, but we will, as a group, abandon a process. We will refuse to be participants in a process that is geared to and pre-programmed for injustice on the head of Kanu. Let it be clear, it doesn't sound like we are going to boycott Kanu, but you can say we are boycotting the judiciary. And what are we boycotting? And what we are boycotting is manifest injustice. So it's just a bit of a, okay, yes, efforts to get the DSS spokesperson, Peter Ofanaya, proved abortive as calls to his mobile phone indicated line busy. He had yet to respond to a message requesting his reaction to the allegation before press time and all that. So it's just printing them. I, for one, would like this thing to come to a crescendo. And I'm curious to see the sort of verdict that actually comes in on Nnamdi Kanu. So I'd like to see that. I cannot see how they can... This guy cannot walk free, can he? After all of the efforts that they made to rendition him from... unless Tinubu grants him amnesty. But then, of course, what will be the point? They will still hate him anyway. Nigerian government supports air peace. Kiyamo sends message to Gatwick. So this is very, very important. This, this. If Tinubu was not president, Alan Oyema would not be flying to London. It's as simple as that. The Northerners were I said they are going to, but they did actually frustrate him for years on end, and their own plan was just to get some Middle Eastern space to come and take over the Nigerian airspace, because of course that's where their leanings are. So even Alan Oyema told us about all of the frustration, and very quickly now, Bayo Ononuga has invited Festus Keyamo to sack anybody that stands in the way of Alan Oyema. So you can see just the change in texture and tonality. He has the backing of the state now, but previously, as early as the last administration, not only did he not have the backing of the state was actually working against him. Nigerian government supports air peace. Keyamo sends message to Gatwick. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development Festus Keyamo has said that the Nigerian government is fully in support of air peace operation from Nigeria to London. Let's do that again. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development Festus Keyamo has said that the Nigerian government is fully in support of air peace operations from Nigeria to London. Keyamo made the remark whilst applauding Gatwick Airport in London for welcoming Air Peace. Air Peace, Nigeria's carrier, commenced its flight service to Gatwick Airport on March the 30th. Welcoming Air Peace, Gatwick Airport said, "Excited news. We recently welcomed Nigerian carrier at Fly Air Peace to London Gatwick family, flying daily to Lagos. Perfect for reconnecting with friends and loved ones, or for business travelers. Embark on your next journey from London Gatwick to Lagos with Air Peace." Reacting, Keyamo said the message issued a week after the airline's inaugural flight to the airport was belated but accepted. posting on Twitter, Keyamo said, the federal government was fully in support. The federal government is fully in support of its. They said was, so but you should read as is. The federal government is fully in support of its airlines. He wrote, finally, thank you, Gatwick Airport. We expected this welcome message on the first day of the arrival of one of our most important local airlines, Air Peace, but better late than never. We look forward to working with you to ensure seamless operation by Air Peace from your airport. The Nigerian, and this last sentence is a warning. So read this, understand it, hear this as a warning rather than, it's not a throwaway comment. Because because the Nigerian government is developing a diplomatic stance, which is a language of how do you pronounce that? Is it I've got to have to look up that word now. To retaliate, Ajale Koko, we have to find me that word. Reciprocity. Is it reciprocity? To replicate. I don't know. You know the word. I can't quite find the word in my head at the moment. But it says reciprocity. Let me call it reciprocity, and then you can correct me later. But the Nigerian government has that stance now. No, I cannot let that ride. Otherwise, it will bug me if I don't get it. I was just about to pronounce the word, and it went out of my head. Reciprocity. So that is the word. Reciprocity. So that is the word. So the Nigerian government has this stance of I just said the word now, but whatever word reciprocity. Yes. So that's the language of diplomacy in Nigeria now. Reciprocity. So you do me, I do you. Yes. Thank you. Speed video. Thank you. Yeah, reciprocity. So the Nigerian government has this stance now of reciprocity. And that was the language that Keyamo was throwing in the direction of Gatwick that led to them now issuing this welcome message to Air Peace is the language of reciprocity. And it told them frontally that the Nigerian stance is a stance of reciprocity. So anything that happens to Air Peace in Gatwick will concurrently happen to British Airways in Nigeria. They will lock them, and it's one of their most lucrative routes, by the way. You know, maybe America is probably marginally more lucrative, but I cannot imagine that there's anywhere more lucrative for British Airways than the flights to Lagos. So the language of reciprocity is essentially what's pushed that message out. So that is the fullback. So this is when it works and when it doesn't work, sort of a thing. So let's go on from there to this next one. Tinubu hails fierce opponent Ayo Adebanjo at 96. It's unbelievable that this guy at this great age is still punching with both hands. Always the first to the scene of a fight. I hope I'm this. I hope I'm still this together. This guy at the age of 96 is taking on a nation state and giving them sleepless nights at the age of 96. Can you imagine that? Unbelievable stuff. Right, President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Ayo Adebanjo, leader of the Afenifere, the Pan-Yoruba Social-Political Organization, on the occasion of his 96th birthday. Tinubu commended Adebanjo for his decades of spirited advocacy for a united and equitable Nigeria. I'm not quite sure that Adebanjo is especially interested in a united and equitable Nigeria. I thought it was a Yoruba nationalist. In a statement released on Wednesday by Ajuri Ngalale Press, and I'm glad that this Ajuri Ngalale has faded somewhat to the background now, because it was misyanning, it was misjiving very much, quite often when he first took that job. But I think maybe Ruben Abacha has had a word with him. In a statement released on Wednesday by Ajuri Ngalale, presidential spokesperson, Tinubu prayed that God grant the elder statesman more years in excellent health. So I wonder if he's going to hit the century. There's no signs that he will not. So this is a man, he will live, he will probably outlive everybody. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated elder statesman Chief Ayo Adebanjo on his birthday. The statement reads, the president commends Chief Adebanjo for his decades of spirited advocacy for a united and equitable Nigeria, as well as for contributions to enriching the national discourse. Ogbeni was actually speaking about him as one of the people he's looking to interview in his course of documenting the history missing within the African space. I'm not quite sure actually how they arrived at his age, because as far back as when he was born, they were not really recording. They were not recording. There was no such thing as a birth certificate when this guy was born. Adebanjo was born on April the 10th, 1928, at Isonya Ogbo, a village near Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. Adebanjo, a lawyer and activist, has played prominent roles in the political system of the country. During the Western Region crisis in 1962, he fled the country to Ghana. So I guess that is why he was saying that if Tinubu becomes president, he will move to Ghana. I wonder if his bags are packed. Over the years, he has been clamoring for restructuring and the annulment of the 1999 Constitution. Adebanjo is one of the fierce critics of Tinubu and did not support his presidential ambition during the 2023 elections. His faction of Afenifere backed Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. After the 2023 elections, the elder statesman said the polls, which brought Tinubu to power, was a sham. On October 2023, he said Nigerians should be ashamed to have a president with a certificate baggage. So, well, there it is. He had the first class from Chicago University, which I suspect is probably stronger credentials than Ayo Adebanjo even himself. So I'll make this the last readout, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the studio to pick the conversation up. Our federal government plans emergency economic bill to boost non-oil revenue. So is that language, that turning language of diversification? I wonder if we're ever going to diversify the Nigerian economy, it will happen under this administration, because they seem to, for the first time, we actually seem to have a set of people that actually know what they're doing. Obasanjo marginally knew what he was doing, but he didn't really have the experience or the backdrop. He just came to settle us in after years and decades of brutalization by the army. So he barely knew anything, but he tried his best. But I'm reaching as far as to reach to say that this is the first time in the history of that country that we're actually having a proper government, somebody that knows what he's doing, putting other people that know what they are doing in charge of spaces that best suits their expertise. This is the first time in the history of that country that we're actually having a proper government, and we are seeing how it's playing out. Federal government plans emergency economic bill to boost non-oil revenue. So that $1 trillion economy that Tinubu promised is a low bar ambition. I'm expecting Tinubu at the end of his 8 years to take Nigeria to a $2.5 trillion economy. It will hit the $1 trillion economy by the second quarter of next year, by the way. So that's an easy bar to reach, but I'm expecting a lot more. The federal government plans to introduce an emergency economic bill to boost its revenue from the non-oil sector in Nigeria. This was disclosed by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Betta Edu, during his presentation at the Lagos Business School Breakfast Club on Monday. According to the minister, the federal government is finalizing an emergency economic bill which will, in part, enhance non-oil revenue. More specifically, the new bill will expand tax base improve compliance, automate excise tax, review tax exemptions and duty waivers, and recalibrate incentive structure, e.g., post-ante. So I think it's all. I thought it was actually going to open up in industry spaces, but it looks as though they're just trying to squeeze even more out of already people that are on their last drop of blood. The chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform, Taiwo Oyedele, recently said that his committee has drafted a new tax regulation which will amend existing laws. He said, "We have drafted a new tax regulation. The only reason why it has not been published is that some of the things we included will amend the existing laws. So we put the amendment in emergency bill, waiting for the lawmakers to pass, so we can then use the regulation." Oyedele also noted that Nigeria can easily earn 10 trillion naira annually via efficient management of its non-oil sector. He added that the country's non-oil assets, estimated to be between 80 trillion and 100 trillion, are yet to get sufficient attention. But what are these sectors? What are the sectors that these things fall under is the thing. What sectors? Oyedele also noted that Nigeria can easily earn 10 trillion naira annually via efficient management of its non-oil assets. He added that the country's non-oil assets, estimated to be between 80 and 100 trillion naira, are yet to get sufficient attention and are also being mismanaged. The non-oil sector contributed around 95.3% of Nigeria's GDP in the last 3 months of 2023, according to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, etc., etc. All right, it's not a long one, so let me just give you the fullness of it. I'll send the link to the studio one more time, and then we'll see. But I'm not going to hustle it or anything, but I'll just send the link one more time, and then we'll see how it plays out. All right. He added that the country's non-oil assets, estimated to be between 80 to 100 trillion naira, are yet to get sufficient attention and are also being mismanaged. The non-oil sector contributed around 95.3% of the country's GDP in the last 3 months of 2023, according to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. According to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics 2023 fourth quarter GDP report. This percentage is below the 95.6 recorded in the fourth. All right, so I still don't know what the growth of non-oil sectors in the. What are the non-oil sectors? What are we talking about? Financial services? Oh yes, the growth of the non-oil sectors in the fourth quarter of 2023 was primarily fueled by key industries such as financial and insurance institutions, information and communication, telecom, agriculture, crop production, trade, construction, manufacturing, food, beverages, and tobacco, and real estate. The federal government expected 19.4 trillion revenue from the Federal Inland Revenue Service in 2024. This target represents a significant increase of 56.9% from the previous year's actual target. So they're expecting a 57% increase in contributions from the taxation space. So you ain't seen nothing yet, is what they are telling you. So you ain't seen nothing yet is what they are telling you. So that's sufficient enough of that. So let me play you the Kegite music, and then we'll take it from there. Let's have a look. So to the Kegite.
Water, only water, where they see. sima.
Water.
Ó yẹ ṣe kọ̀kọ̀ mi kíákíá. Yá mẹ́mú.
Water, 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 water.
Water. Only water where is sima.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o naido.
Gbogbo àgbá ẹ̀ máa bọ̀.
Hapa you don come o.
Yóò dára. Ẹ̀dùn. Ẹ̀wà.
Hapa o naido.
Ẹ kú ní sáńdò. Ẹ jẹ́ padà sílé. Kájọjọ.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ó jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
Gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀. Gbé.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o.
Ìrẹsílẹ̀ yàjọ.
Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé
Kẹ́lẹ́
o.
eréke.
Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ẹgbà.
Ìgbàlà tí
Ó lè jò. Bẹ́ẹ̀. Jò. Jò dára.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ.
Òdìyà omi òdìyà. Wọ́n ta káàdà. Èmi. Ayé ìlú.
Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Àmì o.
Àrùnkárùn kò ní.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niri Agweshe. So, so yeah, we've got Ajan Lekoko in the house. So Ajan Lekoko, is you and I.
What's going on, one man?
Not a lot, man. Where do you want to kick it off? Do you want to kick it off with the Betta Edu storyline? She wants to sue the BBC.
Well, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, Betta Edu, I think she's fighting for she's fighting a battle to reclaim her reputation. She has damaged her reputation by the corruption that she engaged in with attempts to loot $580-something million. I mean, naira, right? Which she was caught. And now that she's been fired by the government and she's going through, interrogation or investigation, and some money being recovered from her, and for BBC to report, a larger amount that was than what was recovered from her. She believes her image has been further damaged, more damaged than ever before, because 30 billion, according to that report, was, specifically, they mentioned specifically that it was recovered from her. They did not say in their article that, hey, it's the totality of how much they have recovered from all of them being investigated, but rather Edu's name was clearly mentioned, so that 30 billion. So our image has been further damaged, and she believed that she have to correct that image being created by BBC. So I think she's fighting a battle to correct a bad image being created by BBC against her. And I think she's on point on that, because if BBC has, had mentioned 582 million, the correct amount that she's been, investigated as, and allegedly, siphoned by her, that would have been a different ballgame. She wouldn't have had any reason to want to sue BBC, but because of the humongous amount, 30 billion, which, we all went crazy here when we saw that 30, particularly me. I was saying, what does she want to do with 30 billion naira? For God's sake, this young girl, what does he want? Why 30 billion? For what? So, but, she's fighting a right battle. So correct the bad image being created by BBC. But
apparently, from what our lawyers are saying, they've not actually even recovered anything from her personally. So they've not. That's what the lawyer said in the thing to the BBC, that they've not recovered anything from her personally.
Well, let them go and fight the battle. If they are correct with what they are saying, well, it's a matter of court. Court will come out with judgment, against BBC, and that will teach BBC a lesson to fully investigate whatever. Before coming out, to get their information right before publishing it, So, well, let's wait. But it's just fighting for, just to correct her image. The image already been dented anyway, because she's already fired. If nothing had been, if that allegation is not true, or what, if they have not gotten, what do you call it? Some facts to justify her being fired, they wouldn't have fired her. So she's a corrupt lady. She attempted, or maybe she embezzled 580 something million. They got their fact right, and because of those evidence that was available to the president, she kicked her out of that position. So it's just to correct BBC that you are wrong. The amount you mentioned is not right, and this is the right amount. So I think she's on point to get that situation, or the corruption, or the amount being mentioned, to get it corrected. I think she's right, even though she's going through a serious investigation now.
I would love her to go to law against the BBC, because they do this too often. Because most people don't want to take on the weight of somebody like the BBC, and because of their global reach, they just. A lot of innuendos. Even the EFCC have told us that the 30 billion naira is not wrapped around her, but from their article, they wrapped it around her.
Oh, yes. So she should fight for that correction. She just want to correct something. So she should fight for it, and I believe the court, BBC, I don't know which court, can BBC be sued in Nigeria, or what is?
No, I think they are doing it in the UK.
In UK. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let them go ahead and do it. She might, maybe that is the way she will recover. She'll be able to get some money back for for what she has lost so far, as a result of being fired.
Because she's independently wealthy. I think she was already. Was she not a commissioner in some?
Oh, she was commissioner in Cross River.
River State. Cross Rivers.
Yeah.
So all that money that Ayade was looting.
So the money that all our benefit that she should have, enjoying as a minister that as a result of being fired, she has lost. So she'll be able to recover some amount from BBC for being for that false report against her. So she's taking the right step. She got to correct that image. Already her image already been battered, but she's trying to limit it to that 580 something million, and not 30 billion. 30 billion is, it's just too much. It's just too much. But she's on point. And a lawyer, I think they're doing the right thing. We went to see the outcome of it, and I believe the court in UK, I think they don't. I mean, the judges, I think they are always on.
No, they don't care about the BBC. If the law, if the law favors her, they are going to come down on them heavily. And I think they delight in being in punishing spaces like the BBC.
Yeah. So I believe the court in Britain will live up to their responsibility and give a very fair judgment in this matter. So let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Ajande Koko. Festus Keyamo doubling down on the Nigerian backing for air peace. Nigeria government supports air peace. Keyamo sends message to Gatwick. So it looks as though the backing of the Nigerian state actually makes a difference in this instance, because suddenly they are now welcoming them with flowers, even though they put them next to the toilet when they first arrived.
So Festus Keyamo. Hold on one minute. Nigerian government support air peace. Festus send message in Gatwick. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can all hear you.
Okay. So Festus Keyamo is claiming that they supported. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can all hear you.
Hold on, my second system is. Oh, okay. All right. 1 month. So you said Keyamo is claiming that they supported air peace, and that's the reason he got that.
No. I don't think it's actually making that claim. I think it's signaling to the British space that if they go after air peace, that the Nigerian state will step up, will stand beside him or stand behind him. I think that's what it's signaling to them.
Well, look, that statement by Festus Keyamo is just to send a signal to the British aviation authority that they are aware of their hanky-panky against air peace, and any further action taken against air peace, Nigerian reserve the right to take action against British airline that come to Nigeria. So it's a step in the right direction. I think it is showing that Nigeria is ready, or Nigeria is ready, to retaliate against any unjust treatment of air peace. Nigeria is ready to retaliate, and I believe the British Aviation Authority will understand clearly that this is a new sheriff in town administration that standing up for level playing field between as far as the aviation industry is concerned, and relationship between that of Nigeria and that of Britain. We should work together as equal partner and not as master and servant, and all the shenanigans they've been doing for a long time. they should put a stop to it. So I think it's a statement that is, signaling to the British Aviation Authority that, look, we are aware of what you are doing. Respect us, and we will respect you. The further you disrespect us, we will disrespect you bigly. And we are ready to stand up and fight for our own. They've been taking this space for a long time. They've been enjoying this thing for a long time. So it's so sweet to them, and they want to continue enjoying it forever. And now that one of our own is equal to the stars, and even more, maybe it's even better than them in terms of, quality delivery.
The experience will be better, especially for Nigerians, because they are amongst their own. They'll get more respect. Even the food will be better. A lot of things will be better.
Yeah. So the antics that they are trying to play, or they've been playing, I think Kayami is just telling them that, look, we know all the antics, and you can't play it with this authority. I mean, with this administration. We are ready to take our place, and we are taking our place, and we are going to take it and manage it very well. Just let us work together as as equal partner, and no master and servant relationship, but equal partners, and let's work together, and stick to the agreement. They already agreed. Why do you want to make the operation miserable for this guy? Why do you want to do everything to kick him out of unjust reason, just to frustrate him? No. So it is good. That is what a nation must do for their own. So they must stand with her peace, and they must indicate to other countries that fly to Nigeria, other country airlines that fly to Nigeria, that they must treat the way we treat them in Nigeria, the way we have allowed them, for their businesses to flourish in Nigeria, the same way you treat air peace. So it doesn't matter which country that is involved, whether, what do you call it, UAE, any country in the world. Nigeria, but now that they are seeing that the government of Nigeria is putting that weight behind air peace, I think they will sit upright, because it's just because we have abandoned our own in the past. We have ridiculed our own. We have made our own. We made stringent law not to make them even function. That is why you see the foreign aviation authority, taking that, how do I say, that bad way against us for a long time. But now that they are seeing that authority from Nigeria standing with Oyema, I think they will sit upright. And what do you call him? Kayamu should not relax. He must stand up tall. He must not give in to any pressure from any quarters. And I believe the president has given him that free hand to do the job. That is one thing I've noticed from
Tinubu.
Yeah, with all his ministers, the way they're working, it looks like he just wants to achieve results. He doesn't want to create any stumbling block against them. From the way that you can see the way the the minister for works, the way he's doing his job, the way Wike is
doing an exceptional job.
What is the name of that guy? I can't remember his name. That former governor of Borno State. So the way he's giving that free hand, the way he's doing the job, Look at the way Wike is doing the job. Look at the way the central bank doing its job. I don't see any political interference against the way they are doing their job. And look at what do you call this guy too? Kayamu. The way he's doing his job, there's no political interference.
You know, people are saying that the people are trying to rubbish his cabinet, but you are naming performers now. Wike is a performer. Devumai is a performer. Festus Keyamo is a performer. Tunji Ojo, he is a performer.
Yes.
You know, there are quite a few people that, and we're seeing the results in real time. You know, these people they're not hanging around.
No. You see, so I think the fact that the president is leaving those guys to do their job, no political interference, nothing, and they are seeing that they are achieving results. I think that will encourage them to do more. Keyamo now, with the way he's managing that ministry, and particularly for what he has done for what do you call it, airpeace, to gain this slot between Nigeria and Britain, I think that want to encourage him to do more and do better for Nigeria. If there's any another airline from Nigeria that want to, fly to London or any part, the same way that he has supported airpeace, I think that's the way he's going to support that one. That is what we need from our government. They should be able to support our own and support them strongly to grow and be competitive, against their international counterparts. That is the way it should work. So I think Yamo is doing the right job, sending signal to authority that, look, don't mess up. Yes.
If you don't mind, I want to interject in the form of asking a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. The question I'm going to ask you is not because I'm trying to stir some, ethnic debate or anything, but do you think that if the airline that is now blinded UK route, if it had been floated by any other person other than Mr. Onyema, do you think that individual would have, or that airline would have, enjoyed this kind of level of praise and, patronage and all that? Do you think, other than him, other than somebody like Onyema from the south or south, do you think if that individual had come from, let's say, northern part of the country, do you think that individual would have enjoyed this level of support that Mr. Onyema is getting, not just from the government, but from, Nigerian at large?
I'll repeat that question again. I think that question is, I don't think.
Yes, I didn't get it either.
Yeah.
So sorry, condense it and then repeat it.
No, the question I asked is that if the owner of the airline that is more or less like a nationalized airline now, the airpiece, do you think that airline has been floated by any other person other than Mr. Onyema, who is from the south, I believe, or southeast? I'm not so sure. But other than somebody from the south, but I'm talking probably somebody from the north, do you think that that airline or that individual would have enjoyed this level of praises and patronage and support?
I think so.
I think so too. But yeah,
I think so because Onyema has not just Onyema has shown capacity, and I think that is what is.
Yes, that's what propels him rather than being a southerner. I think it's that capacity, as you said.
Yes, he has shown capacity that he can compete with his foreign counterpart. He can do better than them. It's been investigated, audited by aviation, or just international aviation authority, or how do they call them? And they pass him to be in good standing. I mean, all the quality control test. He passed it, and I think that is what gives the aviation minister that, oh, if our own can be thoroughly investigated and he can, pass all these audits and inspection, so why are we not standing with him? I think it's the capacity that he has shown. If he had been a Yoruba man, owned by Yoruba man, and a Fulani man or Hausa man, the same thing that they will have done. I mean, look at what do you call it? Dangote. For Dangote to have the largest refinery in terms of a single train production in the world, I mean, it has brought a big, history to us and capacity that Nigeria is the country where that produces the largest single train, refinery. It's just the capacity that I think that is responsible to this. It's not whether it's an Igbo man or a Hausa man or any favor whatsoever, but because he has shown capacity, the government have any other means, any other reason not to support him, and they have done well. Let's give Keyamo that kudos, and the present administration, that kudos for standing with him to push Nigeria. You see, pushing Oyema to that.
I'm a bit heartened by if the government is not signaling to Gatwick that they are backing this guy, then they would have just destroyed him. But it could turn into a diplomatic matter. It could get quite messy. It's more, and the British, the one thing that they don't like is to come across as not doing fair play. So I think Keyamo taking this aggressive stance, I think it is a brilliant move.
I agree with you. It's a brilliant move. And because
that also signals to everyone else that look, those days are gone. No,
those days are gone. Don't forget, it is Buhari that allow you people to mess up and be doing all your nonsense. But this time around, we have capable people in many industries in Nigeria now, holding ministerial position that are ready to do their job in the best interest of the country. So what Keyamo is doing is in the best interest of the country. If Oyema succeed, Nigeria succeed. This is not Igbo. It has nothing to do with Igboism. This is Nigerianism right here. Oyema succeed, Nigeria succeed. People outside Nigeria are not going to know whether it's Igbo man. They just say this is a Nigerian-owned airline. That is
I have a sense that he will succeed because it seems to have taken all of the lessons of all of the failed Nigerian carriers on that particular route and is ready to put up a fight if the government is willing to back him. And it looks as though they are. Yeah.
Oh yes, they are backing him, and like you said, I mean, it's going to be very embarrassing to them because we're going to come to the air to tell them, like this guy has been doing. Oyema too has been very strategic. He's a very strategic businessman. You see the way he's been exposing them, their antics on the TV. Look at what they did to me. Look at what they did to him. It's a way he's been able to open our eyes and inform us.
And he's also publicly shaming them and putting them under pressure.
He's shaming them. Yeah. And have you ever seen them coming to debunk everything that he has said? Have you seen them to debunk it and make a contrary statement to what Oyema? No, because that is what they did against him. So it's very shameful to the British aviation industry now, and they have to be very careful. If they try to mess with Nigeria, Nigeria will drag them to the ground. They did it. During the Buhari Idiagbon administration, they seized Nigerian Airways. I remember that time for one reason. Maybe they said they were owing them some money or something. I can't remember what actually. They seized our airline, Nigerian Airways plane in UK. Nigerian authorities seized British authority. I mean, is it British Airways? They seized it here in Nigeria for so many years. They kept it. They didn't let it fly. So in retaliation, and they came to the negotiation table, and the Diagbon regime and Buhari regime was telling them that release our airline. Then we released they were forced to release Nigerian plane that they seized in Britain, because Nigerian authority then, Buhari and the Diagbon authority was telling them that what you're doing is not right, is illegal to international agreement. You cannot seize it for anything. Release our plane, then we release your own. So they release our force before we release. So these countries,
you know, we underestimate the importance of the state sometimes, especially in international business. You going just as a solo man, it's a different experience from going with the backing of your state. And I think that's what we're saying.
Yes. So this is international business that, involve both of us, and we have to respect each other, treat each other right. Whatever that is not going right, we have to sit down, negotiate, agree, and then move forward. And not you want to treat us because you think, oh, this is an African country, or we can just take any decision against them. They don't have any capacity to even fight back. We must show capacity that, look, we can fight back, and we can expose your bad business practices, and then drag you to the mud. So, yes.
Sorry if you don't mind again.
Right.
Don't you think that the British or the British Airways or the British government has nothing to lose? That's why they could treat us this way. And I will explain why I thought that way. Um, if you look at it, Nigerians are the only one that goes to the UK the most. I mean, most of the customers of the British Airways and Virgin Atlantic, most of those, majority of the passengers are Nigerians. So if Nigeria decided to suspend those airlines coming to the pick up passenger in Nigeria, and Nigeria has to travel to UK, what do you think would happen? There will be hemorrhaging. They will be paying foreign airline, maybe perhaps going through Europe to get to UK, right? So they have the how do I put this? They have they hold a larger share of that route. That is why they could treat us this way, even giving us a Gatwick. And Nigeria couldn't do much, but I think in the spirit of negotiations and the reciprocity agreement and all that, that's the reason why they could give them Gatwick. Other than that, Nigeria should have settled for Gatwick. But because they know that they have a lot to lose, if today the Nigeria authority decided to suspend the operation of British Airways in Nigerian space, they can't lose. They won't lose. They just look for somewhere else or increase their operation somewhere else instead of coming to Nigeria. And they know the Nigerian route is lucrative. That is why Nigeria is at the mercy of the UK. If not, I mean, you can imagine Nigeria telling British Airways to be um, uh, having which airport is close, maybe Ibadan as the hub, for them to pick up passenger. How would that look? But because we didn't have any leverage, that's why it seems that we are being cheated in so many ways. That's why I say that I think British Airways has more, I mean, we have more to lose than them.
Well, if we want to consider the business aspect of this thing, we both have a lot to lose. Remember that those airlines, they are privately owned, and those private businesses and private home business don't like to lose money. So, but the issue is that they have done what they believe will humiliate us by not allowing this guy to fly to Heathrow, but rather to Gatwick, and we have accepted it, and only to still want to frustrate them out with some kind of measure they are trying to effect against that guy.
You know what he said as well. They have not given him a consistent slot, so that like a 2-hour slot, so they can put him at 2 a.m. in the morning one day, and then put him at 5 p.m. in the morning the next day. So it doesn't have a steady sort of slot that they're just, and then the carousel doesn't work where they've placed him. You know, a lot of these things, you know. So you have to, they are manually, yes, they are manually carrying bags. The carousel doesn't work, you know, and then they give him unusual schedules, you know, any and everything just to frustrate him.
Yeah, I think Kayamu should, for what he's doing is right. I think they should, stand up with this guy to fight against this humiliation. I think they are trying to humiliate him. They are humiliating him. They're trying to frustrate him out of business. They're trying to discourage us from flying it. So Nigerians should not mind whatever sacrifice we have to go through. This is our own. We have to support it to succeed. So, but the part that the aviation minister will play to correct this really, really matter. And I think Kayamu is doing the right thing. He should stand up more against them. Like what Adewale was saying now. If Nigeria really want to do it, you can say, okay, we won't let you land in Lagos anymore. Go and land in Ibadan, or what is the next, or what do you call,
or somewhere in the east.
In the east, go
yes.
And what do you call this place? Anambra State, and see how it's going to be convenient for their business too. So, but there's a reciprocity in business, relationship. But we really must fight this thing out once and for all. They cannot continue to treat us this way or treat our business this way. It's just not good. And until when we stand up and fight it out against them, that is the only thing that can correct the situation. It's bad what they are trying to do to this guy. And humiliating this guy is humiliating all of us together, because we are going to suffer it. So it's a lucrative, Nigerian, Lagos to London is a lucrative route, and it's their aviation authority that are doing this mess, and we have our aviation authority must fight it out with them. They must correct it. That is the best thing to do. So talking is not only the way out in this situation. Action must be taken by Kayamu against them. That is the best way. And you see, when you take action against the rascality of some of these colonial master countries, they respect you and they want to come to, to reach a respectable agreement with you. So I think Kayamu should, done as he has done with talking, he must carry out action, to back it, so that to show to them that, well, we can take action too. It doesn't matter. Nigeria can go and fly from, what do you call it? So, through another, what do you call it? What do you call it? Another, they can fly through another country before coming to Nigeria, if it's not possible to fly direct from Britain, maybe through France or some other country to fly to Nigeria. That'd be better. If they are seeing that they are losing money, I think they will now.
But Nigerians always want to. It's a 6-hour flight now, so and I think people want just to be able to hop on that plane and get out at and if airpace is not there, they'll just go back to being exploited. But hopefully they hold steady. That's just that's the main thing.
Let me tell you this, one man. Yes, direct flight is very good, but in this situation,
have you ever done one of these diverted flights? It's a horrible experience.
I know.
You'll be hanging out some airport for 3-4 hours, looking for something to do. Playing with your phone. It's just.
I agree with you, but if all of us, can see it as a sacrifice to pay for Yema to succeed, I don't think we should mind the pains that we have to go through. I wouldn't mind to do it just to show to the British that we cannot continue to worship you. You cannot lord your authority on us every time. We are an independent country. You are an independent country. We have our aviation. You have your aviation. We allow you to fly to Nigeria, conveniently. Why do you want to make it inconvenient for our own airline to fly to your country? We should be able to do. I mean, in America, we fly like maybe there are some places that you cannot fly direct to Nigeria. You have to fly to another airport in America before you can fly to Nigeria. So sometimes you can take 2 hours. I mean, 4 hours. Depending on the schedule of the flight. So many places in America cannot fly directly to Nigeria. I think where you can fly directly to Nigeria is New York and Atlanta. Those are the 2 places I know. Maybe we have more than that, But many parts of U.S. you have to fly, to either Atlanta or through New York and to Nigeria. It's not a direct flight. So you guys enjoying it, direct flight to Nigeria. I don't think it's anything bad if you want to show to the British Aviation Authority that enough is enough for you. You want to go through France or through another country in Europe to fly to Nigeria. I think that'd be better. France particularly, you can do it via France to Nigeria. Just go from Britain, go to France. I mean, what does it take? Is it not train that you will take to France? Or even if by fly to France, maybe from Britain to from London to Paris, would that be more than even £10? Or how much is it, one man? Is it £20 or how much would that be? Or £50?
Going to Paris from
London to Paris.
I think it'll be under £50.
Yes, £50. Yeah. So how much is £50? Sacrifice that to France, and you from Charles de Gaulle Airport to Nigeria. So what are you losing? You're losing nothing. That's the best thing to do it. Let Oyema, what do you call it? Professor Koyamu, take action. All their plans should land in Ibadan or Enugu, what do you call it? Anambra State. No more in Lagos. So to show to them that you people can be so stupid sometimes. Don't act stupid with us. We know what to do. If you don't know what you are doing, we know what you are doing. So just change the schedule. You can't land in Lagos, go and land in your flight. And a lot of Nigerians that want to go to Lagos will not fly that airline. Let them go through France to Nigeria, go and fly another airline and not British Airlines through France to Nigeria. I mean Air France. Go and take Air France to Nigeria. So that'd be better. So
all right. So somebody sent in something regarding this topic. I've not watched it, so we're watching it together. So hopefully, let's see what we're making of it. Let me play it to you, Ajande Foucault.
I just watched a video of Barrister Alan Onyema, the CEO of Airpeace, explaining why the Isiago as a uniform or a dress was adopted for the London route of Airpeace. Because somebody said or complained, why Isiago? Why not Isiago? Should it have been an Buba and Ero or Abada and everyone will be happy, or those who are complaining, political turncoats and so on, those who know only ethnicity and religion. Now listen, Ali Nonyama is my friend, but I'm not making this video as his friend. I'm making it as a concerned Igbo man, a concerned Nigerian who feels that anytime anything comes to the Igbos, people bring in hate speech, hatred. We must stop this. It doesn't get us anywhere. That is identity adopted by airpeace and should be respected. Ali Nonyema and his brother, Professor Obiora Okonkwo, have done more than to the airline industry than the Nigerian nation has done. They should be commended, not vilified. And I ask you again, if you are complaining about Isiago, should it have been an Ebuba and Europe for there to be peace? Or Abada? The Igbos cannot, in the entity called.
All right. I didn't quite know that was the direction it was going. But do you have any thoughts on that? The uniform thing that seems to have is an unfortunate affliction of the Nigerian state. That we always end up in that sort of space. Do you have any thoughts on that, Ishago or no Ishago, Ajale Koko?
You see, this kind of person.
That's Kanayo, by the way, a prominent actor.
Yeah, I think he's just acting stupid. I don't know why. I don't know why he's talking on people, some rascals online that are talking and saying a lot of things against the dress mode of airpeace. Why? How can he just bring himself down to mentioning that some people why must it be Hero, Buba, and this thing? I think it's just acting stupid here, and the foolishness in that statement. Foolishness among the statement he made is that Oyema has done more for aviation industry than Nigeria have done. That is a complete stupidity, a stupid statement.
You see, that's the sort of excesses that always rouse people up, you know. That's I don't know, any little bit of success and it always goes in that direction.
I don't know where that comes from. If not for Nigerian state gave him that license. Nigerian state gave him everything, even for this rouse. Nigerian state gave it to him, and you now have some rascals, talking against the Isiagu dress and what is it that their hostesses, or what do they call them, they wear. And then you are responding to it. This is not a little guy in movie industry. This is one of the top. Why must he respond? What is that for? I don't get it. What is this irrational tribal jingoism that some of these people just want to spread online? So it just got it totally wrong to speak on that against people that are some young boys that are carrying out some rascal behavior online. So it's just, I don't mind whatever they want to wear. It's not a problem to me as far as I'm concerned. If they like, they wear shirt and trouser. If they like, they wear Ishegu. Or if they like, they wear
Isewu. What about Isewu? Do you mind if they wear Isewu? I think that would probably be better if they wear Isewu.
I don't care about what they wear.
No, but is this, I would really encourage that the language moves away from that space, like that guy, that landmark guy that they were going to cut up his shop, his resort. That sort of language that he was using, I think that's more the language that we want to hear rather than a senior man at that matter.
A senior person for that man. Look at him. A leader in the movie industry speaking in response to some rascal this thing, and is portraying ethnic agenda in his statement. It's just a complete stupidity. Why can't they even hide it? Just hide it. Just like white people in this country, they hide their racism against you as a black man. They can go behind the scene and carry out some action against you, but they will not show it to your face. They will not mention it in their statement. They will smile to you. You understand what I'm saying? But look at it. Why are they talking? If not for Oyema has done more better than Nigerian aviation, that is a complete stupidity statement. So just forget about this kind of stupid people that just want to, carry out their ethnic jingoism online. I don't respect people like this. So I don't care about the dress. If it is kaftan that Hausa or Fulani, what do they call their clothes they wear or anything, that does not matter.
Jalabia, is it jalabia? What is their clothes called? Even I don't know.
I don't even know. I don't even know if that Buba is Shekoro. What does that mean? We are talking of how we can take our place in aviation industry. Some stupid people are talking about dress, and this stupid guy is responding to them. It just, to me, I think it just dragged himself down to a complete stupidity as far as I'm concerned. It's a useless statement that is making in that video. So one man, I don't care for this kind of people.
All right, neither do I. Let me take you to another spot. And Dewale, you can chime in as much because I think Patrick joins us now. So it's populating somewhat. Do you want to take us to this space? Federal government plans emergency economic bill to boost non-oil revenue in Nigeria. So when I saw that headline, I was all excited because if there's one thing, the one thing that will propel that space is to have as varied an economy as possible. It's still going to be somewhat extractive economy because I don't think, I think in manufacturing in the world is already oversaturated and a lot of people have already mastered that space. So a lot of it will still be about extraction economy. But when I was reading it, they were talking more about taxation and stuff like that. So what are you thinking of diversification? Where can this economy diversify to? What untapped industry spaces remains that dormant within that whole experience? So that space, federal government plans emergency economic bill to boost non-oil revenue in Nigeria. Your take?
Which area are we diversifying to?
They were talking about taxation. That's just the thing.
Taxation.
Mm.
That, like you are saying, we ain't saying nothing. So they want to tax us. What is they want to tax us to debt, or what are they trying to say? I mean, look, there are many sectors in that country that the country should open up to grow. They should support it to grow. One is aviation sector. If we look at that aviation sector, government can put up a policy that can develop that aviation sector. I mean, that aviation sector, I think our productivity will increase sharply. One man, that will increase our, our GDP, because I don't think there is any country in in Africa, that is, so lucrative like Lagos to anywhere else. Lagos to United States, Lagos to Britain, Lagos to France, Lagos to Dubai. I don't know any country in Africa that is so lucrative like that when it comes to aviation. So the government can support the aviation sector, put all the resources, get a policy that can open it up more, that can attract investors, and then we can grow it and make it competitive in Africa and in the world. So that is one field. Another sector is agriculture. How much have we put to agriculture in that country I don't know, in Africa or possibly in the world, the country that have, horrible land like us. I don't know. And what have we done? Have we done?
Because agriculture can actually be, we often talk about agriculture, and people can come into the conversation, by the way. It's just a few of us. So anybody that wants to just come in, just come in. We often talk about agriculture in Nigeria, Ajale Koko, and that agriculture is usually around staple foods, things that we eat, perishables and whatnot. But agriculture is a lot more sophisticated than that. Like you said, we have one of the most fertile lands on the planet. So why don't we look for high-end products in demand internationally, grow them for export? So there should be a strictly for export sort of agricultural, template. Should we not be doing things like that?
Well, man, I think we are just playing. We are not really, the opportunity and the potential in agriculture in our country, we are not harnessing that potential well. There are some states in this country, in the United States, that what they are known for is agriculture. Like the state of...
Like the Netherlands, they're just about export, their agricultural industry.
Like a state of Idaho, it is potato they are known them for. They produce the highest volume of potato for this country, and they export. That is what they are known for. That
Alabama too.
Potato. We have
Alabama also into farming as well.
Yes, we have some states like Utah. I think, is it not the state of Utah that is known for corn? Corn. They export corn to China. Is it they from corn they able to produce what do you call this? Ethanol. Is it ethanol or what do you call it? So there are some states that their primary means of production or what they are known for is a particular agricultural produce in this United States. So when we have all those fertile land everywhere, is it in... Look, that Oyo State alone, if they give agriculture that support, that Oyo State can feed the whole of Yoruba land and can still export. We are not talking of even the north that have plenty of land everywhere. During the time of Awolowo, he said only Bauchi State. He said if he become the president, he said what Bauchi State will produce in agriculture will feed the whole country, and the rest, agricultural produce from other parts of Nigeria, will be exported for money to give us that foreign exchange. So we are not developing our capacity in so many sectors of the economy. Agriculture, aviation, banking, industry, and banking and finance. Yes, we can, all those three sectors that I just mentioned, and the information technology that they are saying, that is another area that, is in tune with the modern world. That is another information technology and what do they call it? That is what is in tune with the world now. So we have to develop that area. So I think they should be more specific. They should tell us better where they want to, focus their attention. They should focus it well. They should pursue it vigorously. They should support it with adequate resources so that they can generate, they can stimulate economic growth and drive us towards that ambition of the president that he wants to make our economy 1 trillion economy during his time of office. So on the taxation, yes, who is that?
That's Patrick.
Oh, Patrick Cole.
You know what I'm thinking? You see, we have just been unfortunate to have leaders that are not creative. This is the first time we're having somebody that is just a little creative. You understand? All our leaders, they just sell petrol, save the money, spend the money or save the money and then invest to build roads, do some other things. Nothing creative. Look at India today. We are talking of India as an IT hub in the world. I read a book on India. There was a time a leader said, look here, they had this vision ahead of time. So they started what they call India Institute of Technology. They started I think about 6 of them. Now those institutes are now world class, and that institute is focused on IT. You will study business there, you study everything, Greek, you study everything, but there will be an IT side of it. And the curriculum is such in India, is such that mathematics is very key. It's almost sacrosanct. If you put 10 Indians together, at least you get about 9 that knows mathematics to a reasonable extent. You understand? And that's the foundation for IT.
Do you think our educational system is sufficiently targeted as well? Because I'm aware of what you're saying about the Indians. I think we are all aware of it. In fact, they start early as well. You know, in this country, in the UK, you send your child to the Indians for coaching after school.
That's the point.
For mathematics, physics, all those sort of yeah.
Because when I saw one Indian friend of mine that said she doesn't know math, I was like, what? I never imagined that we could have an Indian person that doesn't know math. And that's the foundation of it. And then we can now talk of IT. But now, all we are just doing is people go to school, I'm this. Problem is coming. The problem that is coming is with all these skits, TikTok, all these things. Our guys are not going to our creativity now is going to be channeled on social engagement and stuff like that. That cannot take us far as a nation. The coming generation are going to really be less productive. The little gain that we have been able to gain from IT is by self-effort. Look at I learned there are a lot of people in Nigeria now working remotely. In India, in Australia, they are working in Australia. They are working for companies in the US and Canada. They are making money. They are earning foreign exchange. I have friends there in Canada who have gone back to Nigeria because of Starlink and everything. So they moved. They are still working for.
They said they've cut their prices by 50%. Starlink.
Yeah, look at it, and they are working for Canadian company. In short, I'm going to talk to my boss because my job is like that. I could just work from anywhere. So I'm considering maybe I'll just move to Nigeria and spend 3 months, and work from there. It saves me a lot of money. So it is like that. But our educational system is not targeted at all. So also our leaders, they are not creative. They are not. What Baba is even saying is they are the simple, like low-hanging fruit that they are supposed to see. Though they see, I don't think they are serious about it. Like going into other areas of our culture, there's cashew, there's coffee, there's even the regular cocoa. Cote d'Ivoire is just on cocoa. Look at the stadiums they built when they hosted Nations Cup. That country can host the World Cup. That's just the truth. Let's be very, very objective. So I don't know what we are doing. We don't have serious people. I'm telling you. Look at all these bags, all of them. What are the ideas they are putting on the table? What are the ideas they are putting on the table?
Do you think the cabinet should be rejigged when Tinubu hits the 1 year mark?
He has to do something. He has to just do something. I mean, we need to compete. There are people, there are more serious people. There are more serious leaders. Look at Kagame, these are serious-minded people. Leadership of a country is a serious matter. A leader of a country cannot, the cost of a single mistake from a leader is very, very high. It's very high. And the cost of the benefit of a simple creative effort from a leader can be so astronomical. So, and the world, everybody's competing, everybody's looking for how to benefit a lot of his people. But I don't think our people have that kind of interest. As terrible as Trump is, he still say America first. He's trying to see what he can do for America. Our people I'm not seeing anything from people like Shetima after all the grammar he spoke in during the campaign. I expect to see engagement.
That is one man friend, though. Are you talking against one man friend like that? And you still want to remain on this platform? You say he's talking grammar.
No, we're seeing Shetima's. The achievement of the administration is part of Shetima's achievements now. What do you want him to be doing?
One man.
Although I don't think Tinubu is using him enough anyway.
No, Tinubu is not supposed to use him. He's already there. Let him create something that is going to help promote the government. Tinubu will be happy with that now. Something that is going to be good for them. Tinubu is not somebody that will feel bad like, this person is doing so well. You understand? He's somebody abuse leader. The one person that I see that looks like creative in this governance is Yemi Cardoso. And everybody will agree with me. Yemi Cardoso.
What about Tunji Ojo?
That one that accelerated that. No, you see what he did with passports. I'm sure that process was already there. It was too close between the time he took office and the effect. No, let's be objective with ourselves so that it doesn't look like.
Look at that.
There are times you take over office and you are just lucky. Some people have already done the work. You are just taking the share and harvesting. That's what I see there. What he has done there.
You know, Patoski. It is possible that those things are already available, but you see, the political will to put his foot down and say, you know what, this is the route we are going to go. This is the timeline. This is how we are going to go. This is what we are going to do. That action right there is what makes him different from other people that have occupied that position before. So it's not as if there's one magic, but for the fact that he put his, even despite the fallout on his own political capital, he stood his ground. I mean, do you know what it takes to make those immigration officials do their job? I mean, racketeering, that is how they've been profiting from government for a very long time. But for a politician to now come around and say, you know what, this is the route we are going to go. To me, it sounds applause rather than condemnation.
I agree with you. It's possible that, okay, those things are there, the passports are there, but corruption in the system is not even, they are holding them to create scarcity and make sure so that people can get the kickbacks and everything. I'm sure you are right. And the fact that he's not going to allow that kind of thing to continue is possible. But one thing I expect from somebody like this man in power is for him to start to be moving around too. Let him be moving around. Let him create maybe an energy bank, get a license to create an energy bank, a kind of infrastructure bank or energy bank. In that situation, individual can invest in solar farms. I can decide to say, okay, I'm going to power Mokola, or I'm going to power. You understand? People can borrow money from the bank and install solar on their ceiling, and then use part of the solar to power their house, and whatever is left they can put in the national grid. You just begin to have every house. You give them credit to invest in energy or in power. So the man is just there. They say I was deputy governor of Central Bank. We all know how people become deputy governor of Central Bank. It's a political appointment now. It's not because he's the smartest banker or something. So that should not be used as a criteria.
But Patoski, earlier you said when you were trying to compare what Kashim has done, you can't equate Kashim's position to, ministerial position, even the CBN position. Most of what Shettima will be doing now is probably behind the curtain, advising the president, taking the decision together. I mean, I don't expect him to be in front of camera every now and then, just like Wiki is doing. So,
if he brings
I
out
mean,
any
you can't.
creative idea, do you think
Yeah,
Tinubu
but
will not
you
allow
can.
him? Do you think
The
Tinubu will
thing
not
is,
allow him to run it?
the success of that administration will be a collective shared praises, not just for one individual. As it is right now, if anything could come out of this administration, guess what? Whose name they will be calling the most? Is the president, right? So Kashim Shettima, even though vice president is constitutional, is still at the cabinet level. And what you will not see him doing is to outshine his boss by being in front of camera every now and then. Most
Now,
of the
not talking
time,
of being in front of camera now. Yemi, I told you Yemi Cardoso is one of the most creative. Yemi Cardoso
is a very shy guy as well.
Not been a camera person now. Yeah, but you will see the work. The guy is creative. The guy is as if he's the only one working in this government now. The guy is, and his own situation is very
and it is doing excellently well. The way it's rebalancing that economy is unbelievable. It's
but on this show, this same man has been castigated. This same man has been,
by Bulata and Co. Yes, I
yes,
know.
by being rubbish, by saying that you don't even know what he's doing. But you see, some of this decision being taken. Sometimes it's easier for a minister to come out to take the glory and say, well, this. But you don't take action without authority from the executive, right? So not just at the Federal Executive Council, but talking about the presidency itself. So somebody still has to say, go ahead, I give you the political backing to do what the plan that you want, that you have. So that is why you won't see people like
you are talking as if each time they want to do something they need to go to the president. No, they have their powers too that are constitutionally given to them. For example, the Minister of Power, the Minister of Aviation, he has power to look for foreign investor now. He doesn't have to go, Mr. President, I want to look for foreign investor in aviation sector. I want to gather together creative youth who can help develop this and that.
He can't act, even though constitutionally is granted that authority, he can't act outside the scope of executive. He still has to have the approval of the executive as its president.
What you are saying is, you see, the executive, the principal doesn't have to approve everything.
No, I don't think Tinubu micromanages them. I think you're talking about it doesn't micromanage.
He can't even. It's not possible for him to have micromanage.
How can he?
He does. He micromanages.
He micromanages 50 ministers or
You know what he has done at this macro level, because he chose what is this lady, the one coordinating the Adiza. He appointed Adiza to help him coordinate by micromanaging them through Adiza.
No, that's
no. You are wrong, Adewale.
It's just an appraisal system now.
It's just
micromanage.
Yeah, that's not
manage it to every detail. That's micromanage. Nobody does that.
Have you guys watched
hold on, Dewale. You know what usually happens is once they've gotten the sign off at the FEC, at the Federal Executive Meeting, once they've gotten the sign off, then it's pretty much down to the minister to carry out that brief. and then
Exactly now.
Adisa will pop in maybe every quarter thereabout to check on progress, report back to the president. The minister meets when there's any but I don't think every week he has to send in a report to say that
This is what you have
I bought
Have you guys,
a biro today, you know.
Woman, have you guys watched Ragni Fashola's interview when he was giving us the snippet on how he run the affair of Lagos State as a governor? He said, because him being the chief of staff, he is most powerful, more powerful than commissioner. So what he does is he micromanages those commissioner through his chief of staff. So what he does is in the middle of the night, he will pick her and ask Fashola about what's been discussed at the executive meeting. And sometimes, because Fashola said, look, he pity whoever is going to be working with him as a chief of staff.
He
That what he
cannot
does
do
is
that
when
now. He
wait now,
cannot do that.
even though it's at the higher level, at the bigger stage, he's still going to micromanage because that to measure the performances of all these ministers.
That's not
Every every
micromanaging
every, every
now.
Hold on. Dewale, what do you understand by micromanage?
when you micromanage, you don't give the person the latitude to take a decision, or you kind of more or less monitor everything that individual does at a particular point in time, to the point of even resulting into dictating. That's what I understand as
Yeah.
micromanaging.
No, micromanage is excessive supervision. That's really the
That's
difference.
what it does.
No, I don't
Go
think
No,
so.
watch.
he
But
can't
You
do
see, go
that.
on the YouTube
He
and
can't.
go and Google that interview. You will see what I'm.
No, Adewale, do you know why he would do that in Lagos State? One, Lagos is small. Two, he wanted to consolidate Lagos to be able to get power. He doesn't want to lose Lagos. He wants to be the one still running Lagos. That's the point. That's why. I would bet you that Fashola did not even finish that statement. That even after he left government in Lagos, he was still micromanaging him.
He
That's the
was.
completion
He
of that.
was. He was
That's
compared.
the
The
completion of that
interviewer asked
statement.
him. The interviewer asked him to compare Tinubu's administrative style to Buhari, and that was what led to that discussion. And he
So that's
said,
what I'm saying. I'm saying that the motivation for Tinubu to do that in Lagos is because of the circumstances. He wanted Lagos.
how
He
can
doesn't
you
want to
assume
lose.
that is the
He
reason
doesn't.
why he
all right.
was doing that? That
That's the
is
reason
his
that is
style.
playing out now. That's the
Oh,
reason we saw it. Even after he left government, he
I
was
think
still
I agree
managing
with
Lagos.
Patrick
Let's be
Pope.
objective.
I
Let's be
agree
objective.
with
I'm a Tinubu
Patrick
person,
Pope.
but let's say the truth now. He was still micromanaging them. Micromanaging everybody, micromanaging everybody. The wife, everybody was still micromanaging them. So that's the point.
Look, that Ojo guy and the ministry, I think what he has done is not by the dictation of the president, it's by his own innovativeness. That, okay,
Baba,
this is what I want this is the way I like the Nigerian passports to be
to
processed.
look like to be.
Within so period of time, it should be ready. People should apply online. People should do the biometric this thing within so period of during the process, and within so period of time, your passport should get to you. That was is by its own innovativeness. It's not by the dictation of the president. So it is when the president dictates to you, this is what you must do, and you can't do above this. That is micromanaging. So I don't think he's doing it in this. I don't think this man is doing that.
Baba,
I mean,
how do you not even appraise me? How do you appraise my
how do you
performance
appraise
if you are
him?
the
If you
one?
are
If you are the
micromanaging
one
him, how do you appraise
micromanaging,
him? Uh-huh.
how do you now hold me accountable?
And even in the one of even Lagos, do you know that one person that he did not even, I wouldn't say that he did not micromanage them when he was governor, but one man that he could micromanage was that of judiciary commissioner, that Yemi of Ibadan, because that one
Egbon,
from the day one, that
okay,
one
that one's
reached an
okay.
agreement with him that, Oga, if you want me to work in this ministry, if you want me to be the commissioner, then you have to hand off from the way I want to run this place. I don't want political influence. I don't want any kind of influence. Leave me alone. Let me do my job free hand. And he agreed with him. Osinbajo said it himself. He said from day one, that is what he put before when he invited him, you know, to offer him that job. He put before him, yes, if you want me to do this job, then you are not going to control me. You are not going to influence me the way I want to do this job. There is no political interference. There is nothing. Leave me alone. This is my profession. Let me build, you know, the legal offices of Lagos in the best way I know is in conformity with the law and the best way that be good for Lagos State. And people said, don't worry,
you know why?
Let's not get too stuck on micromanaging, but let's bring that home and then we'll go to another topic. Yeah.
Babajale Koko. Every commissioner, every minister appointed is still under the executive authority. Their ministry and their authority is derived from executive.
Sorry, Dewale. Patrick, let me mute you for a moment, just because of the background noise. Yeah, carry on, Dewale.
So, when you have those individuals being
have we lost you now, Dewale?
Phone made in Ekiti, she said.
Made in Ekiti. But we are our hand wind phones and the hand wind radio. No, you're going. No, we can't hear you anymore. No, we can't hear you. Can you hear me? We can't hear you.
It's a phone and target dancing. Yeah,
it's a long target. We are Kawalu say. They will maybe go out and come back in. We can't hear a word.
One man, before we leave this micromanaging, let me just say one final word.
Okay.
You see, the micromanaging of Tinubu is so strong that he even wants to know how much is coming into the state in Lagos. He wants to know. That's why he's the one collecting it. So the governor will not say, this is what we are getting. He knows. So, and he has a reason for that. That is not possible now, except he wants to die. Because the work will kill him. The pressure is going to be too much on him. He can't even afford to.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay.
All right. Ajale Koko, let me move you on to this topic. And then after that.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
So the way my phone is set up, whenever I'm getting close to certain radios to my house, it triggers that Wi-Fi so that everything I have would not work on my phone. In case somebody is after me, that person will not be able to gain access to the house. That's why I went off the internet. Nobody could hear me then. It does that all the time.
Yeah. You know, I think you said that before. But when you said it, I thought maybe when you get close to home, it picks up, because my phone does that as well. When I'm at home, the phone goes onto the home Wi-Fi, and then when I leave home, it goes onto the service provider Wi-Fi. You know, but so
yeah, it does that. Every other gadget in my house that also linked to my phone, it just trigger off like that, and that's the reason why I was stuck. I could hear everybody, it's just that I couldn't.
It was going ding, 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 ding. It was going there. It was, those funky sounds. But you're all clear and lucid now. Let's go from that topic. Let's go to Tinubu congratulating Ayo Adebanjo, 96. Can you imagine? I never knew people could live that long. 96 is age. And even if you live till that long, I didn't expect him to still have that. He has the fight of a 19-year-old at the age of 96. So what are you there making? So they went through his history actually. Ajale Koko, he was born in April the 10th, 1928. And I was when I was reading it out, I was even querying if they had birth certificates at that time or they just picked a random date. Activist through all of those Western Union, everything he's been fighting all the way through, and his one singular fight has always been restructuring. So and he told us he was moving to Ghana, by the way, if Tinubu became president. So maybe
it wasn't him.
Was that Bode George? Bode George, okay, yeah. So what are you making of Bode? And still the leader of Afenifere in 96. So what are you making of this great age and the fight still in the dog?
Well, God will continue to bless Baba Ayo Adebanjo, an illustrious son of Yoruba land, and one of the leaders that I really respect the most, because this is a man that really loves democracy and he really wants democracy to work in that country. And he's a patriotic Nigerian. You don't see him, anytime he's talking, for restructuring. He believes strongly that restructuring is the only way out, is the only thing that can make Nigeria work for everybody, not for one particular section of the country, but for the entire section of the country. Restructuring will work. And what it means by its own definition of restructuring is for state or each region to control their resources, just the way we used to do in the First Republic when Nigerian experienced good governance. Each region had the best of the best good governance, and they developed at their own pace. So that is what, and that was in conformity to the agreement signed by all the region that constituted Nigeria back then. How do I say it? In collaboration with the colonial master, the British. That was the agreement the founding fathers of that country signed, a collaboration with the colonial master, that every section of Nigeria will control their resources, will control their own defined, region, and develop it at their own pace, the best way they know that it can work for them. So,
sorry, Baba. Maybe we should be referring to them as the invader, not colonial master. They are nobody's master. They just
I detest that phrase as well, colonial master.
Colonial master. They are colonial master. They are invaders that came and took everything.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
They are ashamed.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. So, he's a true.
And by the way, there's still a big topic in the finish that point, but there's still a big topic in the global space. There's still reparation for what happened to Africa. But carry on with what you're saying. I think that's a big. One of these days we'll have conversations around that.
So it's a true patriot, and I wish all Nigerian leaders have the same mindset and the same ideology like him. If all other leaders, particularly from the north that we have today, and all the people occupying the position of authority in Nigeria, including the president that we have today, if they have the same ideology with him, I think with that political will to effect it, I think Nigeria will be better off. But, the centralization of the system is what...
Good morning.
Good morning.
One day, I want to Saudi. Idel Fitri.
Eid Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak, yes. Not Hosni Mubarak, but Eid Mubarak.
Yes.
Okay.
We don't call, in Nigeria, we usually say Salah, 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 but here we call it Eid.
Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak, yeah. Yeah, sorry, you call him a patriot. Why, just because he believes in restructuring, is that why you call him a patriot?
Not only that, but because he has been standing up for the right thing to be done in that country, particularly in the running of the country. So that's what makes him a patriot to me. And he fought for the democracy that we have.
So for the fact that some people believe that restructuring can be a solution to the problem of the country, does that make them a patriot? If somebody doesn't believe there is another way, because I can't believe that there's only one way to restore at least to make things better.
Do you believe in restructuring yourself, Simba?
You know why I'm saying this, one man. After the independence, if you see the problem that came,
Simba,
we have.
Answer that question that one man just asked you. Do you believe in restructuring?
You know, I'm coming. I'm going to. It's not a yes or no, and I want to give the reason why I will say no.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, before you give the reason why you say no, okay, actually, carry on. I might ask you a follow-up question. Carry on.
Okay. If Baba Ajay Koko would be
sorry, Simba. King, you can come into the conversation as well. It's just an open floor, but carry on, Simba.
Okay. If Baba Ajay Koko will say the truth, there were mirage of problems we are facing immediately after the independence that led to the collapse of the regional government. If you will agree with me, if you say the truth, if somebody now comes now and we start telling us that we have to go back to that regional government that actually had a lot of issues that led to its collapse as the only solution to the problem of our country, that is why I would say no, because that system failed and which led to the military takeover. Then I cannot now see that system as the only solution to the problem of our country. That's why I would say no.
Yeah, but you can't use that as the example to then say no. You know, Nigeria was in its nascent stage as a country then.
You know what, man?
We were just taking baby steps at that period.
But
now.
restructuring does not mean going back to regional.
The problem. Let me tell you this. I think I've said it earlier. You know, human beings, we usually have this habit of always referring to the past as being the best.
No. That's not what. Hold on, Simba. Listen to this. Because I was going to ask you, the follow-up question I was going to ask you was what you understand by restructuring. But let me just say this. If you restructure the country along old regional lines, but that's the only throwback to the past, and then you seed resource back to the regions, and then and internal policing, all of these things, you seed it back to the regions, and you have a weaker center. Nigeria will work a lot better because Nigeria is too big and unwieldy for one central space, and there's so much powers concentrated in Aso Rock, and that's why the country is so slow to move. Things don't happen. You need the good eye of the president to be able to do anything. All of these things is what is timing our progress, But if you restructure it and cede more powers to regions and states, the country will work better. I think a lot of people think that.
But you know what, man? When we are talking about restructuring, what it means to you is different from what it means to some other people. I hope you know that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We need to get what we mean.
The reason why some people will talk about restructuring. The restructuring to the Niger Delta is even from the restructuring to the Southwesterners. It's even from the restructuring to the the Southeasterners. The problem, let me tell you, why when they went for the confab during Jonathan regime, what prevented them from agreeing on that? It was because it means a lot of things to different people.
I think they agreed restructuring on the at the Jonathan confab now. They
So,
just didn't
so
implement
the
it.
Niger Delta restructuring means resource control.
Yes.
You understand?
No,
And if you look at
to everybody it means that now.
I think we need a new constitution first.
Yes.
Before talking about restructuring.
No, we actually need to restructure and then the new constitution legalizes it. That's probably the way.
Can I say something?
Of course, come in.
Yeah, you see, I think I understand what Simba is actually saying. You see, what we need now, right? I don't know how we're going to customize it because things have actually changed a lot. You know, like those days, you know, it was really easy for us to have this kind of like regional government. But can that work now? We can't have that kind of a thing now, right? Because no states presently, with the setup that we have in Nigeria now, let's say take for instance now Southwest, and we now say, okay, if I want to have a regional government, now that's going to be probably in your state or somewhere, right? Do you think we can actually really manage them now? So I think the major thing is, yeah, it's good resource control and all those things, but there still needs to be a lot of guardrails that still needs to be put in place. You know, for me, I think rather than really looking into those things, I think one thing that we're still missing and we've not really been able to really get, it's that local government. Because that layer, the politicians, right, they actually collaborated among themselves, brought that local government layer to the barest minimum. That the governor, can you guys, I think is it from my side? Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead. From somebody else.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of like hearing some echo, and I wanted to know if it's actually myself. Okay, so that particular layer, you know, the major problem we have in Nigeria is actually coming from the fact that that layer has been scrapped. Because take for instance now, we talk about, oh, there is food scarcity, there is this, there is that. You know, a lot of things that are supposed to have been done at that layer, you know, we have now taken it to that you know, that state level, which most of the things don't even really are not really things that the state level really need to look at. And you know, they were able to really, aside the fact that financially they collapsed that structure, also they even collapsed the electoral structure at that level. Because you remember those days where you are really interested in who is going to be the counselor of your own side, right? Not to even talk of the chairman, but now you hardly even think of whatsoever or who is the counselor. And at that point, we are kind of like holding people responsible at that level. And immediately we lost that level. That's why at every point, you now start seeing everybody wanting to hold the president responsible. So, and if you look at all those countries that we have, all these advanced countries, they work because that layer still work.
Hold on, Larry. Now, Simba, let me mute you for a moment because of the background noise. Carry on, Larry.
So all these advanced countries that we have, that we say, oh, it's working, they only work because that layer works. So if until all the politicians agree that they want that layer to work, Nigeria will not work. It's so unfortunate, but that's the truth. You can talk about state police, this and that. I'm telling you, it's still going to be the same thing until everybody call themselves to one room and decide that they want to let Nigeria work, right? At that point, now, if they need to rewrite the constitution whatsoever and just make that layer work, nobody's going to be interested in, you know, because there are a lot of things that layer is supposed to be doing. If they have the right finances, put some guardrails into it. If somebody is stealing money, we all know, yeah, let them face it. So we can say all big thing, restructuring, resource allocation, this and that. I'm telling you, it's still going to be.
You don't think Nigeria is too large and unwielding to be managed centrally?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying, right? Because that's what I'm saying. And because they agreed, because it's not just one person, right? It's a collective agreement to collapse that side. And, Obasanjo tried as much as he could, but he couldn't, right? So it's a collective agreement from the state government to
Larry, what did he do? How did he try? What did he do to prevent it? It was what I even started it now. So what are you talking about that is
No. Do you see, do you know when this whole thing started? For me, Obasanjo tried what he could do at that point. But ever since, at that point, look at the
let me tell you, when I don't know when you left Nigeria, Larry.
Look at the whole thing. Let me say something.
During Obasanjo, let me tell you.
Hold on, Simba. Let him land that point and coming after him.
Look at the whole thing. Obasanjo versus Tinubu with the issue of this creation of local government and all those things. And I'm very sure
Sorry, Simba, I'm going to mute you again. There's a noise coming from you. Yeah, carry on.
Look at Obasanjo versus Tinubu regarding this local government of a thing.
Sorry, Larry. When you want to come in, just on mute. But yeah, carry on.
Look at the whole thing, Obasanjo versus Tinubu with local governments and all those things. I know what Baba was trying to say then was like, yeah, let's local government have, these are the created local government. At least let them be able to finance themselves. But immediately the governors came in, they started, oh yeah, we are going to divide it. We are going to do this. They have this autonomy over this local government. We have this LCDA. We have this. We have that. Immediately Tinubu was able to do that. Every other person started picking it up. And after that, the next thing you saw was that local government election, right? It became, kind of like a department of the state, right?
Sorry, Speaker, I'm not sure you got this right. The whole point of OBJ's confab was to get him third term. That was the whole thing behind the sham of a confab. He wanted third term. That was the point.
I'm not talking of confab.
I'm not talking about Obasanjo versus Tinubu.
Can I respond to you, Larry?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we are talking about local government BT, not confab.
Yes, sir.
I could remember vividly during his first tenure, because even during the military, the local government are working and they are working perfectly. The whole problem started during Obasanjo regime. First of all, he had problem during his first tenure because he was also staff of fund. Because that time oil was not selling, even the production was not that high. I could remember that period. It was not even giving local government allocation. That time is zero allocation. If you remember, they even used to publish whatever they are allocated to each local government every month, and everybody will see it. But it did not even have fund. Then for you to come and be telling us that because he wanted local government to function, that was why he was against what Tinubu wanted. He discovered that those local governments in Lagos were so big that they were not performing well, and that was why he created LCDA to also move governance closer to the people.
That's not true. Tinubu was just trying to expand his political empire. He was trying to
whatever. If somebody created,
it was a political. It was what was the reason behind that creation of LCDA was political, so that he can establish.
But okay, I agree with you. I agree with you.
He had
I agree with you.
But he had a long-term plan that how can I establish my political presence across the state? Because by then he wasn't controlling all the local government. PDP, they were like sharing the local government in the state. A lot of local government were controlled by PDP from the onset. So what can I do so that I can break this, control, and I can establish my presence too for a long-term political ambition? That was it. It was fraud. It was a fraudulent creation just for himself and to establish his political empire. It is not meant for any Lagos State. Local government before he came in were functioning well in Lagos State. Every part of Lagos State were functioning well. even under the military.
Okay. Thank you. Now, there is nothing anybody can do without the backing of the constitution. So if you are telling me just because the governors are doing this because and that was why they led to collapse, it was the clause in the constitution that actually granted the state to manage the local government was actually activated during Obasanjo regime. What did he do to prevent that? He was dancing to the tune of the governor just because of his second term ambition. And for you people to come and that guy, yes, he did some good things, but he did a lot of wrong in that country also. And we have to agree with that. Obasanjo had the goodwill to actually put that country on a good pedestal. But because of his selfishness, selfish ambition, if you look at the Obasanjo regime, what Obasanjo did during his own regime, there is no president that can come and try it now. He will not escape it. He enjoyed the goodwill of everybody in that country. And he did a lot of things and he went away with it.
That's not true. He wasn't enjoying the goodwill of everybody, particularly from the Southwest. Southwest was not. Hold on. Don't let us be spreading this propaganda.
Which propaganda? Is that a propaganda?
Yeah, you are spreading propaganda. The Southwest was not on board with Obasanjo from day one. They were anti-Obasanjo. Every move is making, every policy is pushing. Yoruba people, Yoruba political leaders.
But did you agree with me that he has a hand in the problem that we have with the local government now? Did you agree with me?
That what?
That he has a hand. He was the cause. He was the one that started.
How can it be the cause? Hold on. How can it be the cause? When actually, as a military officer, he was the one that created local government.
Okay, so because the non-functioning of the local government started during Obasanjo regime.
What happened is that the constitution handed over to him by the military.
Hold
So
on, Sibat. Let's look for me.
Yes, the constitution handed over to him by the military. Have it there that the funding to local government must not go directly to local government, but through the state. So it wasn't Obasanjo, but the constitution. And remember, at the beginning of the administration, he was sending allocation directly to the local government because nobody knew, because that was the way he was operated under the military. And nobody knew because the constitution, nobody saw it before they started the democracy. He didn't even see the constitution. There wasn't hard copy of it. It was just in a sheet of paper that was given to him on the day one. So nobody knew, nobody saw anything about the constitution. And he was practicing the way the military left it by sending money direct to the local government.
How can you be seeing this kind of thing on a global platform that nobody know about our constitution? The president does not see the constitution.
Look at you. Look
so
at this.
What is he using to govern the country? What are you talking about now? How can you because you want to lie? Because you want to lie.
One voice at a time.
You are being economical with it. How can you tell us that our constitution was on a sheet of paper?
Don't listen with biased mind.
It's you that is telling lie now, Baba.
I'm not telling lie. The constitution was
on a sheet of paper. Nobody sees it. Nobody knows anything about it. And he's the president is governing the country without constitution. Is that what you are telling us?
I'm not saying that we didn't have constitution. The constitution.
You say he doesn't know anything about it. You just said it now.
Simba, let him make that point. Yeah, go on.
Why can't you just listen? What I'm telling you is that we had a new constitution back then because the military hurriedly handed over. And because of the shenanigan constitution that they handed over, they didn't let anybody, it wasn't available before they handed over. So nobody have seen it. They handed over the constitution on the day one for them to swear in on the constitution at the swearing in. And it was later that the governor came up to say, look, the money that federal government is sending directly to the local government is unconstitutional, because they did not know from the day one. They thought that, yes, it should, I mean, the system being operated by the military by sending money separate to the local the local government funding going separate to them, not through the state, was the way it should continue. So it was later the governors gang up, haven't read the and saw it, they said, no, you cannot continue to do it. The money to the local government must come through them, and that was how the state government cornered the local government. That was how they were able to have local government under their own control since then till date. So you can't say it's Obasanjo. It's the constitution of Nigeria. And every effort to stop it, they refuse it because they know it worked for them politically to have the local government under their control. They can starve them financially, and they can control them politically. So, and that is what is happening today. If local governments have been receiving their funding directly and not through the state, I think the local government will have enjoyed autonomy, and they will have performed better the way than what we have it today. So you can't blame Obasanjo for that. It's not Obasanjo. It's the mirage constitution, which Baba Adebanjo has been speaking against, is the cause of the problem, and that is why Nigeria is not working. So when Baba Adebanjo speak, anytime that he talk that this constitution is not working, and that restructuring is the way out, and restructuring with a new constitution, restructuring that we give every state and every region or geographic group you want to call it, their resource control, and not waiting for funding from the federal government or monthly allocation from the federal government. You see, that is what I see as a patriot. He's a patriot, and he fought for this democracy that they were fighting. Tinubu ran away. Some other political leader ran away from the country from the fear that they would be killed by the military. But that Baba stood. He was there, and they attempted to kill them. And they even came out on the TV telling Abacha, we owe you 1 bullet. If you want to come and kill us, we owe you 1 bullet. That is a patriot. So if you don't want to see him as a patriot, I don't know who you want to see as a patriot at the age of 94, still fighting for the goodness of the country, still calling on the present administration and every government to do the right
Well,
thing.
ma'am, please allow me to interject, please.
Before you interject, I want Simba to have the right to reply, but Simba condense it, and then you have a say the star, and then after you, I want us to bring King into the conversation, because I think he's joining us for the first time. So Simba, you respond to Ajanle Koko, and then you have the final word after him, the star, and then we bring King on. Simba.
Okay, thank you, one man. I don't think it will be good for Babajide to come here and be telling us that the Obasanjo regime, even during their first tenure, does not know anything about the constitution. When we have that democracy, when they added over, the military added over, everybody was still skeptical about the workability of that democracy because of the previous experience. Even the people that actually won the election during that time, people just gave them that opportunity that let us protect this democracy because this is what we wanted. A lot of people have suffered, a lot of people have been killed because of this thing. So that goodwill, that's what I'm calling about goodwill. Nobody was against them. They have that goodwill to do whatever they wanted to do. But Obasanjo refused. What did he do about the restructuring during his own 8 years tenure? It was not even a discussion. It was only that Afenifere that was championing that restructuring that time. Everybody was aware of that. What did he do about the constitution, the so-called constitution that we said it was not good? Instead of him to even go to the National Assembly to put all these things to them and say, okay, these things are not good for us, change it. He was busy changing senators, impeaching everybody all over the place, but just because of his selfish interest. So he did nothing to prevent the fall of the local government. That's what I'm saying. So he was during his own regime. That was when the local government started disappearing gradually, and that was what we are seeing today. He did nothing to prevent local government from non-functioning. So that's what I want to say about that woman.
All right, Bredan.
Sorry, woman. Let me just quickly say this. Woman, woman. Do you know why? Do you know why I would support Simba? You see, Obasanjo, if you look at it, Obasanjo did nothing to strengthen our democracy after he came to power. He did a lot when he was military. But when he came to power, he did a lot of things that threatened the democratic process. He organized the worst election ever. Even the winner of the election said, no, this election was fraudulent. You understand? His second term, it was just, that was how he took over the West and other places. PDP was winning everywhere. He removed Senate president. Those are the kind of things that threatens democracy. 3 Senate president, remove speaker, remove
no, is it 3? He used 7 Senate presidency for 8 years. 7.
Then now, he do you know, he removed governor with 3, how many overnight?
He was he was arrogant. He said PDP will rule for 60 years.
So it was threatening.
He did not give. It was not. It's not. Obasanjo is not a Democrat. He's not a Democrat at all. Forget about it.
Autocratic.
I agree with you guys. I agree. I agree 100%. It was not
at all. It didn't threaten our democracy. So he didn't. Restructuring was not. It's not. It wasn't ready to listen to them. Say restructuring my food. It was just bullish and everything. So I beg. people do.
That is why I said, Patoski. I said that part of his selfish agenda was to sneak in that third term during the
so-called. Yes, that was the reason.
I remember now.
No, that's one of the reasons was Wabara and the rest. He hated them. Wabara lost his bank. You know, all those kind of things. I beg.
All right, they start coming and look at this guy.
Let me agree 100% with the last 2 callers. And in addition to that, I think Obasanjo missed a golden opportunity to restructure Nigeria, because when Obasanjo was there, Obasanjo was, apart from the fact that he was bullish and he was ready to crush anybody that could come his way. Do you know that Obasanjo was the one that picked everybody from president, vice president, and all the state governors, even state governor of Niger, where IPOB came from. It was Obasanjo that imposed governors there. But because of the third time ambition of Obasanjo mess up. Then I want to correct the misconception of Babajale Koko concerning the creation of local government in Lagos State. I was an active player. I don't know where Babajale Koko being based then. I was not only based in Lagos, but I was an active player. It was very unfortunate if Babajale Koko can be attributing a democracy that we enjoy today without counting Tinubu as one of the pioneer the first 11. Baba Adebanjo, you can liken Baba Adebanjo to Edwin Clark. They are only using saying it was only talking, they are talking. Tunumbu, they are the strategists. They are the one on the field. Do you know that because of the June 12, because of the democracy, Tunumbu sacrificed his Senate presidency just because of had it been that he agreed with the LBB there, they were ready to give him any money that he wants. But this is the guy. Do you know how he even survived? That he was not killed before he escaped to abroad, and he was funding all this radio coup de rat, all this violation of this world. It was Tunumbu that was sponsoring everybody at the expense of his career, his life, and the life of his family. So that is for that. Then for the local government, it was the collective decision of all the ladies. But unfortunately, by the second time, it was only Tunumbu that remained. And Tunumbu was resolute because it was an injustice that Kano State, that is not as in terms of population, that is not as big as Lagos State, that was created the same period. They carved out two states from Kano, and Kano State has 44 local government, while Lagos State had 21 local government. And that injustice that Tinubu was fighting for. Instead of I was in a PDP. My wife was a contestant, and
For what?
Do you know that PDP, they went to court?
She was a contender for what? For what?
I mean, councillorship under the old local government. We all knew, including Ogunle, including Senator Ogunlewe, Letefusho Williams, everybody in Neki. Go and listen to their past interviews. What they were only against Tunumbu is that he should have allowed Constitution to be adjusted. Nobody, because because they did not see anything at which they can hold on to Tunumbu. Everybody, including PDP, they knew that Tunumbu was doing the right thing, and they became OBJ himself. But Tunumbu is a champion. I didn't mean that. Babajale Koko, are you telling me that Kano State, that is not as big as a Lagos State in terms of population, that is having 44 local government? Are you telling me? Are you telling me that Tunumbu was wrong for creating the local government that they created? And when he created it, throughout the tenure, he was running it on his own from the money generated from the state government. All this can be OBJ. They dealt with him, and a Yoruba man for that matter. So when you are talking of democracy that we are enjoying today, give it to Tinubu. All the people that did not fought as much as a Tinubu, they were the ones that are enjoying. So local government administrations, go and look what some of the local government in Lagos State, go and look what they are doing today. So, and despite the fact that there were 56 local government, and they are still giving them to 20 local government from the federal government. It was a OBJ that destroyed the local government administrations in Nigeria. I did be that he allowed Tinubu that time. Every other state, especially in the south, they will have followed suit, and they will have changed the constitution. So that is just a misconceptions that that I want to correct Babajale Koko for.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's quite expansive. So that's the star who has a first-hand knowledge of that space. So thank you, the star. I want to bring King's.
Let me round up one man. So
all right, round up. Then I want to bring King on. I think it's have you heard him before? I think it's his first time here. Have you heard him before?
I'm not sure.
So, I'm enjoying this show tonight, one man. I'm enjoying this show.
Of course, you enjoy it every night now. Why
I'm not
tonight?
One man. I'm not a first timer.
No. There's a guy called King. Who I think
more like last party against more like party.
You know, anytime Ajale Koko is on the spot, you always enjoy it. You are saying by me, man. Totally Ajale Koko. Oh, that was the enemy,
let me tell
one man, you might have said something about Obasanjo real quick. I mean, about the
let Ajale Koko round off, and then you have your insertion, and then I want to hear from King so that we know Ajale Koko has started off. Ajale Koko.
Yeah. Let me round off one man. So let me tell you, our people can forget things so easy, and they can praise Tinubu all the way to high heaven. Tinubu did this, Tinubu gave us democracy, all this propaganda. The Tinubu that gave you democracy, that showed that it's a Democrat. Under him, 3 vice governor. Under him. Under a Democrat, this Tinubu you are praising. He fired the first, the second, 3 in 8 years. 3 vice governor, and that is the best person that, yes, is a Democrat. Look, I am telling you, the creation of LCDA was a fraud and was meant to expand its political empire in preparation for political future. It is not meant for any good thing for Lagos State. It can carry out the propaganda, all because it was against what do you call it? Obasanjo. Yoruba then were playing anti-Obasanjo politics, and Tinubu and the rest were using that opportunity back then to do a lot of things that, yes, because they knew Yoruba were on board with them on everything. So this
Babajale Koko, that was a pure lie. Southwest they gave Obasanjo in the second term 80% votes. Go and check all the states.
All right, let Ajale Koko land. Otherwise, we'll just
I'll give others the chance to speak. See, this anti-Obasanjo politics was clear in that election that got Obasanjo to the position of president. It's called the lowest vote in the whole of Federation, in all geographic zones in Yoruba land. That is where he came from. Because Yoruba have carried out propaganda. This is a slave to Fulani. It's not going to do anything good for Yoruba people. It's not going to do anything. It's been picked to serve the Fulani, to serve the Hausa people. It cannot do anything. So all those resonated with people because we are coming out from military rule. Abacha annulment of due to it. So that anger against the military rule and Hausa particularly, Yoruba people did not want to see anything because they regarded PDP as Hausa as northern party, northern owned party. So this propaganda was the reason why you see Tinubu and all the rest taking all this action. And what Obasanjo was fighting for by that time against Tinubu was that now you wanted to start your own LCDA in contrary to what the Constitution, recognizes. You are going to, if he allowed him to get away with it, this is going to spread across the country and it could cause a political confusion with the way the country is structured. Local governments that are recognized by the state, by the Nigerian state, is well defined. We know them. 20 local governments in Lagos and some other, they have Kano 44 and all these things. But the way to change it is clear in the Constitution. You have to go through the Parliament. That was the way it was written in the Constitution. If you want to increase your local government, there's a way that you can push for it through the Parliament, the Congress, or what do you call it, the Assembly. And once it's approved by the Assembly, you will have your this thing. Okay, when you are all justifying that what the Tinubu did in Lagos State, why can't you just say, okay, why not Yoruba Southwest increase their own state by having some other state, additional state in the West? Why not do that? And you have all forgotten the problem that Obasanjo faced from day one with what do you call it? This Sharia push from the north, when it started rolling out some policy that anti-northern policy. The Sharia, when they came up with Sharia in order to push back and possibly, bring down its government. You have all forgotten that. So, and at the same time, you see the Yoruba were asking for, what do you call it? Sovereign National Conference. Sovereign National Conference. So there was all this battle across the country. People were jostling here for power, north against the west, west against the north, and it was the president that just came in time of crisis, political crisis, economic crisis. So all these things were too much crisis across the country, and militia group everywhere, OPC, some other militia group across the country. So let me tell you this. Obasanjo did his best for the country, but for Tinubu, you can't continue to tell us that Tinubu is a Democrat back then, because he fired the union leader in Lagos when they were striking for better pay. He fired him. He created local government in contrary to the constitution of the country. All those things they did just on the basis of tribal politics, which worked for him, and is still working for you people now. So let me tell you, but in conclusion, Baba Ayo Adebanjo remain a Democrat. God will continue to bless him. God will continue to give him strength. And when you listen to him talk, that man can make reference to historical date, historical event at that age. I don't know whether you noticed that, one man.
Yes. Do you remember that Ogbeni is going? He said he was going to sample him to capture what he has to offer in terms of missing gaps in our history.
Look, but you know what, one man, you know that longevity is actually something you can inherit.
Yes, it's genetically, but I just want that people to learn.
I'm talking about his sharp memory, that this man can make reference to historical date, historical event, and many, many things in the past, the Constitution, the Masterson Constitution, the way they did, and every step of the way that what we went through before independence and immediately after independence, and everything that went through, this man will be mentioned. I mean, he's a great man. I have my respect for him. God will continue to bless him. He's a patriot. He's an illustrious son of Yoruba land, and he's a Nigerian to the core. And he has been speaking. Every time he speaks, he speaks for the good of the country. I hope that the president will listen to him and carry out restructuring. If restructuring is not done, that will bring resource control to the state. You ain't going nowhere. That's the truth. Centralization is not the option. It's an option for failure. It's not an option for development. So Baba Ayo Adebanjo calling for restructuring all the time is right. And I give my respect to him. God will continue to give him long life and good health. Let me leave it there, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Excellent. So that's Ajale Koko. And thank you, Ajale Koko, for holding the space as our others joined us. So that was Ajale Koko that held it steady. Mike, you wanted to... Obasanjo?
Yeah. First of all, the democracy, the real democracy we have today, it was brought by, I would say it's credited to Goodluck Jonathan. He's the one that actually introduced the real democracy. You see that one the one we are, I won't say maybe it's not the best, but the one we have right now, it's not the same one we had during Obasanjo. You see that one in 1999, the Americans and the British anti-Obasanjo gave to Obasanjo. That was the kind of democracy of the Uganda, Cameroon. That was the kind of democracy. He was a puppet. Obasanjo was a hand-picked puppet by the Americans and the British. I know the game very well. They knew what they were doing. They want to make sure they have that control of Nigeria. It's the same thing whenever a leader is against them, they find a way to take him out. The guy that took out Murtala Muhammad, Maurice Temple's man, he was one that later married Jackie Kennedy. I know that man. He was the one Jimmy Carter picked to take out Murtala Muhammad, and they took Obasanjo as a puppet. That time in the 70s, he always do the American bidding. Later, when they picked Babangida to do their bidding, when Abacha came, Abacha was refusing to do their bidding, and also they didn't want MKO to be there to be president because they knew the guy was not going to do their bidding, and Abacha wasn't doing their bidding because they thought he was going to do like Babangida, but that one was a knucklehead. So they took out Abiola and Abacha, and they were like, okay, who do we trust in this Nigeria to put? Then Obasanjo, that same man we used before, we can put him back. Now they wanted to use Obasanjo to rule Nigeria forever, or use him to indirectly be putting his puppet in place. They unpicked him. He wasn't a real democracy. And when he was leaving, he unpicked Yar'Adua. He was going to be using controlling Nigeria from the background. But fortunately for Nigeria, unfortunately for him and his puppet masters, the British and the Americans, Yar'Adua died. And that's why Jonathan entered. Fortunately, when Jonathan entered mysteriously, it was like an unknown factor. Jonathan happened to be listening to some intelligent Nigerians. They were exposing everything to him. The real secrets, like what's going on. And Jonathan decided not to do the bidding of the British American. I'm not saying 100%, but he became more. Now he allowed real democracy, follow the rules, the real laws of the land, and brought down democracy.
Is this all speculation, or is there?
One man, I was. If you want me to start telling secrets to you, you go open your mouth. Things with me, I know underground. I tell you that I know Americans don't go. If I tell you I know people, they tell me something, they go from Africa. What's his name? When Jonathan came, when he was refusing to do their bidding, they wanted to use Obasanjo. They called Obasanjo, they were trying to use him to do a military coup to take out Jonathan. But Obasanjo remember and say, now waiting allow me for prison during Abacha time with this. So that's why he refused. The guy said no. And that was the time where America of his family started talking bad about Obasanjo, trashing him. Then they realized, what can they do about this Jonathan? They frustrated Jonathan's government, and that's when they started some Western hands behind that Boko Haram. They were using it to destabilize the guy's government, giving Boko Haram anti-aircraft weapons. I was like, where these people they get all these weapons from? Even what's his name? Jonathan even did them worse because the same West, they never wanted Buhari to be president at all because they were the one that organized the coup, Babangida, to overthrow Buhari in the first place in the 80s. If you go and watch when this British guy was telling Buhari that you will never be president of Nigeria, when the guy kept running for president, you know, they said you never become president of Nigeria. You go and look at it. Jonathan, make sure that's why Jonathan was like, okay, you know what, this guy Buhari, we can allow him to win. He allowed Buhari to win. Buhari entered. Buhari said refused to do their biddings, you know. So let's be fair, man. Jonathan, we have to give the credit of the democracy we have to Jonathan. No, Obasanjo. Obasanjo's democracy was more of Museveni and Paul Biya kind of democracy. That was the one that he was trying to do with us. And we have the guys just expose him now with going against the rule, dictatorship. That's what he was doing now. So let's stop praising Obasanjo, man. Obasanjo and Babangida were the two worst presidents in Nigerian history. Are the one that destroyed that country, man. Two of them, you know.
All right, brilliant. Actually, I think that was a question we visited once. The two worst Nigerian presidents. So according to Mike, Obasanjo and Babangida, I will actually say the worst president has been the last administration. I don't think it is ever.
Somebody said Obasanjo is the worst president when he stabilized the political structure of the country, when he stabilized the economy that was in shambles by the time he came in, when he was able to put Nigeria together.
You see that economy, that economy will keep talking. It wasn't only that, it was the telecom revolution of the telecommunication sector, which was across Africa. So it wasn't about just he didn't invent telecommunication. It was something Oyinbo invent. So all this credit about it just happened to happen during that time. But the guy built nothing, no infrastructure, nothing.
Okay. When the
even build road to his farm, the road to his village, he didn't build it. He did nothing. He was just giving money to America, giving American companies contract, British. They just looting Nigeria, BP, all of them. They just own everything.
For the 8 years, it didn't build one road. That is true. So a nation that was moving towards disintegration, it was able to put it back. A nation that the economy was flattening, bankrupt, it was able to bring it back to.
Obasanjo had a very good thing, though.
Economy that was attractive.
He put up a very good thing.
Attractive to investors, buoyant economy, one of the best in the history of the country. The GDP was around 15%. We hit around 15 or 18% during his time. And since then,
it's the telecom sector now. It's technology that came in place, and technology revolution that came. That's not British. Obasanjo also have the economic brain now.
All right, gentlemen, let me bring King in. He has been here for a while. Round it up in a couple more sentences. I then we bring King. Oh, you stop.
Why are you giving? I don't go has landed so many times now.
No.
Keep on landing.
I can't have special privileges. I can't have special privileges, as you know now. All right, King, on mute. Let's hear from you. Let's hear from you, King.
He's the one man. He's the OBJ of this platform.
He's the OBJ. He's the area of the cacao for the whole something.
So when I'm hearing people, Obasanjo destroyed Nigeria, how can you say he destroyed Nigeria when he stabilized the political structure, when the economy was able to put in place a good economy that worked for everybody? Civil servants were buying houses, they were buying cars, they were building. That is not possible today. Every one of us.
Okay, civil servants. I mean, what percentage of Nigerians are civil servants? Less than 1%.
We were running business.
Let's just go on to King.
Everybody was doing good.
Otherwise,
only civil servants. They are less than 1% of Nigerian population.
All right, King. If you are still there on mute, I've cleared the deck for you. So let's hear from you, King. King. After all that effort,
hello.
Good to have you. Is this your first time here?
Oh man, this is Kigo talking. Kigo.
What happened now? You abandoned us, eh?
No.
What happened? You travel?
Yeah. I've not been around for some while.
Did you go home? Okay. How the place?
Not bad. Everything is okay. I can hear Mike say that Obasanjo didn't do anything in the country, but really was able to put the country together, and he had a very good thing. I think he did. He just do his best. That's what I think in the area of Obasanjo. I don't think.
He probably had the best team so far. If you look at the names
so far in the history of Nigeria,
we are looking up to now.
Till tomorrow.
Madam, the World Bank woman, the African Bank,
all them, the one that died, Dora Akunyele, all these strong women, they all came up during Obasanjo's era, and they did very well in their respective offices.
And curiously, since then, no other name has come. Oh, the names we're still talking about are still Madam Okonjo-Iweala, Adesina. We're still talking about the cabinet of Obasanjo.
Adesina was not Obasanjo's cabinet.
Was it not?
Adesina was good luck.
Was it?
What of Akunyele?
It was good luck, man.
Oh, sorry.
Dora.
Okay. No, there it is.
What about later Akunyele? I thought she was
Akunyele was OBJ. Akunyele was under Obasanjo.
Akunyele was actually NAFDAC during OBJ, and I think she became a minister under Goodluck.
Okay.
What did Obasanjo build for Nigeria? Can somebody name one thing he built?
When she was in that board, she also performed very well. She did very well also. Those are Obasanjo team.
We had a
those names they got out of this piece.
Well, Nigerians always have scholars working under every government now. If you go and look at it, even look at that government, people like Shurika, a lot of educated people now. We've never been short of educated people, so it's not a big deal. The question is, what did they build? We can point out project Jonathan did. We can point out projects Buhari did. We can see what Tinubu is trying to do. Big projects that we can say, we see something. What did Obasanjo build the entire 8 years? Nothing.
I thought he was able to clear our debt. We were not only debt.
Even that debt clearance. It's not. If you see the economists, they will tell you that is not the best thing to do. Have you ever seen any country clearing their debt?
America is a
poor economic measure. Nobody, no country to clear debts. It was they asked him, they wanted money from him.
Do you know how much it costs to service debt? To service debt? Do you know how much it costs? If you cleared it, it make you free, it make your country credit worthiness. That credit worthiness, he brought it, and you are still blaming him. Wait, Nigerians, bye.
He didn't build anything. The man didn't build anything. That's not how it's so-called there declared. There was poverty, nothing. The Nigeria was shit. All the roads were bad. Everything. I used to hate going to Nigeria.
He said he built democracy. How did he put King? In fact, this what tell us, because Baba Ajale Koko lie. He made that a clause. He just inserted that clause and he ran away. He said he built our democratic structure. What did he build in our democratic structure? When he was busy removing.
Let me answer you. Do you know what he did? Do you know what he did in the way he restructured the military in such a way that they cannot plan coup again to take out democracy in Nigeria? That is the good thing.
Let's be honest.
Yes, that I agree.
King, I tried though, but I don't think they want to hear from
Let's be honest. OBJ beat a lot of roads. That one, I can testify now. He beat a lot of roads.
Including the one to his farmer. The one to his
BT.
If we can have
that Asaba bypass.
King, yes, King. Carry on.
Is it that Asaba bypass? That's the only road I knew Obasanjo. Was it Obasanjo that built that road, sir?
It was not during his regime that this Asian man, this what's his name? This Edo man was the minister for works. He was using that one to loot our money that time.
And I would not say that is also the.
Ajale will remind me the name of this Edo man that was the Minister of Works during Obasanjo?
I can't remember his name now.
Okay. It was an Asian man. He was the one that was. They were constructing road and they were looting the money during the Obasanjo regime. I beg you. Emma change the issue.
Anini.
Anini.
Yeah, Mr. Physics.
Tony Anini.
The guy knew the name, and he is known. It's not known to criminality.
What do you expect
He
from
went
a
to bring an
retired
enemy to
police
come and be in charge
officer?
of.
Now we have 4 voices speaking.
So one man, what's your next stop?
No. I was just really wanting you to catch us up with your politics. What have you been looking at? What are you making of Tinubu? Is journey so far? And why is Peter Obi still campaigning? So just catch us up with where you are in politics.
The area of Tinubu, the guy is really, come to think about it, when you go back to the politics, you will see that among all candidates in the past, Tinubu, we should give him the most experience when it comes to leadership. Let's not take that from that guy. And we might call him all sort of names. We might think of this and say this and say that. But when you look at the candidates of the past, from Bidati to even what do you call it, Kwankwaso, Atiku Abubakar, which is the former. If you want to talk of the experienced leader among these people, I think it's Tinubu. Why do I say that? That guy has held so many positions, even during the fight for nomadist democracy when he was among this Nadeco or wherever. So when you look at someone like Tinubu was able to run Lagos State during the Obasanjo regime, and also not only challenge Obasanjo, always trying to put Obasanjo to his opposition, you know. At the end of the day, was able to seize Lagos and made Lagos his personal property till date before he became the president of Nigeria. I felt that guy is one of the most experienced among all the candidates, all the 10 candidates. And it's one of that kind of person that you cannot just you can't just come and push away that you are from North or you are from one place or you are a Wusa man or a Fulani man. I don't think Tinubu can be subjected to any of those kind of intimidation easily, you know.
King.
And in his journey so far.
Sorry, King. Let me just agree with you for a moment. It'll be very difficult for Tinubu is the one president so far that has not come in via a godfather. Even Buhari, Tinubu was his godfather because Tinubu opened the door for him to go in.
Yes,
this Obasanjo, Babangida was his godfather. If Babangida had not picked him, he won't be president. Yar'Adua, Obasanjo was his godfather. Goodluck Jonathan, Obasanjo was his godfather. Buhari, Obasanjo, and Tinubu were his godfather. But nobody opened the door for Tinubu. He kicked the door in and sat on the seat. So nobody can go up and tell you that.
France is his godfather, one man. France is his godfather.
France. Yes.
You are very correct. Yes. You are very correct. That's why I said the guy is one of the most experienced among all the candidates. And he's doing wonderfully well, when you look at the politics today. Why do I say that? You look at the infrastructure that is going on across the country. His ministers are working. You know, forget about this dollar that just skyrocketed of late. Although if we know that the balancing now that they say that we know it's a little bit fake, but at least they are trying to do something about it, you know. So when you look at the guy leadership, his style alone, man, I give it to him. I know he will do better. I know from day one that will make a better president. I said it during his campaign also. I said the guy will be good when it comes to the presidency. Just go back, look among all of them. You see Banjo. Who among those candidates then, or whether aspirant or whatever, you can use to compare the guy in terms of leadership, governance, and experience, you know? It's very difficult to really get one person that can really match him, normally, you know? So in terms of how it's going in his.
But were you not an obedient? I seem to remember that you were obedient once upon a time. What changed?
Like myself, I was not really obedient, but I supported Peter Obi, and alternatively, I also supported Tinubu. Of that, I was really obedient, you know, because when you want to, because this leadership of a thing, everybody will just say, "I want to be there, I want to be there." My brother, if they give you this country to run, you will now understand that it's not what you are thinking. You understand? So with what that guy is doing now, we believe that in the next, before he clock a year in office, we might begin to see some kind of, relief, if not really visible, before another 6 months of his stay. We know that the country will have some change because he's a man of ideas and is a real man of I don't know. He's a man of vision.
What are you making of what are you making of the borehole politics that Obi is playing at the moment? This borehole something that he's doing.
Obi going to do the ball, man. It's a matter. It's just a matter of being nice to your people as one people. Even if it is politics, he's trying to play. He's playing it well. He's playing it well, but the question and the truth still remains that are those people ready to buy into those politics when the time is calm? That is what we don't think we can say for now. But maybe as time goes on, we'll begin to see the difference. But to my understanding, as long as Tinubu is in that office, 8 years we meet him there.
It's almost it will take something to take him out of. It will take more than Betta Obi has to offer to take Tinubu out of Aso Rock. More than
I said, as long as Tinubu will rule it, Tinubu will run his 8 years. He will come to his Lagos residence in Bodilon and sit down. He will still be there like
yeah. But
normal
what happens after Tinubu though, and what happens to Betta Obi? Because if Tinubu serves 8 years, then it cannot be replaced by Betta Obi.
Betta Obi is still a young man. He can still wait for another 8 years. Doesn't really matter.
Definitely years,
power may likely shift to the north central because Saraki has been, making some noise with regard to that power shift to north central. So definitely after the 8 years of Bola Tinubu, we'll be seeing a shift, to the north. You understand?
Yeah, but by the time he comes back to the south, Betta Obi will be the same age as Atiku now. He'll be
by the time he come back to the
80.
south, maybe another rising star might have, emerged from nowhere, just as Peter Obi emerged on his own. So we can see L00TING there still doing wonders in the east. People will still believe in him. So these are the things. He must not be Obi forever. Yes, he's popular. Yes, he wanted to do, but come on, the time does not really give him, it's not really, catch the permission. So who is he going to blame for that? Nigerians at large.
What do you think is
what of Atiku that has been running and is still sitting aside somewhere? Yeah.
That Atiku is a joker, isn't he?
Atiku has run for the presidency and lost for more than 6 times. So
King, what are you making of Atiku? You mentioned him there. So he's still punching at the presidency, which is to suggest that he still has ambitions to be president. But he'll be 81 in 2027. So at what point does he? At what point is enough enough?
In 2027, definitely he will not be there. The incumbent will still defeat him. Then we wait for 2031 when he will be 85. And then we will look whether he will still put a run or so. So that's what we will do because if you begin to try to predict these people or what can happen to them, sometimes you will just be talking nonsense, So you just look at
because King, I remember. Do you remember during the campaigning? There was a time Kadira Ahmed asked him if he did not consider himself too old to be run, to be running, and then he accused her of being ageist. So, and now he's going to be 4 years older still, when people were already complaining about his age in the last 2 cycles. So, I mean, that man.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm telling you that Obi still have time to run, Obi. But Atiku should try and relax, because first and foremost, if the power go back to the north, they will not give this power to Atiku. Even the northerners are tired of him. They are not ready to give it power. And secondly, PDP might not succeed in the north. An APC, big wig, or an APC, hierarchy might emerge that can normally, defeat whosoever that they are bringing out of the north. Because APC, they are the people in power. They are the ruling power. They can see us verse and rig anyone there. You know our country now. Mahmoud Abbas will come and tell them again that there was some, what do you call it, the system. Yeah? There was a mix-up or whatever. So it will be very, very difficult. I love Atiku. I love his doggedness. I love the way he's really attacking, trying to, push his voice out there to the people. But,
sorry, is that ego?
Yes, ego speaking. Yeah.
Oh God, what happened to you, man? The same ego that used Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko. It's the same ego that used to drive around the Koye telling us you can drive at night. Oh God!
So you don't know it's ego talking?
No. I was just trying to picture. So many names have been gone.
I am catching up from another of my device. That's why this name is changed. Yeah.
Now, wow.
Not be small.
Now, I was thinking about you, and then I was worried about you, and then I thought, what happened to this guy? He just disappeared off the. I thought maybe.
I went on the reader, but it's okay.
I thought maybe you had an encounter with the Fulani headsman.
No, not at all.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, So that's the position. Atiku should just be just normal opposition like this, the Betta Edu, like what they are doing now. The duty of Atiku now is to be speaking the truth about the nation, about the country. As an elder statesman, not to be thinking of the presidency, because he would not, I don't think he has the chance at 85. How now? How? Nigerians have a lot of smart people. Now look at Senegal, they are current president for the 4 years. Even if we have not seen anything that they have done, or even if they are just swearing him in, we are expecting to see his performance or how he step on issues, But there are a lot of talents in this country, and then at least we can get people to represent us better off than even some of the youngest presidents across the West or the African coast. So I think we should please. I think Atiku should just be an opposition. Like this, the elder statesman.
Hold on, Nigo. Mike, do you remember this guy?
Yeah, that's what I was about to tell you. Like this guy, this is ego, man. I'm like,
remember him?
That's my man.
The way he started talking, I was like, this is ego, man.
It's a moment for the penny to drop. If Ajale Koko was it, comes back,
I've been hearing my.
I know ego voice now.
You guys now.
No, I've been trying to pretend along like I remember him. So like when you say you don't remember me, but then suddenly then I triggered that this is ego.
When you almost threw me off, I was like, I said this is ego, but then when two of you almost threw me off because ego was a diehard. The guy was a diehard Odebanjo guy, remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then when he spoke against Odebanjo, I'm like, is that somebody else?
Wow. It was actually it suddenly dropped that that is ego now. I used to call Ajamile Koko. My goodness, we've gone through the cycle, Mike, on this platform. So many names.
You can be here today, and for some better reasons, you'll be here tomorrow, of course. So it's the politics. So how you doing now, Mike? Quite a long time.
You go long time. You don't just like 2 years when you come this platform.
Yeah. No, it's not up to.
Yeah,
It's not. I
yeah.
can briefly, but it does take some time now. Yeah, you know.
But what happened? What happened though?
Sometimes
Did you leave the country? Did you what did you?
I've not been in Nigeria for some time now.
But you told us that nothing will ever make you leave Nigeria. Do you not remember telling us that?
Why not? I must always go on holidays and come back now. At least, even if I don't leave Nigeria, I must always at least. I'm back now. I'm in my country. Nigeria is my country. Why not? I have to be here.
What are you making of all this pricing, all these complaints that people are making all over the place?
The complaints are there, but you don't like it is now. It is what it is. Those that don't have. Those that have. So that's how it is. People are still surviving. The few people are still filling their tank. Even if some are not able to drive their cars again, even if some have sold their own cars, some are also able to do the things normally. Yes, things are very things have changed in Nigeria. Everything is really on the very high side. Even the rich are also crying now. But come on, people are still moving on with their lives.
Now, wow, ego of all people. All right. I wanted to hear from Larry. Adebanjo is there.
Where is Thomas?
Everybody's around. They're just here, there, and everywhere. You know how it is.
Ayo. It's okay. Where is Bia, your friend? She's
wherever. You know, people come and look at you now. You came and went, and you know. So that's just the only thing that's consistent here is probably me and Ajan Lekoko.
Bia don't go Rudolph channel, man.
Yeah.
Bia went from Bia Odua to Bia, and now she's it's something. I don't know. She's not changing name again.
Man, it's nice to be with you guys, man. It's quite fun, a lot of fun, man.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Ego. Let's hear from Darati. I think we'll have Darati. Darati. Hopefully your system is okay.
Hello, man.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
Good. All right, come into the conversation. Come into the conversation. Just take the floor because your system always bounces back. So I can't really have a conversation. Just speak to the space. Speak to the space.
Okay. But I didn't follow some of the high points. I mean the main news materials. I mean, I only met this Ayo Adebanjo space.
All right. We started it off with Betta Edu, who has they wrote a rather nasty piece on her on the BBC on their website. A lot of it filled with lies, unverified stuff, and she's now looking to take legal actions against the BBC for defamation. So maybe you want to come in from there.
I think she has the right to actually do that one way, because when we read the stuff the other time about the 30 billion, somebody came on board to clarify the issues, because there are pending issues before she came on board. Don't forget, she herself also picked up that case as she came in by as regards Farouk Mohammed. I mean, what's Amina? Also, what's her name? Then the woman that was heading the National Cash Transfer Agency, then social transfer or something. I mean, the woman, the two of them, they were under investigation, serious investigation at that time. So, plus our own, but I think our own was actually a bit different. Our own was more of her using the wrong account are using the wrong account, paying into a wrong account, which eventually led to, I think they also indicted the interior minister. So, and I think there was a kind of hula baloo about that. I think that thing rests a bit, in that, but lumping out together with that 30 billion, I think that was where I also have issues with. But our own does not, it doesn't have to do with that 30 billion. It's about using the wrong account. You cannot use a private account to run government stuff. It will amount to conflict of interest, and the of course corrupt tendencies could also be generated from that. So probably she wanted to kind of clear her name, because all the news outlets carried it in that manner. And actually, she was the last person to occupy that seat. So she's already entangled, whether she likes it or not, with that particular space, that corruption scandal that happened under Buhari. Even though her own, they didn't say that they paid money into her account. They only said she paid some money that was meant for consultancy through a private account, which happens to be somebody that's working under a principal accountant or something there. So probably she has the right to actually separate issues. And I think that was one of the reasons why EFCC has not actually probably started prosecution concerning. They are still looking out for probably a soft landing for her. But even at that, I want to believe she still broke the law. So that is a fact. So we must not, if we want that country to actually be what it should be, people must be held accountable. It really pained me. Actually, it really pained me, because she was a kind of high flyer in that administration. She really worked for Tinubu, and she was like, more or less, okay, if all these people we are even saying they are old people, okay, we have a young person in that mix that can actually, probably we can see, probably she can prove something. She did some few things when she was in Cross River State as the Commissioner for Health. There are some few things that came up during that time, so probably she can bring that experience to bear. But lo and behold, she messed everything up with that. So I don't know how she can. Probably they can give her a soft landing, and but it's going to affect her career, and that was really where I'm kind of pained, because these are the kind of people that we are looking at. Oh, okay, a young person that can actually probably still push forward to some better places to actually do something for the country. But now, the young people will have that burden to carry for some time, in the country, when it comes to governance issues and political issues and governance related issues. So that's my own take on that.
All right, brilliant. Let me mute you. Yes, we get feedback from you. That's the thing. So let me take you to this space. I'll unmute you just to put the question to you. Nigerian government support air peace. Festus Keyamo sends a message to Gatwick Airport. So is that Alan Onyema's space? So your thoughts on that? Sorry, on mute.
As you know, people may not know what earpiece really stands for. That particular airline, it has really helped a lot of people. I can tell you that. Oh man, I flied it. That was what I flied into the Gambia. And my family members normally use it, and friends, we used to use it. See, let me tell you, when my wife was coming to this country, because earpiece was not operating, I ran into serious problems with A-Sky, with AWA, and some of these companies, airlines, they are operating within the African space. I paid in excess of what I'm supposed to pay, and all because earpiece was not, has not resumed what do you call it, regional flights then that can operate within the West African region. So, and I know what it cost me flying with some of these A-Sky and some other guys. So Nigerians should just look at it the way it should be, that we should just support this guy. There was a time I had someone that was also going home, that was also sick, that was going back home, very close to me. And the only saving grace was because we had a Nigerian airline. I can speak to my people in the language I understand. Come, bro, this has to just be done. This person already got his the medical clearance. Everything is set. If not, so I've been in big trouble. So that is what other countries actually look forward to when they float some of these airlines. I'm not a fan of compulsory in Nigeria must have its own airline. I think it's BS. I'm telling you, because other countries, airline business is not something that is actually that easily can be run to a profitable level. I mean, easily. It takes a lot of discipline, a lot of support, and at different level, at the stakeholder level, and even people, as a country. So if you have somebody that can do it at the private sector level, and they can do it well, let the government support them so far as adding value to the country. And I'm happy that he also said it. I will just say that Nigerians, whether through any tribe, throughout the tribes that we have in the country, you just support this guy one way or the other. That is, let the government give him the required support that he needs. People don't understand something. Go and check the Fortune 500 companies in the world. A lot of them, a very good number of them are from America. A very good number also are from Europe and Asia. I don't know whether we have one or two or so in that category, but you will know that they give these guys follow up their work. They follow up their work, their government, their those companies they follow them when they need to use any tool, militarily, diplomatically, just name it, economic tools. They use it to make sure that they fight to the highest level to make sure that these guys add something, a soft landing, any country that they get to. So I don't think Nigeria should also do anything less than that. Today they said they announced Gatwick. So you will know the aeropolitics behind this thing. Airpiece. Naturally, when a newcomer enters into the industry in an airport, it is the tradition that you announce them to the whole space that we have Nigeria's airpiece from Nigeria. They did not. So and the money that they asked that guy to pay, you will know the reason why that thing came into being. So that Keyamo is saying that he's just doing his job. I don't think he should actually be kind of praised like to have everyone's too much like that.
Dorothy.
Yeah.
Can you mute so that it will not be late?
Okay, talk.
Okay. Now, if you look at the prominent airlines that we have in the world, you talk about British Airways, you talk about Air France, KLM, Emirates, Qatar Airways, even Ethiopia Airline. They were actually started by their governments. Do you understand? Before they privatized it. And if you look at all those airlines, they are like a transit city. They have a transit city. You understand what I'm saying? So
yes,
if you look, but if you look at our own location, Nigeria, he is starting from a position of disadvantage. How many people travel through Nigeria to any other place apart from Nigerians? If you look at Ethiopia Airline, anytime you want to travel through Ethiopia Airline, they first of all take you to their country. You understand? They will pull passengers to different parts of the world. The same thing in France, the same thing in London, the same thing in Amsterdam. And just name it. The same thing in Doha, that is Qatar. The same thing in Abu Dhabi with Etihad. The same thing with Emirates in Dubai. You understand? So to me, it will be a difficult task for him because he will just be picking one route or the other, just like that. And does he really have the financial wherewithal that?
But Simba, sorry
he has already started that. He already. Okay. Interject.
Nigeria can be a transit country from US to Europe to Asia. It depends. By the time the guy start flying US now, he has to transit. If he's taking passengers, if he's flying US to Asia, or US to Europe, or US to Asia, especially or Southern East Africa, he has to transit in Lagos. You understand? So that's
From
the
where,
point.
Patrick? From where?
No, for
Because
example,
let me tell you, before you can make your country a transit, okay, like a transit place, you have to have numerous flights to numerous places. You pick passenger.
No. This is it. Let me give you an idea that I'm saying. You need enough passenger to be able to say, okay, if I'm transiting from maybe I'm going to China from maybe Canada, I decide to say, okay, I'm transiting through Nigeria. You have to have enough people from Canada coming to Nigeria and enough people going from Nigeria to China, which we do have. Or you have enough people coming from US to
But
Asia,
that means
and
he
enough
must
from
have
them
a
going to China.
flight. That is what I'm saying, Patrick. That means he must have a flight that will pick those passengers
You will have.
from.
Simba, let me say something.
I'm talking about him having the capacity.
Yeah,
does he have a flight from Canada to Nigeria? Does he have a flight from France to Nigeria or from all those places?
All right. Sorry, Patrick. 1 second. Mike, are you there? Mike. And then Ugo, I left you a message in the comment in the private chat. See if you can pick it up. But is Mike there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to be hand over to you if that's okay. The conversation carries on. The super chatters are Ayo and Bosun. So the two main super chatters. So that space still open. So it doesn't end when I leave. Others can still do it. So thank you to the both gentlemen. Sorry, back to you, Patrick. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Zimba, Mike, can I continue?
Go ahead.
You know what? Right now, Earpiece travels to the West African region. It flies starting from Accra, it travels to Dakar, Liberia, Monrovia, Banjul, the Gambia, and which other country in West Africa? Then it travels to Cameroon. It goes to Johannesburg, South Africa. It goes to Guangzhou in China. It also travels to Mumbai in India. It also travels to Tel Aviv in Israel and Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. So he's doing those things one step at a time. COVID-19 really disturbed a lot of things about him. He was the first person to buy Embraer 194E5. That is the best aircraft right now in the world when it comes to move. I mean, I'm talking about efficiency in profiting airline. When you want to run a profitable airline, it manages a whole lot of things. It's the first airline in Africa that has that particular aircraft. So he already ordered for a lot of them, and about 3 of them already came. Now he has about 33 of them that are coming. Now, as he opens this, and don't also forget, he already stated it that when Tinubu came in, he said it. I have their Facebook handle. I told you I have their Facebook handle. I followed their space. I normally go to their offices. It's just on my way to my workplace. I just branch there. I ask for the tickets and some other things that I want to know for feeder for people or something. So he already said that he was going to make Lagos his hub. Lagos is his hub. And that transit he has even started. I even heard that he has started that transit route. Because they even do it. Look at it. Now, but the main transit, the only thing that can make it more profitable is when he brings passengers to Nigeria. Then from Nigeria, he now flies. Like, for example, you can bring passengers from Ghana, move them to Nigeria. From Nigeria, go to London. We have Nigerians that are in Ghana. They may want to go through that route. And also going from Johannesburg, coming to Nigeria from Johannesburg to to US when he eventually finally get the license to operate in the US or to the UK. So that is already working right now. He's already doing that, and I think he already started it, but he needs more aircraft and he needs to open new channels in Canada and US for him to be able to do that effectively to complement other ones. You can come in.
Okay, can mute so that
Okay.
You know, if you look at the major airlines I mentioned, you discover that by the time you get to their host country, they have a special terminal for their own for that airline. You understand? For them to perform efficiently. If you go to Dubai, if you go, Terminal 3 is dedicated for only Emirates Airline. And it's the same thing with this one in France, in Amsterdam. And then even in Doha, they have a special terminal. Even in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, they have a special terminal for their own airline. You understand? Okay, how many terminals do we even have in Lagos that we say we want to dedicate a terminal for our own airline? You understand? So to me, and that is why even you see some countries that are even have the financial with that. Okay, look at Saudi. Saudi has the money, but they still find it difficult to float an international airline. Saudi is just trying, but you can't still compare Saudi with like of Emirates or even Qatar Airways because it required a lot of resources. It requires, it's not a Nyama alone cannot do this thing without the support of government. But with the way we run things in Nigeria, with the way we put ethnicity, that is why, let me tell you, the first thing that he made, the first mistake he made, and people don't realize it, is this the way he customized the air hostess, and people are just saying he's an Igbo man, he can do whatever he likes. But those are the things that work against him by the time he needed the support of Nigerian government. Because some people will stand against it. They will say, no, it's not actually representing Nigeria. He cannot do it alone. He needs the support. We must have the airport that can support him. But to me, that's the issue. It's not to me, no. Oh,
But you know what? You know that it's already planned. They already planned. You know, Keyamo can make this thing work. I told you that he has started that transit, but that transit is still on a regional scale. You get it? Like look at Ghana. Ghana has transit. I hope you know that. But the way Ghana did its own thing, you know, Ghana did not even have a carrier too. I think their private carrier that is a bit of a flagship is our African World Alliance airline or something. Our, you know, so we can actually create, just like other countries normally create a space. I think I watched a vlog of Istanbul airport where I think is it Doha? I think it's Doha and Istanbul. Most of these countries, Turkish airline, they have a pathway whereby you don't even mix. In fact, in Ghana as well, when my wife was flying, they did not allow them to. There's a way they undo guys that are transiting. One of the problems, let me give you two bottlenecks that we have in Nigeria that makes it a bit difficult for that to happen. And apart from the fact that we don't have a national airline, was number one, transit visa. Nigeria has not been able to get our acts together when it comes to transit visa. How do we want to do it? Do we allow people to just move in, or we allow them to pay some kind of transit visa?
If you want to be a transit you don't need the transit visa.
No, some countries. No, I mean making our final decision. Do you want people to just transit through, or because some countries ask for that? So, or you want them to take a transit visa? Number two is that a space issue that you are talking about, because right now he's still having problems with getting dedicated space for his own thing. But if we are going to remove that tribal thing, he himself as he's projecting himself, will also be smart enough. I think he's a smart guy. Because this guy, let me tell you, what this guy has done in the shortest possible time. I don't think there's any airline that have done it in the world. I mean, in Africa. Now, it took Ethiopia Airlines almost 50 years or 60 years to reach 100 aircraft. 50 to 60 years, I think, to reach 100 aircraft. It was in 2021 after COVID-19 that Ethiopia Airlines reached 100 aircraft in their almost 50, 60 years of existence. This guy already had almost 60 aircraft on ground. I mean, about 30 to 40 on ground, about 30 or 33, in the making that are being constructed right now. So if he's able to call those things together and also sign an alliance, right now, that is London route. I watched a vlog of a woman living in the UK today. She came in with her family to Nigeria under a partnership, Norse Atlantic Airline. So he already asked, because he said that on Arise, and I saw that today when I watched that vlog. The plane that brought that woman and her family, her husband and 3 children, and a lot of whole of Nigerians, it was for Norse Atlantic. So you can still get a valuable partnership, just like you remember the Star Alliance, Delta, all these KLM, they have their own alliance too. About 2 of them like that. Yeah, Maroc is also part of it. That where they normally run things, they normally run their thing, their business. So you can also key into some of those alliances just like the vlog I told you I watched today. So that vlog was just 2 days ago. So you can also use that opportunity. The bottleneck is something that the Nigerian government can take care of. Keyamo should do that, should get that done. And Ayo Adebanjo should also drop this egoistic thing also. Let him just mellow down and build that business. If you see the way Nigerians were proud on that, I was even moved myself. They were proud because they were like, wow, at least we know that this is our own thing. South African Airways has never been profitable for a long number of years. Kenya Airways only was able to declare profit this year or something. So and they have been gulping money from the government. So why do we want to go and create another bottleneck for ourselves when we are even in a very deep problem with our economy, with this Nigerian year of a thing? So if you push this guy, and if the worst comes to the worst, you can ask him to kind of set some shares to Nigerians to make it more. I don't know how we can, probably later when he has become much more established. But at least we can give him the benefit of doubt. And if Nigeria can invest in Dangote, why can't we also help some of these companies to prosper? If you know the kind of people, and look at him, she's a Yoruba woman, and that woman has been the 2 of them have been getting along, and that's why that airline is trying its best as a private airline in Africa. So everything lies on the government too. The government trying to help him out. If we can do it, we can do it. It's doable. I want to believe it is doable. And the airline.
Okay, let me say this. Hello.
You can speak. Hello. You can speak. Yes, you can speak.
Okay. Dorothy, I still maintain there's a lot of bottleneck, and it's not giving me because some airlines have tried this thing before and they failed. Most of the airlines I was talking about earlier, they didn't start as a private airline because of what it actually takes to run an airline, international airline. He starting as a private person in something that needed even a whole country that has the financial capability find it very difficult to manage. Look at British Airways. British Airways is no longer being run by British government because they couldn't run it. The same thing Air France. If at a time Air France merged with this one from what's the name of this the one from Amsterdam.
KLM.
KLM.
KLM, yes. No, there is an alliance, Star Alliance. They call it Star Alliance. These guys have their own thing too.
It's because it requires a lot of resources to maintain international airline. To me, if Oyema Earpiece is going to succeed, it is going to require a lot of effort. And I have not seen any sign that this guy will be able to sustain it. I'm very sorry to say. I have not seen any sign. The way he's doing it, the way these people are putting tribal things to it, is, to me, is not encouraging. All these things that we are seeing now is just an initial gra. Let us watch it in the next 6 months, 1 year, and let us go to see what is going to happen. To me, I'm not seeing any positive sign that is going to be sustained. That's just what I want to say.
Well, yeah, just like you have said, you are right in your words, in those things that you felt about it. You are right. They are legitimate concerns. But one thing I noticed about that guy is this: that guy is a hard worker. He's dogged. Now, the fact that guy, I already said it. Do you know what Kayamo told us? Kayamo made us to know. One of the reasons why it was difficult, because they interviewed him on Arise and told him, you are not the only person that have started this thing. Medview did it. Arik did it. They are nowhere to be found today. How do you think you can push it? And he made some very scathing revelation there that come. Many of the planes that you see, in Africa, we have this problem. We have this mindset of, I want to do it all. We don't like to delegate, unlike in the Western world. What makes the Western world to be able to do many of the things that they do is financing. From mortgage, from housing to, I just mentioned it, finance. He said many of the planes that you see, Delta Airlines and some of these international airlines parade around, they are not actually the one that owns it fully. And if you doubt what I'm talking about, do you remember the number of planes Putin seized? Do you remember the number of planes that Putin seized using when he granted the place of Aeroflot? You remember very well that a lot of European companies, finance companies, and American finance companies are the ones that actually owns a larger chunk of those planes, running to about almost $50-something billion. So when he said he is going to grant those planes and he's going to seize them, just like the way they seized his $300 billion in assets of Russia. So that should tell us something. That is very instructive. When Oyema said it, that these guys had access to dry lease, which is a better option. That dry lease is what makes them to be able to finance your plane. They can easily finance your planes and you get them. You might not actually be the one that owns it fully. You'll be paying back, and the place, everybody will be seeing that your plane carries earpiece, it carries this, and the government also will have a buy-in supporting you, and you'll be able to pay your work, pay your bills, repay your loans. Yes, that is what Kayamo wants to do. Kayamo was in airborne. Kayamo wants to do it. It's because of this politics and a whole lot of things in Nigeria, ethnicity, all these shenanigans that we normally throw around. That's the reason why. If we're able to put those things beside us, we can actually punch ahead and actually push. Just like these guys did it. Russia did it, all these countries did it. We can also actually do it. But that's why we are saying that if Oyema will allow this thing to work also, he has to tone down the ethnic coloration and make sure that he brings every Nigerian on board, make sure that everybody sees it. Even if possible, they can bring in maybe another another airline also to compete, and they can also enter into some alliance.
If he's a smart guy, he's supposed to make it national. You understand? It doesn't take anything away from the business. There's some little things that is supposed to do. Even that dressing, why can't he make it like a green, white, green something?
I think this
But Zimba, you know, one of the reasons why it was easy for Nigeria to put money inside Dangote's business was because it's already nationalized. You see, take it or leave it. Buhari might be a bad guy, but that guy, even though when I want to hate this guy, I still see one or two things that guy actually did for Nigerians. You know, remember very well that Airtel is mainly Indian owned. Because I have a friend that worked with them, and we are both in this country. Now, MTN also South African company. You know, it was when they asked them to nationalize, the Nigerians have access to buy some of their stocks, and at least we can retain some of the wealth of MTN and Airtel. And Dangote also has had already nationalized. I mean, already listed on the stock exchange, which means you are nationalizing the company and making it to come out for public scrutiny, and also the financial regulations and other things to be scrutinized very well. So Nigerian government was able to put $2 billion in there. So probably if it grows to a level, probably we support him to a level, and it grows to a level, I think he should look in that direction. Let's give him some time, but he should have that at the back of his mind.
Dangote refinery in the stock market.
Eh?
Dangote refinery.
Yes.
Is in the stock market.
Yes. Dangote. That's one of the backbone of Nigerian refinery. Not yet. No, but they already seen cement. They have seen cement now. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That we have already seen it from Dangote stock, from Dangote's cement.
Even the cement is not in stock.
His stock is in stock, Dangote.
Cement?
Yes, Dangote cement.
I'm not so sure, but I'm very sure of Dangote sugar. Dangote flour.
I think it's in stock. It's in stock. Go and check. But at least that already built confidence now. You know that. That already built confidence that this guy at least he has a nationalistic view one way or the other. So the government can still put something. At least we have seen some of his business that people have shares there.
The problem here is some people are not helping this guy. All those online bloggers, they are not really helping Onyema. Believe me, they are the one that will destroy his business for him. He is not a business can do. He needs the support of Nigeria and Nigerian government.
I think he's doing that right now. I think he's doing that. A lot of people that are from the southwest I've seen a lot of posts today, yesterday, the people brought in the price log of Ethiopia Airlines, Qatar, everybody, British Airways to compare and see. People now see that if Qatar Airways, Ethiopia Airlines are charging 15 million before, 10 million before, why is it that when this guy charged 1.2 million for economy class, that's when you now discover that you can bring your own down to 200 and something, 300 and something, return tickets, $700, dollars and so on.
I hope you know that. Let me tell you this. If you book outside Nigeria, it's cheaper for you to book than to book from Nigeria.
Okay.
I've tried this several times.
But you know what? Before I normally book from Nigeria. Most of the time I book either for me or home. I normally book my friends also. They book in Nigeria. We convert to Naira, then we now book from Nigeria. But probably this issue of a dollar problem at a point,
I'm talking about recent times, the last 2 years.
I mean, in the last few months to a year, probably you might want to book from your place. I think people are doing that better now. But as Naira is beginning to gain ground, it might actually go back to that level. Because I normally remember that we normally save some months. We save some good.
No, it's not. I think it's a deliberate thing. Because if you everything is supposed to be standardized. So if it is $1,000, then it should be naira equivalent in Nigeria. But it's not. It's never that naira equivalent. It will be far more.
Yeah, but do you know that most, like for example, here in the Gambia, they quote, you know, there are some, apart from the main airline, you know, there are some other guys that normally also help them to sell their tickets. There are some other, and
Yes,
he also has
yes. All these online platforms.
Yes, he has office here as well. If you want to buy from here, they will quote it in the currency of this country. That if you are buying from their office, they will quote it in the currency of this country. You get it? But if you want to buy online from Nigeria, they will quote in naira, or sometimes at a point there was a time they changed to dollars. I know, you know. So probably now that the naira is probably firming up. When naira was messing up that time, I think it was in dollars. Now that it's now getting its mojo back, little by little, not fully, probably they will resort back to the old ways of quoting fully in naira across board. So to suit the grow naira, whatever that they are pushing. But you know, all these things, just like you have said, it is for a time. You know, Nigerians will give him the benefit of doubt for some time. And that's why he himself needs to be very, very smart. Right now, the price is against him. I can tell you that for free. For national pride, Nigerians will what? We fly his airline. For national pride, for now. Now, if they still now begin to see some issues with him, you know, but because right now people are saying, oh, you know, people, you didn't know what the pain that Nigerians went through. If you know the reason why people normally sell their houses in Nigeria to travel to Japan, which was not like that before, it was because of this airline. No. So people still have that resentment for all these Ethiopia Airlines, and so that doesn't mean that Nigerians will not take Ethiopia Airlines. Some will take Qatar Airlines, the Airways, they will take Emirates and some other ones. But for the fact that you made me to sell my house to travel to the UK, all because I want to Japan, it's not sitting well with Nigerians. I'm telling you, people went through a lot, selling their homes, selling their land, all the assets they have built for years, all because of one ticket that normally before it was just about $250. So, and they can also see that they can also go to Benin Republic, Accra, Ghana, or Johannesburg to get it for as low as 250, 300, and you are selling it for 1.4 in their own country. Nigerians will punish them a bit for that, but you should not take that for a right or take that for granted. After some time, the sentiment will come down, and Nigerians will have to choose their pockets. You will have to value their pockets ahead of, except he's able to come down a bit to their price, which might also affect him. So probably the government will have to step in to help him out, which is, I think, is the right thing to do for the government. Let us just have a hub. Nigeria is big enough to have a hub. Ethiopia Airlines is having a hub in their country. At least let us also have a hub. We are bigger to have, at least to that level, to have a hub. You know, there's like, let me give you an example. Sky. You know Sky. You know Togo has a hub. Do you know that? Sky flies through Togo. Anywhere you are traveling to in Africa, they will bring you from wherever you are coming from. You are coming from the Gambia, they will bring you. They will take you to Togo. Sky. You know, Sky is like a Pan-African airline. It's like a Pan-African airline.
I've never
Now,
heard about
Togo,
it.
I think, it's a very, 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 very big airline too in Africa.
Where is it based?
It's based. Their hub is in Togo. Their hub is in Togo. You know, they have. I think they have shares. You know, it's a Pan-African airline. I think probably Indian investors also took over, and they have a very strong pact with Ethiopia Airlines. Yes,
you know, EcoBank started in Togo.
Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, as far as they are, the headquarters of EcoBank.
Anywhere you are going to, yes, anywhere you are going to in Africa, let me tell you, Go and check it. Sky.com. You will see the fly Sky. You will see that they will take you through Togo. They will take you. Togo is their hub. So they have an Indian investor also. I think about 3 people that owns that something. I think Togo has some. I don't know. Probably they have something. I think probably AU or what they call it, and some Indian investors. And Ethiopia also has probably a relationship and stake with them. So they normally shuffle. If they cannot take you, they will use Ethiopia to drop you. They can use Ethiopia to drop you in what? In Togo, Lome. And from there, they take you to wherever you are going to. So that's how they do it. So they shuffle in between Togo and that Addis Ababa to take you outside of Africa. So I've checked a lot of their itinerary, and that's how it goes. So we should have somebody that can use our airline, our something as a hub. So that's it. You know, there's some airlines in Africa that uses Accra, even though Ghana does not have an airline that runs international. There are some airlines. I think. Yep.
Do you know that recently? Can you mute?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know that yesterday or the day before yesterday, British Airways and the rest of them, they slashed their return ticket to London to $305?
Yes, I got to know that.
So what is? Don't you think they are ganging up against the airplanes? What can he do?
No, it's an open truth. He said it yesterday. Now let me tell you, on my Facebook wall, everybody, from southwest, from southeast, from the north, everybody is rooting for airpeace. That we now see your plans. You want to bring this guy by force. He was on channels yesterday. Day before yesterday. It was on channels day before yesterday with Shewo Kimbaloye. And he was telling him, and that was what actually happened. People do a snapshot of the price, and they were posting it on Facebook. In fact, it was all over my Facebook today, yesterday, day before yesterday. So we are only talking about how he can actually face that price war and win. That's what we are just celebrating.
I think you brought that up. He brought an idea that maybe he brought an idea that maybe other Nigerian airlines can join so that they can also fly to that various route. If like 2 or 3 Nigerian airlines can also join and start flying to London, because we have 21 slots, we are only making use of 7. So if other airline can join, maybe fly from Abuja and another one fly from Lagos, so that we can have that 21 flight slot every week. That is the only way we can gang. It can now control. Nigerian can now have their destiny in their hands. If not, these people will really push him out with the way they slash.
Exactly. You know, he already has a partnership with North Atlantic Airline. He already has. He has won something. Yeah, I know. But he needs more. I think he needs more. Yes, he needs more alliance. Star Alliance. Go and read about the Star Alliance. Those guys are bad guys. They are bad guys. Yes, Royal Air Maroc. All this Egypt here. I think Royal Air Maroc and Egypt here also. They are the guys that are in that some of those alliances. I think I know about 2 of them.
Can you meet a little bit? But this is a war that all Nigerians should fight together. And I think I also agree with Simba about if you are running this kind of service and it's for all Nigeria, be careful of the ethnic or tribal coloration. You have to be careful, especially in mode of dressing and the rest. If you
so what is the ethnic thing in that thing now? What is the ethnic thing?
Okay, I will tell you. Nigeria, no matter what you say, Nigeria is still a tribal, few tribal.
If people like me and you are saying it, then Nigeria has no hope now. You are even
No, you don't get it. Calm down. I don't have 100% what he has done. I don't have nothing against it. But I am not majority of Nigerians. So, and I like the way he has started serving Nigerian food on his flight, which is good. Now make it total. Let tell Nigerian this airline also belong to them. But if
What do you mean, Remy? That's his airline. It doesn't belong to Nigerians. Now it belongs to.
And it doesn't belong
It
to
belongs
nobody.
to
He has
him.
been saying that to no, Mike. He has been saying that to. He has been saying that on national TV. Ale Onyema has been saying
Tomorrow
it.
he decide to use Adire.
Hold on, one voice.
Somebody is echoing.
You don't understand the politics behind this thing. If you understand the
It's not about politics. It's a private business. No politics.
No, listen, guys. If not because of this Tinubu government that help him out, do you think it's going to be easy for him to fly to London like that?
Yeah, but Tinubu government also help Dangote and other businesses now. We don't make it. We don't start saying ethnic. Come on now. We don't start saying it belongs to Nigerians and things like that. It's still
You don't
Dangote's
understand
business.
what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say everybody know that this airline belongs to him, but he must make it like a national outlook.
He doesn't have to. It's his private company.
Okay,
He doesn't have to.
You don't.
He doesn't have to make his private airline national something. No.
Do you know the private people have? They say the color of his uniform is Yagu. Tomorrow he can decide to make it Adire or anything.
I never had issue with that. It's Yagu, or I don't have issue with it at all.
Let me tell you something. Maybe you guys should calm down a little bit. I don't have any issue whether you like. You put red cap to everybody. I don't care. But when all those people online or bloggers trying to gloat or overload all over Nigerians, that's what we are talking about here. So
I think I can agree with you, Remy. His people are the one.
His business is thriving, which I like, and I want it to even expand more. I want him to grow, but he too must also understand the policy behind it. Buhari spent 8 years. If Buhari have supported him totally, maybe by now he would have even expanded much more better. So government come, government go. If government want to cripple your business, they know what they can do.
So you think government will go after him because of Isiagu?
Because of Isiagu.
No, I'm not saying that. No, come on, forget.
We don't know what you're saying. One thing, and then we have to say you're not saying it. That's what you're telling us.
Listen. We don't need to fight over.
Let me tell you where I agree with you, though. The only part I agree with you is people are the one drawing so much attention
what
to.
I'm trying to say.
That's where I can say I agree because to me, hold on. Let me say this. Let me say.
No, Mike.
Okay, go ahead. I don't. You're making a bunch of points at the same time, but go ahead.
No, I'm not making a bunch of points.
Because you're shifting goalposts now. The moment we ask about it, you move to something else. Give us chance to come in too now. But go ahead.
First and foremost, I'm not against what the kind of clothes they are wearing. But what I'm trying to say is that everybody in the airline belongs to him. And now Nigeria being a kind of country with different tribes, I was even wishing him, why can he not fly from Kano directly to London? At least we have international airport there. Port Harcourt we also have international airport there. So if you want to fly from Kano,
Remy, what is your point? You're saying one thing, but you're saying you're not saying it.
My point is very simple.
What is your point?
Then so you relax. You don't need to jump on me.
I'm not jumping now. I'm trying to understand your point. That's all.
So my point is very simple. He himself, so that the government can help him as they are helping him now, he must also consider or whittle down some of this tribal something in his airline.
Why is he doing that? How? Oh, wait. Patoski, hold on. Which tribal thing did Oyema do? Tell us.
For example, that his median flight to London, that kind of clothing, he shouldn't have come to pay at all.
Which clothing? Wait. Which particular clothing? The Isiagu?
Yes.
Hold on. Patoski, calm down. Remy. Okay, go ahead. Finish.
Okay, you can go ahead if you guys.
Because that's what I keep accusing you. Remy, allow us to talk to now. Come on, calm down. The thing is, you're telling us you don't have issue with it. Now you also said you shouldn't have done it, so you have issue with it. so let's just be straightforward rather than the problem is the clothes. It's not a problem. I don't think so. Anyone that want to fly airline, no one will care. In fact, to me, I don't even, if I liked it, if it's indigenous, most any intelligent or anybody will not care. The only when it became an issue is when his people started going online, making big deal out of it. Oh, see, oh, they are they are just pouring fire on Isiagu. And then Arise News bringing it up. Oh, when people started, that's where I think it can become a bad business, because now when people start making it a political argument thing and fighting, that's when, and they start insulting other ethnic group and accusing them of kinikon. Like there's one Igbo girl, the girl is just annoying, man. She's just like making unnecessary comment, like, oh, they are jealous of Igbo man. Okay, that's when it become problem. That's when I can now tell you that I think your people are killing your business for you. But if it's just me, because that outfit looks beautiful, it just didn't, unless someone that just, to me, there's nothing wrong with it. And it's a private company. The fact it's a private company, I won't even have issue with it at all. Now, if you're saying it's a government-owned, hold on, let me say, if you're saying it's a government-owned airline and he's the minister of or the manager and start making this a tribal outfit, and then we can say, yo, okay, why are you doing that? But it's a private company. You as a Yoruba man, you own your own airline, whatever outfit you like, you use. Go ahead.
I agree with you totally. But if he's a good businessman, astute businessman, he should understand the terrain where he's doing his business. You understand? Whatever, they said the evil that man does will always follow them. When they started with issue of Dangote, Dangote, government that is supporting Dangote, and that's why Dangote can do this. Now, their man needed the Nigerian government to also support him for him to succeed. What are they going to say about that? If I'm Enyama, I will not actually put that attire. Because you know the terrain, you know the mentality of the people that you are dealing with. You understand? Me, I will.
Is that cloth a Biafran cloth or a Nigerian cloth?
Why are you just being economical with the word?
No, that cloth is a Nigerian cloth. It's just
forget about it. Nigeria doesn't have a cloth. Nigeria doesn't have a cloth. We know Patrick. Okay, if you see that somebody dressed like that, let me ask you, if you see somebody dressed like that, and they ask you that, okay, these people, where do you think they are from?
Southeastern outfit. It's an Igbo outfit.
Why are you pretending?
Anyone that, if I thought they were Ishagu to this, people they will say, are you Igbo? They ask the first question. And if you're not Igbo people take it off.
Why are you pretending as if you don't know?
They will tell you you're wearing our clothes.
I didn't hear that question.
No, he's asking.
Why are you saying it's a Nigerian cloth? I agree it's a Nigerian cloth, but it belongs to a group of people in Nigeria. It's not a Nigerian, it's not a universal thing. Eh?
But what's wrong
what
with
do you
that?
say?
But it's still part of Nigeria.
I'm not saying, let me tell you, Patrick.
Let me ask you a question. If the man decided to make a direct clothes for them, will you say be saying the same thing?
You don't want it. There's a way it can customize that cloth that will have universal. Wait now, let me talk. There's a way it can customize it that will have a universal acceptance.
But you have not answered my question. If you decide to put a direct tomorrow, you use a direct to so skirt and
you
blouse.
You cannot be changing it now. It's not something that you change. It's like a symbol of your hairline.
If you decide to do that, will you? If you are done that,
I will not even accept. Don't forget about. Don't use that one to push me to one side.
Here's the question I have though. Here's the question I have. Like, what makes him using the shagu like offensive? What makes it offensive?
It's not offensive. You don't understand. It's not about him. You understand? But whatever you want to do, you look at what connotation is people. How will people look at it? How will people respond to this thing that I'm doing?
Okay,
that's the way you look at it.
Okay. No, how do you think people are supposed to respond to him like not using the shagu like how someone's supposed to respond?
We have seen the reaction now already. We have seen the reaction.
Honestly, the only reaction I've been seeing is from his people. Honestly, I've been searching for a northerner or southwesterner that just
you see somebody even in the comment section. Mike, somebody in the comment section was saying that he should not even put it in Lagos. He should go and put it in Anambra.
But that's his people now. It's his people saying
Hey,
it.
that is what I'm saying.
But okay, are you saying hold on. Wait, one at a time. Wait, give me a second. Give me a second. Just let us learn one particular argument before we move to another one. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Okay. So Simba, are you saying that the reaction that's causing problems is the reaction from his own people or reaction from other people?
Hey, no, let me tell you, the reaction from his own people will not lead to the reaction from other people.
Okay, I can agree with that because to be honest with you, a typical non-Igbo person or even northerner or particularly southwesterner or even southern person will not be find it offensive or be crying that. I mean, like they just wouldn't like have issue with. Okay, it's an Igbo. My own is airline. He wants to use an outfit and he used that one, which is nice. It's not offensive to anybody. But unfortunately, to me, I started hearing that, oh, some people are offended. Then I started looking for who's offended. And the only people I see that are talking about it were his own people. The Southeasterners.
Can I come in, Mike? You should
I think someone else wanted to come in. I don't know, but you can. Who was that? That told you?
I was the one. Mike, you are correct. You are 100% correct. I think our brothers from the East, I serve in the East, so I understand few things. They are the ones that need to just tone down these things. They need to just tone down these things. Look at, as that one is going on. There was a time we had issues. There was a post on Nord Motors. You were also putting it like, anytime anything happens in that country as regards business, they want to make it
about their tribe. They make it about themselves.
They make it like, Igbo Amaka, this. And the Yorubas too, how we are. We don't actually normally react like that. It was just one person that actually reacted, which is normal. One person can react. But when his kinsmen blew it off, just like you said, they blew it off the roof. And our people, they know they carry last. They will reply you. But I can tell you today, right now, even the Southwesterners, they carry this thing for their head. More right now. They carry it even for their head. From the comments, I know how much comment I've made on on Facebook, and I know how many of our people that liked it, and also his people. We should just make ourselves one on this issue. Honestly speaking, we should not. The Northerners may not have much problem, but we ourselves, the Easterners as the Westerners, we are the one that should check ourselves. And he himself has even come to several times to say this thing is a Nigerian project. The Nigerian, I watch him now, day for yesterday. He was saying that it's a Nigerian project. Please, you need to help me fight this war. So let us just take it that way and fight. It's just for the optics. I understand what Remy was saying, that he needs to find a way to tone down this narrative by changing the way. I know the original way of
hold on.
It's not easy.
Have you seen the comment that the Freeze made on this issue?
I think
it's trending. This issue is trending, and let me tell you, the mentality of an average Nigeria is the same mentality that the politicians have. Let me put this to you. If he needed Nigeria government support and maybe they need to debate it at the level of maybe National Assembly, that is when you know what we are talking about. That's when you see fierce opposition to the nobody will see it as a Nigeria project when it gets to the national level. They will not see it as a Nigerian project because the same people, they were the one against other people that have been benefiting from the Nigerian government, and they have been casting aspersion about it.
Exactly. So people who want to pay them back politically, they need to be very careful.
That's what I'm saying.
The optics is what you are speaking to. The optics.
Doctor, can you fix your echo thing? It's really boring, but we can hear the.
Yeah, the only time he has to mute. That's the thing. I don't think it's Dorothy. I think it's Dorothy. No. The Echo, I think.
Is it Patoski?
Was it Patoski or there
Dorothy.
was one of them? Sha?
It's Dorothy. It's Dorothy.
It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. I've already
Mute
muted
yourself
since.
first. Mute yourself now.
It's you, Dorothy. It's you. When
Okay,
you speak,
yeah.
fix your audio, something like that. Maybe you're using Bluetooth or something. Because when you speak, we can hear it comes back. And, go ahead. Sorry, Simba. Mike. Sorry.
Yeah, I think you were saying something, though, right?
No, what I was saying is that, you know, you are saying that it is people that are actually making this as an issue, and I agree with you. What they have been doing to other people from other sections of the Nigeria, doing business before, they have been the one against them, saying it's government that is supporting them, it's Nigerian government, the money that they are using. Now, their kinsman now needed Nigeria. If the Nigerian government does not support this one, let me give it 3 or 4 months. This thing is going to collapse. Everything is going to collapse. It doesn't have the financial wherewithal. And if the Nigerian government does not support him, all these foreign airliners, they will kill him. You understand? But what I'm saying now is that this is not the payback time. And some people are already there. The politicians are already there. They are ready to kill this ambition of care is not taken. That's what I'm saying, that we should be treading cautiously, whatever
You
we
are
are doing
right,
in this
especially
country.
from north. Especially from north. Do you know how many Dangote truck they burn down in southeast? You know, and those people they are waiting for their turn too now. They need
You are right, too. You are right, too. All this alubosa truck and cement truck.
They burn it down more than 2-3 years ago when they are fighting Buhari. Do you all forget?
To me, you know, if I'm Enyama, I will appeal to my people to calm down, and I will try as much as possible to make the thing. I will make it to look it's my business. Even if I make if I make the attire, if I make that attire, let me tell you, if I make it green, white, green, and it looks Nigerian, it doesn't take anything away from my business. Look at what even these people on the comment section, look at what they are saying. They will kill him, and then at the end of the day, they will say the Nigerian government is not supporting him.
So basically, Simba, they can't have it both ways. You can't.
No.
Yeah, you can't say no. But if you want to wear the Igbo attire, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The only issue I have is when people try to look at that landmark thing, how they turn it into a tribal issue. It's going to
the guy on his own is not even more. If you look at the guy, the interview the guy granted, he didn't look angry. He was so confident that they will have an amicable resolution to it.
No. Do you know why? Because he could not answer the question. They asked him, "You're supposed to be 150 meters away from the ocean line. Why did you?" That's another question. So he's playing both sides. He wants that crowd to support him, but at the same time, he has no leg to start. But forget him for a second. I was watching this news channel on YouTube just a few hours ago, the channel, and they had this panel, and they said the panel, they're going to bring down. How can they? They're going to bring down all this business is going to come down. I'm like, but that is not true. They're not destroying his building. The land he bought is still going to be there. Next thing the guy said, it's because it's Igbo. That's ever since Peter B lost the election, they've been coming after Igbo people in Abuja and Lagos, and he has evidence. And this is a news channel. I'm like, what
is he Arise News? Arise?
No, IBTN Nigeria, IBTN, something like that. One of those.
I know Arise has been the one been pushing their.
I'm like, but that's not true. How do we make everything tribal? Why is everything why does everything have to be tribal? Why?
You know the danger of it for them that they don't realize. BT, there's a saying that if you constantly looking for a demon, you will find that demon. You know, he's gonna get to a point where people will be like, you know what, this is what you're looking for. Okay, let's finally be doing this for you. And if people actually start doing that thing they're accusing them of doing,
But Mike,
they'll be really screwed in Nigeria, man.
But Mike, they really need help. Nobody wants to help them because they've always been there. Is the problem. If you are always complaining,
the way that thing they are doing, if they continue, it's going to get to a point where it's not going to end well. It's not going to go, because when people begin to say because all they're doing is just irritating people and pushing people. They're just pushing people's buttons, and it's going to get to a point where all that ethnic group that they've been attacking, they will just say, okay, you know what? Let's really, since these people already believe and this is the accusation, let's come and be doing it to them. And people start discriminating against them in their territory, start deliberately going after them like with policies or just going against them.
But Mike,
they will suffer, man, because they heavily depend on other region, man.
They
heavily depend. If you look, is it north? Is it southwest? Is it even south? Like they heavily depend on other region.
Yeah, but look at the Naira thing, for instance. It was going up. It's going down. Because we should have been this and that. Blah, blah, blah. It's because it's not...
They bully you about that time.
It's coming down now. Have you heard anything? It's coming down now. Did you hear anything? No. It's going to... Why do you wish bad things on you? Because your man lost election. So therefore, the whole thing should just burn down. Who does that for the country?
I mean, the political party, they are just playing politics against Tinubu or things like that. At least that one I can understand that one, like, okay, opposition kind of rhetoric. But when you start doing propaganda about they are targeting you, they are tearing down your stuff, they are going after Igbo man property, anything that happen, they going after, are you kidding me? And then you make it about a tribe. You say this tribe is coming after your tribe. If you want to accuse the president or something, go and say this president is coming after me, and then maybe the president can respond. But you start saying these people, and like the way they are just attacking the Yoruba, attacking the Northerners. I'm like, come on, this is not going to go well, man. I mean, if they continue, it's a matter of time where the pushback is not going to be good at all.
Mike, you have to understand one thing. All throughout 8 years of Buhari, they bash the man. It's because the Northern people, they
bash his ethnic group. It's not, they bash his tribe more than even bash him. They bash Fulani more than they turn the Fulani name to one of the worst tribes in Africa, to the point where, and the sick thing about it is that the non-Nigerians, they don't know what's going on. They think what they are consuming from these people is actually true. Because someone like Jude now, when Jude come here, the guy has been consuming so many things Southeast I've been saying, and that's why I come here to repeat it, and it just sounds so ridiculous. And I see some Africans, even this Cameroonian, they start talking about Nigeria, they be saying things they consume from Southeast and thinking that's some factual things they know about it, but they don't know that it's propaganda. But we Nigerians are the one that know that, okay, it's just propaganda. But non-Nigerians, that's all they are learning about Nigeria. They think what they are consuming is true. It's crazy, man.
So you see the narrative here. But when we, the Yoruba, push back, they don't like it because we are not from the people from the north. So what we are saying here is very simple. Now, like Airpace, Lagos is not the only place that can fly to London directly, as I'm trying to talk. Kano, a lot of the northern people, they also go to London. They like to go to London. They like to go to Jeddah. Why not have a direct flight from Kano to Jeddah too? Why not have a direct flight from Port Harcourt International Airport?
Yes, he's flying from Kano to Jeddah.
Yes.
Airport flies from Kano. He's flying from Kano to Jeddah.
Dorothy, the question is this. Let him go to Kano and where he shall go on his flight to Jeddah.
You're right.
Seriously. Actually.
But Dorothy, this is what people are missing now. The approval for Airpace to fly into the UK was not granted to Airpace. It was granted to the Nigerian government that gave it to him. So
exactly.
They don't grant private companies right. You give the government.
Basa, through Basa.
Yeah, they will not grant it. That means we should start seeing other Nigerian companies flying that same right. Not just earpiece only.
But they will have to go through the safety regulations, so that the hurdles that earpiece
They have to, of course,
overcame. Serious
But
one.
let's not make it. You can't complain that Dangote got help from government, then you want to then not discuss the government when it comes to earpiece. You can't have it both ways. They're going to open it up. There's going to be competition amongst Nigerian companies. Hopefully, they do that. But it gets tiring sometimes. Mike, sometimes when you go with, I'm like, you know what, I can't do this today. I just, because if you keep doing this every day, you have people that they are the same way. That ODB virus in Mike is everywhere. Even the one with PhD that should know better is no different.
Even the leader, I'm like, even you two are joining them. You should know better now. It's one thing that it's just a bunch of followers or individuals, regular people doing something. When you have your ethnic leader doing the same thing, I'm like, oh wow.
That's the only thing. That's the only narrative that we use.
But do you agree? Do you all agree? Do you all agree that Onyema is much more Nigerianistic in his approach?
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that is still working for him a bit. At the time he was flying Super Eagles up and down and a whole lot of things like that. During our qualifiers.
Onyema is not ethnic. And I don't think his intention with that was to go ethnic, to be honest. It's just the way his people have make their region look is what makes it look like that.
Mark, assuming Yoruba man do something like that, do you know how the internet will be now?
No. Honestly, I don't think anyone would have reacted if it was any other tribe person, because other tribes are not known to go tribal. You understand? The thing is, the reason why he started looking at that is because that's what they've been going tribal about everything. So when he did that, people just assume, oh, it's another IPOB, that kind of thing.
Either way you look at it, let me tell you, this one, nobody was saying anything against it until when they started saying, no, these are our people, these are this,
exactly.
Are this. So either way you do, if a Yoruba person do something like the same thing, they will be the ones. They will start it and say, no, they are ethnic by God.
They will say he collects 50
anyhow you do it.
They would have been the only one talking. No other Nigerian would have said anything now. Like if it was a Yoruba person now or a Northern, he did that. No, it's the only people that would go be saying is the Southeasterners. I don't think any other ethnic person will be saying anything.
Nobody has the time. It's only them.
It's only them that have time for these things. No one else.
That thing is always annoying. They want to stop.
Mike, somebody was saying that Southwest should fly they should float their own airline. I think.
First of all, do you know the first person to own private airline Nigeria was MK Abiola Concorde Airline. So we've done it before. We never went ethnic. This is not the first, and there are even other airlines in Nigeria now. Don't we are IPOB airline? I mean, so. With Yoruba, there's nothing they've done that Yoruba. There's nothing in Nigeria that Yoruba people didn't start to do first. But we just never go ethnic and all this. We don't. When someone is doing something, we just see it as Nigeria. Even look at most of the.
What of Okada? What of Okada?
There was another one. There's been airlines in Nigeria before now.
Concorde Airline.
Exactly. No one ever say, "Oh, Yoruba people are." We don't. No one make noise. No one even saw it as a Yoruba person owning. No one even talked about it. There's an individual that owning, and we all praise that individual. That's it.
At some point,
okay, the one that did it recently, Arik. Who knows where Aris comes from? The owner of Arik. Nobody knows.
Nobody cares. You
understand? When Bellevue also did it, nobody asked where the owner comes from.
Even World Airline, if you remember, they used to fly from Lagos to New York. It's called World Airline. It was owned by I don't even know who owned it. They used to fly in early 2000s. It's called, if you look at World Airlines, but they went down because of the same issue this guy is having now. They were doing Lagos to New York, direct flight, 13 hours. Yeah, so let's stop this.
You know the cheapest. You know that the cheapest airline right now in Nigeria is owned by a young guy of 30-something years.
Oh, that guy from Ibadan.
Green Africa. You know you can fly from Ibadan to Lagos. 6,500.
That's what I use. So.
Yeah, 6,500 from Ibadan to Lagos. I'm telling you, from Osun State, that guy is that's the cheapest budget airline in Nigeria. And the guy, I think the guy was living in the United States. He moved down and was able to couple some things together with his ATR 700.
He does that
Abuja, Port Harcourt, Abuja, and Lagos. So.
But it's not making it tribal now, just doing his business. That's all.
Exactly, just doing his business. Even Dangote being the richest black man richest black man in the world. There are recently Fulani people come and brag and be making it about Fulani thing, or even Northerners. No, brag. The second richest Nigerian, and even the third, second and third is Yoruba people now. But we don't say no. Who cares about their Adenuga's money? What do you consider Adenuga?
Go and check Dangote refinery. They are the most working in that refinery. It's Igbo. Igbo is the most ethnic people that are working in that refinery. You know, they're just, I don't know.
After abusing him for a year, after abusing him, I'll be.
They abuse that man to the extent that they say all the money is Nigerian money.
And only say that the CEO is Yoruba. The CEO is Yoruba. Toyin Olajide or Toyin Olajide. Of course, you know we don't have any problem with Ayo. I have been saying it. I said I patronize him, my family and my friends. As in,
no,
you know,
Dorothy, you are not
saying that the guy is not having any problem.
Hold on. What is just a confused guy. This Godfrey, whatever, is just writing rubbish.
We don't have any problem. I don't have any problem with him. I will continue to I will continue to patronize APs, no matter what. Forget it. I know what I'm talking about. If you see the way Nigerians were proud, Yoruba, Hausa, everybody at Gatwick, just 2 days ago, I saw it. It was all,
let me stop you. It was a friend of mine. He's a pediatric surgeon. Okay, it's from Enugu. I think I've studied before. From Enugu, that was showing me the news. That told me, yeah, it is Igbo. We are wearing this. I said, bro, why did you bring that up? This is in Nigeria. He said, no, don't make it Nigeria. No, this is our own. It is as anyone. I'm like, this guy is a surgeon. You should. I mean, come on. You are a
PhD man.
Yes, but when it comes to that tribal thing, whatever happens, the brain just turns off and it just goes back to that default mode for no reason.
Babati, do you know that Reuben Abati was begging Keyamo to beg him to appeal to all that ministers to come to their station? They are no more interested because when they go to your station, you malign them, you treat them unfairly. So those guys, they don't want to go to your station anymore.
And who owns the Arise TV? Because
yes, from Arise TV.
Who owns that?
Obayagbuna.
South.
I don't know what is wrong with them.
Those guys they pander to the
that one is just making money now because there's a huge market. Not because he believes in what they're saying, but there's money to be made in that space. That's what he's doing.
And interview, they keep interviewing one year. The guy is saying all this stuff. They didn't even challenge his rubbish. Like they help and they will help them promote all these things. Even the Isiago case, it was only arising with and they push. Some people are attacking the outfit. Who's attacking? Tell us who attacking outfits other than his own people. I mean, I'm like, why is arising even helping them to push this kind of rubbish? You know,
the Southwesterners right now. In fact, today alone, I can see about 5 to 7 Southwesterners on their page pushing earpiece. That earpiece has come to stay. We must support him. We must do this. I was looking at the page. This one is not Igbo something or Igbo name or Igbo. No. These are Yoruba guys. And you can see when I commented, a lot of people were liking my word. I said, I don't have any problem with that. Anything that makes Africa great, that will make Nigeria great. That's what I'm aiming for. If you know the kind of today now, Gatwick, announce earpiece in what? Yeah, you know, it was Kayamo that had to call them that come. What's the reason why you guys not announce this guy? According to the tradition, when a new aircraft comes in, a new route is opened by a new airline, you have to announce it. You didn't announce it. So for how many days? It's 30th of May. Now today they did that, and all the news in Nigeria, all the news papers carried it, which is the normal thing.
Dorothy,
This thing should just
let
be
me
Nigerian
talk to you. Maybe you didn't know what's going on here. 1 week before they announced the airpiece that they give them approval. Who runs Gatwick? Ogunlesi, right? Right?
Ogunlesi, I think he has sold some of
Who
his
was in
stuff.
Abuja? No. Who was in Abuja 2 weeks ago? Ogunlesi.
Ogunlesi, yeah, it was.
So he was there to talk to Tinubu, like, open this up for this guy now.
Come on there. I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
that escaped my
was in Abuja.
Wow, I didn't get that.
So when
your mic is affecting a lot of things.
Yeah. So basically, my point to you is that when non-Southeasterners are the one opening doors for you to make it easier for you to get access, you cannot then repay them back by doing you know what I mean? You can't do that. It does not say well of you as a people to then go out and say that when the person that opened, because Tinubu met with him to say, guys, help this guy out here. You run this thing. You have connections. That was the deal. I'm telling you now. It was in Abuja now. You can look it up. You see him there.
The picture is online now.
So
I saw it.
So it was a Nigerian effort, is my point, Simba. It was a Nigerian effort to make it happen. So everybody shares in that glory, not just you.
Even now, it's gonna reach to the extent that if you talk in earpiece line, they will say, no, we don't want you. See, all these people, I don't know. The way they carry everything is very extreme, you know. Everything is about ethnic. Even if they are demolishing some buildings now, they will say, it's your Igbo. They are demolishing.
No, Kumbi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me just reply to this Godfrey guy. Godfrey, we cannot keep accepting bad behavior. Rather, you should change your own behavior. Don't say people should stop accommodating bad behavior. No, you change your ways. That's the better approach. So don't say we should keep accommodating bad behavior. No, you should learn to behave better as a people.
You know the funny thing, that same behavior, if we demonstrate it back to them, I can't take it.
They will start crying.
As you are saying your bad behavior, but you can't say the same behavior.
They don't like it. They don't like it at all. That's what I always say. Yo, but we never keep quiet. We never stop. We have been giving us ourselves back to back. Someone like me, I will not even accept anything from anybody to go against my ethnic issue. I don't care. I would talk anyhow to anybody. You know?
Yeah, Mike, do you know that the other day, maybe yesterday or the day before yesterday, they are talking about investment in Southeast. Joel of Nashville, he said that the leaders in that part of their side, they don't want other Igbo to come and invest in their South because they want to control. So that is why they prefer them to stay outside of the Igbo land. He mentioned it. So you can see they are the luckiest Nigerians.
Sorry. We have a real estate company owned by a Yoruba man right now that is scouting for different land in Southeast. And they can't do nothing about it. They don't have a choice. In fact, if I have my opportunity, I will go and get something there. You know, it's not as if the Southeast is not as toxic as that. I know it.
Just like you, I also serve in the Southeast for my NYC. It's not a ball game. It's very difficult for them to accept other tribes to thrive in their own land. I'm telling you, their own people cannot thrive easily. That's why they go to different parts of the country. Apart from they have a short land, it's not easy. It's going to be a tug of war. That guy that is
they won't even allow you to thrive within your own land where they all use
land. After 6 months, let's see how many land you will be able to scout for. We are all here now. We shall see.
Mike, he will get it. Don't worry. I will come back and tell you. He will get it. Just trust me. You see, one thing is that it's not as if the Southeast. I'm telling you, it's one of the best time of my life. I'm telling you. I enjoy the place, even though people there's a lot of stereotype against them. But I actually enjoy the space. But I know there are some issues, some of these old wounds, that have not healed fully.
To
I'm
be
telling you,
fair,
that's just the that is the
to be fair,
stuff.
I also enjoyed the place very well. The local
I
people are
enjoyed the
very
place. It was a very,
No,
very
no,
good
nobody's talking about the. If you meet an Igbo man one-on-one, they're nice people. I only discuss the political space. I don't talk about the day-to-day living. When it comes, they are good.
BT, don't mind them. If you see all these people talking like Doratin and they are womanizer, it's because of women that they are saying they are enjoying the place.
I'm not even no, I'm not even when it comes to that one.
I hope your wife is not Igbo.
What do you mean?
Yeah, my wife is not Igbo.
Why you think that?
I'm not even I'm a Christian. Correct one. I'm not
Christian does not you cannot have a woman as a Christian. What do you mean?
No. You know what? When it comes to that space,
leave that one, Joe. Leave that one. Don't say that one here, Joe.
I'm saying, you are saying like, can't I marry Igbo? No, I have guys. One of my cousins married from Southeast. I have people that around me that married from that area, so I don't have any problem. Yeah, I have people that married, my cousins that are married from.
Because the way you are talking this one, you are just like flexing with them and you just be appealing with them. I don't know. I don't understand you again.
No, it's not like that too.
You can't beg them. You can't be begging them to accept you now. Leave everybody. Let everybody do whatever.
You know what, Simba? You know what? I have somebody like probably a distant friend. It's not a friend actually. Themselves and my children, they go to the same school. So what am I trying to say? The person went to Nigeria with that mindset also that Nigeria has spoiled. It has happened. We are going no more for something. That was January. They spent 3 months there. Do you know what? When they came back 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, so I met with the woman. Said, so what happened in Nigeria? She said, we went there with money that probably they will collect bribe from us at the airport. And she said, everything. He said she has never enjoyed that kind of hospitality in probably I mean, like they said it was a very nice environment. The new airport now. Said all these things that people are saying is lies, propaganda. I told her, I asked her, what about the security issues? He said, forget about that one. They're not Nigerian. It's just pocket of issues that we have in certain places in Nigeria. That she said, if I have my way, I will not even come back. That people are doing businesses and they are making big money there. That all this nonsense that people are just talking about is propaganda. Said propaganda. She's not the first Igbo I'll be hearing that from. I've heard that from different people. That traveled home. I came back without any problem.
That Indian lady that reports news on YouTube, very popular, very huge. Mike, do you know that lady? One Indian woman.
I know her now.
If you notice,
she has changed her station now. I think she was sacked from the previous station.
If you notice, she's been doing reports on Nigeria lately because they've been feeding her stories from their program.
They've been feeding her now.
That's why she's doing more Nigerian stories. A bad. I'm like, this is not you. You never do it before. So you go out there to go and damage your own country, the image of your own country. Then
it's just repeating what's the name from Nigerians.
Oh, are you talking about Wion? Are you talking about Wion? Wion.
Yes.
Yes.
She's turned to biggest now. They've bombarded her as
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. You know that person that I said came from the UK the other time. You know when the person got to Nigeria airport, we saw Gatwick because she did a full vlog. She did a full blog. I saw it on Legit. So and I followed the TikTok handle to her TikTok page. When she got to Nigeria, you know what she said? She said, I never knew Nigeria could have this kind of airport. She said that airport is one of the best right now in Africa. If anybody did not know. So, people were like, so we can have this kind of beautiful airports that we well arranged. And it's going to 2 years now. That airport is going to about 2 years now.
Do you know that the Igbo will start operating in all the airports in Nigeria? So you don't need to even meet any immigration or custom of immigration anymore. Just slide in your
Yes,
passport.
yes. I follow that space.
When it comes to that level, everything will be fast. This is the new
Dorothy,
world.
sorry. Anytime you are not talking, always mute. People from comment section, they are not enjoying the echo from your side.
Okay.
Oh, you can go and come back, man. Because the airport is too
Come
much.
and come back. I think Mike will put him back in. So that is the beauty. So and before you know it now, that e-game will be very good for Nigeria. And I think that that Murtala Moyave Airport, and I also hope that Lagos State should have enough money or source for funds so that they can start building their Lekki International Airport.
But that new terminal is too small. It's too small.
Yeah, it's too small.
The layout is not good at all. The layout is not good. The layout is not good at all.
They need to.
You see, when you have somebody that is not futuristic, how can you engage in that kind of project at this 21st century, for God's sake? How can you build a airport, a terminal like as if you are building a local terminal?
200 million population. That's not good. It's not fair at all.
And that is even the traffic that airport can take is one of those things that work against having an international airline.
Want to go where you get?
Because they just because Kenyamo complained about that airport that is just like a small, very small. You know, that's in.
And if you hear the amount they spend to build that airport, you will say, Claude, how can you spend so much to get so little? You know?
I think the feeling that when they are designing it, the hangars, they don't put it.
One, the blueprint. I heard that they don't have any blueprint for the airport. Don't come and building when they are ready for anything. Imagine, an airport with no master plan.
Yeah. They do have. You are right. But
no, I was listening to this guy now. What's his name? Keyamo. He said that Lagos airport, there's no, you're supposed to have to do. Say 10 years, so this is for supposed to be. Oh, Niyembe. You just build anything that when you are ready to build. That's what they do over there.
Do you know what the guy said? Do you know what the guy said that even shocked me? He said to fix a simple airport, everybody, because of bureaucracy, everybody will put this much money on top. I want to eat from it. In fact, they just need to take it away from public servants. All those civil servants in Nigeria, sometimes I don't know what.
Only one look Benny now. Look at that. No, Remy. If you go to Nigeria now and you land at Lagos, look at that. You like, how did this one even get the job? They don't look qualified. They don't act qualified. They don't even know what they are doing.
Welcome to Nigeria. You see a lot of communication officers. What are they doing there? For God's sake, everybody will be hanging all around. Come on. Go backward. We have been to several airports in the world. You never see a lot of immigration officers like
well that. Organized. You don't see the people just standing everywhere asking for money. Well organized. Yes. But your own will just be saying, Oga.
You know, Nigeria. Just if they can solve that disorganization problem, that just doing things the right way, just basically, honestly. Half of the problem is solved in our country, to be honest. Like professionalism, all those things.
Wait, let me ask Mike now, because this is it. Mike, let me ask you: are we ready to give up the quota system in Nigeria then? Because that is it. You must give it up. It must be the best person for the job.
Why is it a quota system as the problem? There's causing it.
No, because you are forced to hire people that might not necessarily qualify for positions. To fill in space.
The quota is just saying you must get people from this part and that part and that. Yeah, this percentage of people from this part of the country.
I'm saying the way it is run, where even if from Ogun now, give me 10 people there.
How do but you say they can't find the more quality 10 people from Ogun.
Well, you don't even do that.
There are quality people all over the place now.
But Kabesi is causing they come now. Kabesi is causing.
So it's not quota system. It's party system, and you have to go against. Not quota system.
I don't
And
know if
also,
anybody.
it's not, and sometimes it's not even that who they pick. It's just that they don't train them and they don't teach them professionalism. They don't go to orientation. In the West, yeah, when you get a job, you go to something called orientation, where they break
No,
down why
it's not
you
because
have to do your
they know
job.
what Mikey, they know what they're supposed to do. Everything is about corruption. Let me tell you what they used to do. All these airport officials, they have people that are not even staff that they employ that do racketeering within that airport. You know, when you enter the airport, you carry your luggage. Some people will come and approach you and tell you, do you have excess luggage?
Yes, now you
If you
ask me,
not tell them,
who are you? Why are you asking me all these questions? Okay,
it's because let me
And
tell
it's not
you,
only one person that will
they
ask you
are
the question. About 10 people ask you the
they
same question.
they will be they are employed by these people. They will be the one they will now say, okay, let us help you to arrange your load. They will be the one that will now go and negotiate with all those Nigerians that are working for those airlines to negotiate of how much, because they want to shortchange the airlines. You understand? But sometimes if you are not careful, you pay more than what you were supposed to pay if you want to do the right thing. But Nigerians being the kind of people we are, we always like to
They are
shortchange.
impatient.
Not even impatient. We want to do color, all this
Shortcut, man.
color.
Shortcut now. Shortcut.
You understand?
Yeah,
You want to stop. You
but
don't want
Simba,
to pay what you're
Simba,
supposed to pay.
Simba, forget Nigerians. What about foreigners that just coming there for the first? They don't know. I mean, no, coming to the country for the first time.
They'll give bad impression of the country.
Yes, now you don't know anybody, you don't know anything. At least we can even cope with that situation. Okay, now we now. But foreigners don't know any. I mean, now. So just look at the foreigners, the way they look at Nigeria.
And the
Because
complaint.
the issue is this, if you know what to do, okay. I've been in airport in Casablanca in Morocco. I was in the toilet and a woman came to me, even in the toilet, and she was asking me for money. You understand? What I'm saying is that it's true.
He wrote in the toilet, they asked for money. You know the one I expressed in Lagos airport. I want to use the restroom. The woman and I say I have to buy. This lady wants to tell me people.
How much? How much?
Oh my! I say, man, I don't give you. I say, I go hold on, don't worry.
So I think what they're supposed to be doing, even if they want to be doing it to Nigeria, they should look at the face. Okay, this one is the foreigner. I should
They
not be
don't care.
doing this.
They don't care.
They don't
They don't
care.
care.
Exactly. They don't care.
Simba, have you been to Nigerian embassies?
Babati.
The one here, I went to the one here in the US in Atlanta. The the foreigners, the thing is, they don't even know difference between, say, how to talk to our fellow Nigerians and the black Americans are coming here to get visa. Those ones came to get Nigerian visa because they want to visit Nigeria. See the way our people are shouting on them. Oh my!
They
See
do
the
the same
behavior.
thing in the embassy in Washington.
The one in
Washington.
Atlanta. See the way they be shouting on you. They treat you as if you are coming here to beg you. I'm like, are you guys serious? And you are the one providing service, and you are treating me like I'm the one.
And the most complaint foreigner have about Nigeria is the immigration and police. That's the most complaint a lot of foreigners have about Nigeria.
Yes,
The people are.
So
I don't know.
that is
They
why
need to
we
work on
should speed up that state police. This year they should have it, no less, so that we know that Lagos State.
Forget about those. Let me tell you, don't bring that state police of a thing in today. Forget about it, Joe. Don't bring that one in today.
That thing cannot work.
What convinced me that the state now will not be correct? They will do different. They're not the same
It's
Nigeria.
about the attitude of people. If you don't change the attitude of
the
it,
same
you still
people
get
with
the
same
same attitude.
Let me ask you now. Wait now. You're from Ogun State and Dakpo is your governor. So what hope do you have with the state police?
No salary 1 year. They will never.
Dakpo is your governor. So what hope do you have for state police over there?
They will never receive salary. That guy is the worst guy, man. Everybody complain about him, man. People from Ogun State, but
you guys, let's be frank here. We have centrally controlled police and all this.
I have said, Remy, we have discussed this state police. Don't bring it again. Let us discuss something different.
What I want to say is this: the first time I went to Singapore, and I get an e-visa. It takes me just 1 day to get it. So I get an e-visa and I went to Singapore. This was the first time in my life I'm using the e-gate to go inside the country. At their airport, oh my God, Nobody even asked me, blah, blah. Just put your passport there. Your visa is already scanned. Blah, 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 blah. They already know you are
And
coming.
so how does that one not support your
police?
Your
You
police,
said I should
your
talk about
police?
police. I want to go back to what you guys are talking about Nigerian mentality. And once you get into after the airport is so big and massive, and once you get people just welcome you in, and before you know it, nobody even asks you. You cannot see a lot of immigration officers everywhere hanging around or custom or whatever. You cannot see nobody because they have CCTV everywhere monitoring you.
I think they designed that new terminal for corruption. Maybe they designed it for corruption so that they can be able to be. Because
you mean the new terminal in Lagos?
The new terminal.
I passed through it last year. Now nobody asked me for CCO.
Actually, the new terminal.
The new terminal is more sanitized than the old terminal.
Yeah, it's more sanitized. And it's different stuff.
Yeah, but the problem is that
There was a day in Lagos. The guy was asking me for money, and I said I don't have money. The guy now became angry. You understand? He became angry with me.
It's like before they leave the house, they have already calculated how much.
As if he was demanding for his rights, and I was denying. I just look at him because I got to the airport early. I was not afraid of any delay. You understand? So I was ready for him, and I'm not ready to give anybody shishi because I'm not carrying anything contravening any law, and I have enough time. So the reason why people panic and give them money because probably they arrive late, they are about to board or whatever. They are rushing.
First time traveler. First time
traveler. The one they are targeting.
Yes.
You just they go.
The first time I'm departing Nigeria. That guy deliberately seized my passport in his hand. Said, this is the first time. And I said, what can I do? You have to give us something. And in my pocket, I only have 200 naira left. All the naira, I already put it down at home.
They always collect dollar. They don't like naira.
No, that time it was a long time. I gave him the 200 naira. And then he's not the one that going to stamp my passport self. By the time I got to where they are going to stamp my passport, that guy also asked money. I did not even do it. I said, look, I've given that guy 500 naira. I lied. Go and collect your passport. I know you must give her. I said, then one woman that is patting all over my body. Also, God, now they go and give me some. I said, I don't give all your people now. Go and share it among yourself. They just let me go like that. Since that day, I never give anybody CC again because next time they ask me of money, when I talk, I just spark like wire on them. Who do this guy? Just continue to disgrace this country. Once you know you are speaking that big grammar, they just let you go. Wow, that is the logic.
See, just raise your voice. Just raise your voice.
They will let you go because they don't want drama.
They don't want drama.
Yes.
Just raise that voice.
If you are the one that is speaking like Mr. Babati, come on, I'm a doctor.
If you start to reason with them, you're in trouble. I go with the phone you. I should
Mike, somebody care 31 or necessarily friendly.
Don't smile, don't greet them back.
How are you? You're welcome. Where are you going? Don't be nice to them. If you are nice, they will exploit you.
Anything to say, but I ain't beautiful. So that madness will just descend on you once you land in Nigeria. Just become mad. Have you?
No, don't say. Don't go out of your own sense. Just when I say we're not like
when
I was flying back, last year when I was flying back, I have things, but I did not do it at checking luggage. It was in my backpack. I have beans and one other something like that. And the guy said, no, you should have checked in this something. It's going to seize it. I said, I don't care. You can go and eat it. And I let him take it. And after they let me, because that is the final place that I have to go and sit down to wait for my plane. I did not even care. I did not even blink and hide. He collected it and collected the other food stuff. It's in my backpack. Go and eat it. I don't care. You can just do whatever you like. Because I just talked to him shabbily. And then I went and after that, he came back to me. God, so they do like that now. Okay, I have to give you can go and take it. I took it back and I did not give him any 60 because I don't care anymore. Because if you care too much, they'll continue to exploit you every now and then. So that is just it. How much is the beans? The beans is already in a package form with the manufacturer already written on it, everything. So why, even in abroad, nobody cares to check that kind of thing. So sometimes the way we do in our country, sometimes I don't get it. Simple things. They want to get everything is bribe money.
You know, the last time I went, one guy, that guy was so funny, and I gave him money because the way he talk.
And you know them from Nigeria, they do
I just look
I know you complain. You go them from Nigeria, you complain.
Hold on, the guy was so funny. I didn't have no other option but to give him money. He looked at my passport. He said, oh, you pay American passport. Oh, you pay American passport. Only a guy we dey here with they wear uniform, they manage life here.
Agbe, totally agree.
Only a guy with day here with they wear uniform, they manage life here. God will bless you. But at the other time, got to be because it was so funny to me. I like this guy. He didn't demand, but the way he spoke, he showed that look. Okay, we dey suffer for this country. You see now uniform with the we just day here they manage life.
Bàbá ṣé dọ́là lẹ fún ní àbí náírà? Because ilẹ̀ ń bá àwọn Nàìjíríà jẹun. Ṣé dọ́là lẹ kó lẹ̀ àbí ẹ fún náírà?
No, náírà bò fún. Náírà bò fún.
But to be honest,
Ajálẹ̀ kòkò ní fún dọ́là bàbá tó mọ iye shift tó ṣe l'Amẹ́ríkà ló máa kó dọ́là fún Nàìjíríà.
But to be honest, the government.
I just look at that guy and said, man, this guy is very smart. He's a smart guy. Passport, everything. America, a guy with they manage life. With they wear uniform, they manage life here.
Ètò ń pè ní fine bara nìyẹn, fine bara ló ń sè yẹn.
Fine bara, you get the money. At least he didn't demand directly, but if you fine bara, if you demand, that bank, I just you know what, you see Nigerian people, you see us. I want to those immigration officers, and including us too, all of us Nigeria, we are all very nice people. Nigerians are very, very appreciative of every good thing that you do to them. Look, for me, doing their job the right way and not even demanding, Nigerians, for what we are, very, how do I describe it? We are givers. We easily give out. Appreciate that, oh, this guy is doing a good job and it's not good. Nigeria can willingly just put some folks and just say, oh, take this, buy something. You don't need to demand.
Evangelist Gogo, those guys, they can actually get a lot from us if they actually,
that is what I'm saying.
If they were not actually doing style and all those crooked, trying to deceive you or being mean. If they can actually say, oh, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
If you want to give tip, can tip off, just be nice. And
just be nice.
Out of sympathy, we give them, because what they're asking for is not like we don't have it. But it's just that the crooked thing is just what irritates us. The crooked way they're trying to get it, and some of them, the attitude is just what irritates us. But if you come, we know you guys are not doing well. What is $5? It's a big money to them now.
Mike, you are right, because I have a friend that works in.
I can even donate $1,000 that day. All of them, all of you.
Really, will be ready to give them.
Yeah, I have a friend that works in.
Take this $20. Take this
airport in Baltimore. Each time the guy went to work, when he coming back, he come back with a lot of tips. Maybe he helps some people. People give money, and I support that idea. Once you're nice to people at the airport, people will give you money. You don't need to be demanding. Yeah, you don't need to be demanding.
Let me tell you this. In I know in my own city, the people, you see these people that carry people on the wheelchair. You know, immediately they know that you are on wheelchair, you need help.
Yeah.
Mostly Arab, Ethiopian. Those guys make money
A lot.
because people give them. Because the moment you are coming out from the plane and they are there to help you to your terminal or to wherever, they give them money. They make a lot of money. They give
They get $100 tip, $50 tip.
yes. Some white people will give them $100. They make hundreds of dollars every day for just you just look at them that, oh, this one is pushing what do you call it? Wheelchair. He's making a hell of money every day. You know, but you say that crooked way, like you said,
It's making non-taxable money.
Not taxable, easy money, free cash money.
And those airports is a busy airport that you can help like 100 people in a day.
Particularly if you are in Atlanta, that is the most busiest airport in the whole in the United States. If you see those guys moving up and down with that wheelchair, you see that they look happy. They have energy to do the job because of the money. They don't demand, but people will give them. They don't demand.
And white people give a very good tip. They give very good tip.
Well, I hope they can change in Nigeria. If they can treat people well, I mean, Nigerians being what they are, Nigerians are very easy. That is why I'm saying our leaders, they are very wicked people. If they are put in place the basic things that make the society work, if they have done it, Nigeria are the most easiest people. They are not saying you should not eat. It's not you not chop your own, but do things right that will make things work in the world. And
Baba, just sit down, Ogun State governor. Go and check all the comment section online. You will see how people are crying about road.
No, that guy is the most.
You will see how people are crying about road. Everybody, Dapo, come and help us fix this place. And that man, you will be seeing go following Tinubu up and down. In New York City today, you will see him there. In India tomorrow, you will see him there. Why?
That's Babati's brother right there. And Babati will come here and be blowing grammar. And his brother is not doing anything. He's
that guy is not doing anything. I don't know.
Because what do you want me to say about that? But just give me 3 years so you can just go at this point.
Can you imagine?
No, they can put pressure. No, we can't leave him. We can't
look at that Lagos song going.
No, those places are forgotten.
My God.
They are forgotten. You know, people they call forgotten people in America. Those people are forgotten. They are abandoned people. That's Ota,
Ifo, yeah.
Congo.
Ojo, all those time. My
the
God.
People from that place, they are begging every day. They are begging every day, begging Dapo. They call him out every day. No, go and check all in posts. You will see comments. Dapo, please come and help us feed this.
And if you want to say, we say it's a federal government road. That's what you will tell them.
No, 3 days ago, he said the same thing that he said 3 years ago. Oh, I'm going to do the road that we are working on it. Man, you asked Danny. You're going to do it.
Property, you see that guy and that of your state because they come from the oil and gas. They are just stealing the money of that.
Your people are. I think they are okay with Makinde.
I want that there.
Okay, okay. Wọ́n kàn gba kámú ni kò sí nǹkan tó ṣe là wọ́n ti vote for ẹlẹ́kejì àwọn.
No, they try.
Try.
Compared to Dakpo, it can. That's what they are saying. Compared to your governor, the time answer here. Compared to your own.
But I also live in Ibadan as well now. And at least I always go home and I can see what is going on in your state. The people there, they already okay. What he did It's
wọ́n ní
very
kò
simple.
compare governor méjèèjì wo ló dáa jù.
Mi ti fẹ́ compare wọn náà ṣé mi ní ráì láti divert ẹ̀ ni. Àti gba kámú tí Ogun State. What he did in university was simple. What he did in university was simple. He paid teachers' salary because those ones are the ones that grumble a lot. And he pays civil servant salary. That's all. Other things
But
is
no.
Which governor is not doing well in the Southwest?
No. The only Sanwo-Olu is the only one doing very well. The rest,
And Ekiti State governor too is doing well.
Kiloji.
I don't know about him. It's a small state. We don't know, but
people from Ekiti are getting.
Ondo gan Akeredolu kó tó di pé ọkọ lọ fọrùn kí I was.
Ẹgbọ́n náà Ọ̀ṣun ṣe gbúrò ẹ̀ṣà ìbúlò wà.
Oh, Jokaki is dancing up and down.
It's with Wasiu and Pasuma.
Even APC called him out today that he should stop dancing up and down. He should face the government.
You know what? It's sad that
Kùlátà ò rí kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú governor state àfi kó wá máa sọ grammar lórí platform.
Even if we talking English, you'll be speaking English.
Grammar ńlá ló máa sọ.
You know what? It served them right. It's eternal voting. No man they just vote on eternal.
I can't believe they don't vote for Tinubu in Osun State. I can't even believe.
I'm telling you, eternal politics. No man, when they were in your state, they are the one that write petition more.
Má bua kó gbé ẹnu ẹ̀ sàn, má bua.
Ṣé parọ́ ni?
Rẹ̀mí, wàá kábùkù láàárọ̀ yìí o, má bua o.
You always write petition.
Simba ẹgbẹ́ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ni kí ló dé? Kẹ́ ló ṣe sọ pa yín.
Àwọn ẹlẹ́kàánú policies. What booty? See your state now. What is there? After Aregbesola, that guy that was even trying, you remove him and put your dancing Adeleke there. You guys go and dance with him now. That's never witnessed any development.
Can you imagine? Davido is buying private jets for almost 90 billion. I can't believe it.
No, he said that belonged to his father.
But that's a Bombardier.
Who is that?
Davido. He bought
He's buying
90 billion. Private jet for 90 billion.
No, he bought a Bombardier now. That's a one-way jet to. One way. There's no refill or work on it. You get there.
Is it private jet for himself?
Yeah, private jet.
Yes.
That's expensive, man.
Anybody want to know what I'm doing?
Osun State. It's from Osun State. I can because there's no way that money is too huge. 90 billion.
I know that guy. Don't say that.
No, he's not the owner of that private jet. He belongs to his father. But
his father is what almost $1 billion now.
Yeah,
so they are billionaires already.
Yeah, but it does not mean that they will not siphon more of Osun State for money.
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, Simba. One
the allocation will increase almost 40%. Tell me, show me what they are doing.
See the cabinet now. Adeleke sister is there.
All his family
all his family are there. They are in for it. They
will vote because they have the manipulative to campaign.
No, Osho people is not like that. They might do it and not voting for him after 2 or 3 years.
As long as he's paying the civil servant, he will get the vote.
Simba.
Onílé sọ̀rọ̀ sí.
Ó dìbò fún ni. Ó dìbò fún dáńsà ni. Ó dìbò fún dáńsà ni.
Mi ò lọ bí kankan mo gbọ́n tẹ́ ń sọ. Mi ò lọ bí kankan.
Owó dísìmbà lẹ́nu kò lè sọ̀rọ̀ against the governor yẹn.
Irọ́ kúnmi ìsọkúsọ ni kúnmi ń sọ lẹ́nu. Owó Ọ̀ṣun kọ́ ni Davido fi ra Bombardier.
Let us wait for EFCC man.
Ṣẹ̀rí tó ti ń defend David àti sọ pé wọ́n ti fowó di lẹ́nu. Former commissioner for health ló ń bá yìí sọ̀rọ̀.
Ṣé ẹni kò lè sọ̀rọ̀ much púpọ̀ jù?
Wọ́n ti di lẹ́.
Ó
ti gbowó àbẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀.
It's the worst state in the southwest. No worse.
I'm a stakeholder in Osun State government, so I cannot be talking.
Remy, I don't think Oshun is worse though.
Ṣẹ̀ríkò ti láwùn. Ṣẹ̀ríkò ti láwùn.
Hey, Remy, Oshun is not as bad as Oyo and Ogun. I won't lie to you.
What are you telling me?
I read there's a lot of work. I'm
There
telling
is
you.
zero IGR, nothing at all. It's zero.
Yeah? No, maybe that. We talk about infrastructure wise, like they did a lot of work, man.
Yeah, Aregbesola did a lot of road.
I agree. In fact, Oshun is looking better than.
That was Aregbesola time. He did wonderfully well. Although
Even the Oyetola Aregbesola continued the work. Like, they were doing a lot of projects, man. A lot. They almost all you.
They have a good road.
They have good road network, man. We need to go there.
I know that Aregbesola did a wonderful job, but unfortunately for them, their eternal policies will not let them go.
But what about you? Just talking about it, and what about Aregbesola himself? You know,
and it's the same thing now. It's the same. That is why Simba also play eternal politics in this platform. You attack him, you attack him 3 times. So it's like that now. You often attack. When you attack him, you attack it 3 times. It's eternal politics they are playing. You can see them in Osun people. They are like that. Okay.
Ṣé ká change orúkọ Simba sí ẹ̀tanú politics ni?
No. Pè ní stakeholder ní ìsìn, ó ní stakeholder ló ń báyìí.
Yeah, stakeholder.
Àṣírí ti tú stakeholder àjẹbọ máa pariwo pé Nàìjíríà ò dáa, ilẹ̀ ń kó Nàìjíríà jẹ.
Why do you think he flies to Nigeria every 3 months? Why do you think he's not really working in Saudi Arabia now? He's not really working.
Edu, ṣé mi ni topic láàárọ̀ yìí ni?
They want to drag you.
Ó ti kàn náà lélu bó ṣe ṣínà bo rational mind ní ìjẹta táwọn ayé ṣínà bo rational mind.
Wọ́n lé rational mind kúrò lórí platform ìjẹta yẹn.
My weapon full chest ni. Today.
Patrick kò jẹ́ kó easy fún. Patrick really finished national agenda.
And one man don't really defend him too much. One man don't even defend him too much. One man always defend him. Say, no, let him land. This is what he means. But that Jetta and one man gone Chisha when you left. Oh yeah. Later on away that day, that night.
So Simba ló kàn lálẹ́ yìí rational mind kọ stakeholder àmọ́ fojú ẹ̀ hàn ìmọ̀lẹ́ ni wọ́n ta.
But Southwest has been declining for a while. Oh.
Yes, so let's
I think we only enjoyed this. I want Bia Osoba and maybe Benga Daniel there. Laying down.
Don't even call his name, I beg.
No, Lamadation or not. Try.
So that's money. I want first setting yes, share. I don't go worry nothing.
Because all Ojono schools, everything, hospitality, the tribe.
But letting
if they also tried for your state before he died, before he was
Ajumabi, right?
Remy, collectively, letting 0405 when he went down the drain, man.
Yes.
It has never really been the same.
No, they are using the state money to buy Burundi change. They are using the allocation to buy dollar now. That's what they are doing.
But they have stopped them. When EFCC blink their eye on
them. They will find another route now.
It's not easy anymore. Even if you are stockpiling dollars somewhere, this naira, the way it's going, I call it check this unnecessary. Because even as I said yesterday, it's already close to 1,000. So what are we talking about now? So they are beaming their light on them also. It's not easy because they already know their antics. This is also a way they can.
But Remy, say Tinubu cannot do us a favor. That Pomalo it don't calculate it. Stop following up and down.
I'm telling you, if
can't he do that for us?
He need to do that. Serious, for real.
Anywhere is always there. Like I'm like, what? Where is your office?
Babati, do you know what even pained me most? You know when that Niger State governor was launching,
he was there, Travi.
He was there. I was like, "Are you kidding yourself? Look at this state governor. That guy also put on an overall work jacket with a hat.
We're going to do fine.
And you this big governor with your barbaric guy and the rest. You are there washing. Why can't you just replicate?
Oh, Kilo embarrassing me. I was embarrassed for him was when they were opening that red line, and it was there.
It was there, and that is
the
our own state.
ni ori red line again. The only project, the only train station tí wọ́n parí is the one in Ogun State.
And do you know
and you are
that
there to celebrate with
someone
them?
who mentioned,
Lójútì. And you are there with them to support it.
Someone who mentioned it at that point that I'm waiting for the governor to write his check. Someone who mentioned it.
I was expecting, if it's an active governor, pick it up from that place and launch it towards your own state.
You can't even take any advantage from Lagos. You just did there, and a lot of company in Ogun State.
Just take it and just launch it if it's 3 or more 4 stations to your own state. At least in and I don't get it.
Ogun State, they need a real pure accounting governor. They need someone that can generate revenue, and that state have a lot of potential. I don't know why.
It does.
It have a lot of potential.
It's top 5 states.
Mo blame my Ajebu náà ni when they get their own man ṣiṣẹ́, Ẹ̀gbá ló máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ jù. When they get the Gbenga Daniel no, they don't do anything. But Amusu and Oshoba, you saw what they did now.
Amusu,
let's be honest.
I was in Ogun State during Amusu. Amusu put to road.
No, he tried.
But you know what? You know what, Kumi? They're going to put Ogun West now. So I want Songo because it's going to be Ayi.
Nígbà tí Babati sọ wípé lọ́ba gbẹ fáwọn Ìjẹ̀bú wọn ṣe mélòó lọ ti gbẹ fáwọn Ìjẹ̀bú.
Ìtọ́ gbé fún wọn ṣe wọ́n ṣe ń bẹ̀ tó gbé fún wọn náà
kọ́. Ìgbà wo lẹ gbé fún Jẹ̀bú?
Gbẹ̀ngà Daniel nǹkan.
Gbẹ̀ngà Daniel ilé kan lẹ fẹ́ fi mẹ́jọ ẹ̀ ni.
Àti ilé Dàpọ̀ nǹkan.
Dàpọ̀ Gbẹ̀ngà Daniel ọdún kan one time kan ló lò.
No, 2
ló lò 8 years.
One time. No, 2 ló lò.
No, 2.
Tẹ́bá remember, Oshoba only did 1 time. He lost the second time bid.
Yes,
Daniel.
Because
OBJ deceived them that to do alliance.
Yeah,
Gbenga did 8 years. Amosu did 4 years. And Amosu is going to do it 8 years now. So they've been there for what? Almost 12 years.
Amosu 8 years. Gbenga Daniel 8 years. And this one 8 years. No.
So they don't seem better. So hopefully they can give it to Ayi. I want some gutter finally because it's going to be from there. So you can read that place up. I saw it. And do you know that is a huge road, Nabi? That Lagos Congo road.
Ibẹ̀ ni industrial base Ogun. Industrial base Ogun State.
So what will surprise you if you are from Ogun State or your state that immediately you leave organized Lagos and then you just step on the toll gate of Ibadan or Shagamu towards Ogun State.
Everything will change.
You will just ask yourself, are they in the same place? I think I was expecting your state to be like 50% or even worse, 25% of power with Lagos.
And Oyo State with Mikra, everywhere full of Mikra.
Mikra and Okada in Oyo State is
that thing is annoying, man. Make that state dirty.
Why, for God's sake? You'll be driving, everybody's Okada around you.
Everybody just.
Let me. I see sent home some money to buy somebody a new Okada. Because some go road near Oba Okada again. Uncle, what in booking a for you couldn't get my machine last. They have to buy another one again. So, they blame on not innovation. You said that. Because
now. No job.
They can't blame people now. They got to provide.
But state governor to work proactive, to construct more. I should buy one as road construction worker. But it does not do nothing now.
Okay. As example, this land seaport, the federal government building Mania in Oyo State. Do you know who project that project? Is Ajumobi. Since when Ajumobi now left now, Makinde just quiet. You never see Makinde go and meet. No any governor from Southwest to go and take the advantage.
We have one in
any project. Now, state government can generate power now. You don't see any one of them talking about it. They're just quiet.
Look at your state governor. I did not send any memorandum. I don't need to send any memorandum. The national, I just look at his mouth.
They're just quiet. They don't really need to take any advantage. See that
me.
Niger
So, but we pay even Ogun State. We're supposed to have a dry port in Kajola.
Yes,
on that green line.
And a rolling stock also there.
It's supposed to that was supposed to have a dry port there.
Can you imagine?
No, I think it's building one in Shagamu.
No. Dry port to connect more what do the headline here?
Oh, okay.
They have one in Ibadan. They have one. It's supposed to be in Ogun State.
Yeah, that one is in the money in Ibadan.
Corny.
They deliberately they will not do it, but when you will see them going to London to go and do one birthday party to your so-called governor. That's what they are using.
For real, our governor they are very lazy.
They are lazy. All of them, except only Lagos State, they think very well. The other ones are
lazy. They are very lazy. They are not ready to develop that country.
I am also disappointed. I hope Akele will rest in peace. I'm totally disappointed in him. I was expecting to at least turn that state around a little bit. It's all politics. That man, highly educated, very sophisticated, very enlightened, very modern, not like dancing at delicate. So, in fact, and what do you say at the end of the day? Nothing to show. Nothing.
The problem, look, let me tell you this. You know why you see, Lagos State is very wealthy and put together all the revenue of all the southern states, in a month. Do they even can they even match that of Lagos State? I'm talking of the entire.
I'm a low. Okay. So, L State in Tennessee does not have the same money New York has, but it's still well run now.
You know why?
That's my point. In short, it's how you manage what you have.
Compare that Ajumobi governor and Lagos State governor that time. Come to your state, come and see how everywhere is well organized. Everybody are behaving normal. Go on your state now. Everybody are just behaving normal.
You know why you can't see government activities or government presence in every part of the state is because they don't allow the local government to function. If they allow the local government to function on their own without any interference, you will see development across the state. The local government area, local government chairman and his team will want to, because they are living there. That is their locality.
And they know what the people want.
And they want to perform at least to impress the people so that they can vote for them another time. So you will see competition among the local government. So, but because state governor, because of their politics, because they don't want any rival, anybody to challenge their political power, so they want to suppress. They suppresses any voices of dissent within the party and outside the party, and they amass everything to themselves. If anything does not get to their own table, it's not going to work. So, and that is why things are not working, because you have too much.
But Baba, do you think Tinubu have political strength to make it work?
Huh?
Do you think that Tinubu have political strength to make the local government work?
If Tinubu
or she want to change the law where they will separate them, where they will not have to send the money to them directly. You have to go to them.
It takes a political will.
Yes,
if press, and this is the time they can fight it. If it's ready to fight them to the ground, make an issue out of it, mobilize Nigerian people, and I believe Nigerian people will stand up. If you say, look, if we continue this way we are running the country, we will not see development.
But first of all, on council election money, local government, come out appoint one in.
But governor win.
No one for so they need to find a way to change that law for that election where it will be INEC doing it and not the state. It will be they have to change that law too. That way you can have people vote that way you can have everybody have equal opportunity to win. Not because you just have everybody APC, everybody PDP.
Actually, the law is there. It is INEC that is expected. That is by law. Is INEC in that state that must conduct the election in a free and fair manner. But the governors hijack the activity of my INEC. Whoever that is going to be the INEC chairman in the state, they will bribe that person, they will do everything to satisfy him, and they will make him, to write the result in their favor. You see, those governors are just, they are the problem. They are the ones that are not making that.
Because me more our council gone met in the office about guns, they've disappeared. We don't even see them.
They are still there.
Where are they?
They are just collecting money.
No, but where are they?
Local government.
No. This is my point. Back when I was in Nigeria, when it comes to government work, we didn't even go to state. We went to government council for everything.
Oh yes,
that was it. Medicine, school stuff. It was all council.
Your state governor used them to be collecting transport money like almost 2 years. That's all. They don't have anything they are doing. They are just collecting money from the state government. They don't do anything.
The governor doesn't want them to do anything. He just appointed them to be there so that their name can be there. That we have, and that is why you see they can be fired anytime and appointed anytime. Election can be fixed for any time. If he just wake up and is not happy with them, he can fire all of them and then put administrator here. If he likes, throughout his own time in office or 2 times in office, he might not conduct any election. He just have people. If he like, he will not even have anybody there, and nothing will happen. I mean that is the worst. That
I will. Even for basic things like those garbage, cleaning the what is it called again?
Garbage collection,
sanitation or whatever.
Waste
management. It should be done by local council, not state.
It's the job of the local government. It's the job of the local government. Nothing concerns state with refuse collection and management. No, that's the way it used to be. I don't. You see, these people don't about if nothing is done to separate the local government from the state control. If nothing is done to get them their autonomy to function away from the local state government control, we won't have any good governance in that country. It will never come. It will just be perambulating. Federal government will be doing something. I command Benetton promise Agboni. I command Benetton promise Agboni. Federal government will be doing its best. We'll be seeing it on paper. Oh, they are making revenue. Oh, Naira is doing this. Oh, they are bringing investment. But investment without good governance at the local government level, that people in the local government cannot feel the presence of the government in their life, the impact of the government in their life, then it's a total failure. No more results. So, and that is what we are going through. The governors, they don't want it to work, because if it works, if they allow local government to work, people are going to see some local government that are performing wonders. And you know that local government chairman, when they are successful, the next
Is
ambition
governor.
is governor.
Yes.
Yes. So governor doesn't want any rivalry coming from local government level, and they don't want it. They don't want it. So it's just shameful that we are so greedy.
I mean, the 80s we were scared of environmental. You must, if you don't clean your house, if you don't clean in front of your building, now allow you will.
Oh yes.
Everybody clean that thing. Saturday, I think it was once a month, Abi.
Once a month. Last Saturday. Last Saturday.
Yeah.
Last Saturday of the month.
It's I mean, I don't know. Sometimes
Now you go now you go there. Somebody will
come and see Oyo State. Come to Oyo State. You will see. I don't know. Those our governor. They need to do. They need to help that country. They need to help.
We need to.
You see, poverty.
How long we're gonna continue that way, man?
Let's not blame poverty. Let go. I've seen poor areas that are clean across the world. Don't blame poverty for being dirty. Let's not do that. You can be poor and still be clean.
Yeah, the local non-functioning of the local government is the problem, because it's the job of the local government to, when you have a local government administration that is effective in the running of the local government area, they won't allow that nonsense. They will run it well. They will make it to function, and people will feel the impact of the.
And Baba, do you know that thing will even help security, especially in northern region? It's going to help security because the local government will be able to help the people from the local. It's gonna bring up everything down. Everybody will know who is committing crime. I don't even understand.
That is why you see the state police they are talking about. Where I like it, but
local police is even better. Local police have their own police.
Yeah, that thing will not work.
Yeah,
I would prefer
local government.
Ogun State governor.
I would prefer local government to have their own security.
They have county here now, Abi. They have county police now.
Oh yes, everywhere.
Sheriff.
Every city, the only police department here now. In America, every city have their own police department, and they have their own, sheriff. This thing too, So it's just, why can't we do things right?
You not say, governor, I'm opening a community clinic. That is not your job. It's local government council now. It's local government council, not you.
It's the job of the local government community.
I like the duty.
It's so to Yakoma target is general hospital. Period. They are creating general hospital in many places of the state. That is his job. It's not a community clinic or a clinic. It's the job of the local government.
So, Babayeko, you are right. Look at Lagos State. They are building hospital in all of these big local government all around the state. Look at our own in Oyo State. Even the way of Ayo, they cannot manage it.
They can't manage it.
They cannot manage it. They cannot build another one. They just manage the old one. You cannot manage the old one. And then you are telling us they are doing wonders.
Do you see the new two? No, the one they are building in Lagos.
I disagree.
No, wait.
The state hospital is useless, man. Nothing is going on there. Let me tell you something. I will tell you a story. Before my mother passed away last year. I was there in 2021.
This is 2024, man. What are you talking about?
Development.
When my mother has
first of all, development.
This is it. That hospital, fine. We might say, probably some things and all, but no, my mother worked in that hospital. So not that I don't know. I know how that hospital works.
Okay, can
So
I tell you my
fine.
story?
So what I'm saying is that I learned the Oyo State governor is fairly. I think they are investing in these primary healthcare centers. To kind of improve the capacity of the world. Because naturally the way the things should move is people should be able to access primary health care from the primary health care centers. The general hospital should be like a referral center from there to UCH. So, but many of our primary health care centers, or most of them have collapsed.
So
So
when we took out to that,
I think it's working on that. Man
no,
follow
it's not
space in
working
there.
nothing. It's not working
I
nothing.
think
Let me
It's
it's
say
not
trying to
working.
build
It's
it's
not
not
new
working,
working.
ones.
brother. It's not working in
It's
anything.
not working on anything. Forget
It's
it.
not.
We took our mother there because she was complaining of a very serious stomach issue. And we first took her to a private hospital. Those private cannot handle the situation. Immediately, we rush her to that Ayo ward. When we get there, they gave us a bed. A simple needle they don't have. Injection, we bought it outside. Everything, we bought it outside. The only thing they gave us was only the bed. To now make it even worse, after 2 or 3 days, no improvement, nothing. They cannot even tell us exactly. The doctors there, they don't know what they are doing. They cannot tell us what is happening. So we are agitated and we have to just refer her to UCH. When they refer her to UCH and the doctor that met her, under 2 hours, the doctor gave us a kind of medicine like this. We also go and bought that injection outside. That one is about 40,000 naira. Immediately they gave her a situation subside and she spent the next 5 days at UCH and she was okay. So that forget it. They didn't do nothing.
I think
No
well,
improvement. Nothing.
do you know that Oyo is doing this health insurance scheme right now? I spoke to them on Facebook today. I don't know. I'm still trying to make my findings on
This is a state
how
with a huge population. And still, when you go to Ibadan, the same road 40 years ago still remain like that 40 years to this time. No visible improvement. Only the work of Ajimobi. Okay. Do you know that?
I disagree.
No.
I disagree.
Remy,
I disagree.
This guy have done a lot of
It feels
road
a lot of road.
construction,
I forget.
bridges, and a lot of things.
I'm from Oyo State.
Even the students don't pay. The high school
Do
or
you know the
secondary
road
school, they don't pay anymore.
from Kialen to Akpata?
Ajimobi was charging them some school fees
Kumbia and
when he was
Dorati.
alive.
The Kumbia
No, it
And he
was
has
free.
improved on the
It was free.
IGR of the state
No,
too.
the road I know on our local government, that road has been there. I was born in that local government. We've been struggling for many years. But this guy that fixed the road, he make it double
Has been
lane
fixing
now.
road. Has been fixing
The
road.
guy
Sha.
make it
Do
double
you
lane
know
now.
the road from Kialen to Akpata
The
when you are going to Abeokuta?
the economy of that local government is booming now.
GLA. GLA.
Yeah,
Yes.
from JLN, you are going to Akpata. From Akpata, you take that road, that single road, you take it to Abeokuta. You know that you follow that Nigerian wire and cable and the rest. And you know that road, when you take that one of Ring Road, immediately you turn to Odono area from that roundabout. You know it's a single lane, and that single lane has been there for more than 40 years. This guy did not touch Yala from that road. And the volume of traffic on that road is huge. Every morning there is heavy traffic. You can't get to the
But to be honest,
They are working on it. I think once it was a video.
The report I'm hearing from road about road from Oyo State is a
no. The
positive.
only thing that I can say he did recently is there is a one particular ring road he was building, and people said it's nearly that one is nearly. Ajimobi started it. Nearly completed now. You cannot take that road to come out at after NNPC junction. That is the only rail road. But I'm talking about the inner road of Ibadan itself. Let us see.
Do you know that road that you're talking about? You know that road you're talking about? That Odono road. That road is to Odono. Yes, federal road. This is federal road.
I'm going to say now. I know that all the road
you cannot talk about it, but it's the federal road.
What of the road to the airport? What of the road to the airport that he fixed?
He has done that, yeah. And that road is a long kilometer.
Yeah.
It might be no. By the way, Remy, what is the update on your airport in Ogun State? Thank you.
I didn't think I should supply it. Now my resuscitate every now and then.
Airport you not know.
But to be honest, kò sí àwọn journalist tó lè drive.
Airport tó bá fẹsẹ̀ rìn lọ sórí tarmac.
Airport wọn dẹ́kìn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni dẹ́kìn ní airport wọn ni dẹ́kìn lọ ní káàkiri.
Àná máa fẹsẹ̀ rìn lọ wọ plane lórí tarmac. Wàá gbé ẹrù.
Ìmọ̀ kan tó kọ̀ wá pàdé ká máa build the airport for God's sake. Ogun State, ó ti súnmọ́ Lagos State. We don't need it.
Èkìtì gan ní airport ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́ báyìí rẹ̀ mi. Èkìtì náà ń kọ́ airport.
They are just using those people.
Èkìtì náà ní airport.
Ọbẹ̀ kọ́wé jẹ ni. That's just it. Ọbẹ̀ kọ́wé.
Ìṣèbí ọ̀sùn náà.
I'm delete every app on my phone for this. It's called Chatbot AI.
Mọ Bendel State yẹn Delta ní tiẹ̀ àti Edo náà ní tiẹ̀ ibi tá à ń pè ní Bendel State tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀. Oníkálukú
ló ní airport ṣe actually all states in Nigeria has airport now but ó máa padà
they are all building airport because they don't want to get kidnapped on the road now, so they're building airport.
Let me be Oshun, they are also building. They have airport.
Yes.
Really? For what?
Yes. For what? I don't understand. Ekiti gan, but for Ekiti, what I pay there, I want you to go and get to understand though. Those airports
don't travel from around the world.
Let me talk about those airports. AFDB, what are those support of special agricultural zone.
Now, so
no, don't travel out. They be paying your fare fly lọ síbẹ̀ àbí wọ́n fly láti Èkó lọ síbẹ̀.
Rárá, there's something you need to know about this airport too. SAPZ ni wọ́n special agro processing zones. African Development Bank will fund most of those projects. Títí Ọ̀yọ́ Ogun State yẹn. Wọ́n ṣe ṣe nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe ń bẹ̀ actually is a very good thing.
Kí ni agricultural produce wọ́n ń bẹ̀? Don't fẹ́ máa export láti bẹ̀.
Wọ́n máa export láti bẹ̀ ni kò ń ṣe fún. It's not more of they can use it. It's a dual airport, but it's more of cargo. Láti move nǹkan bẹ̀ you can produce this just like they do in other countries. Ní Marrakesh at King Abdullah V.
What do they produce there? What's the agricultural produce that comes out that
companies can come over there? Lekki deep sea port. We have about 120 companies working in Lekki deep sea port and Lekki free trade area. Now, Lekki free trade area, seaport here all supply deep free trade area. Ports here also supply free trade zone here. So from there. New road on Koyi at the take off. So it's more of agriculture. FDB additional neutrality help our state about 7 states, not very. So from there you can produce things within the airport. That special economic zone.
They have labs around the airport. I know all that, but before the airport even shows up, you should have been making preparations for all those things around. You should be proactive. Don't wait. Because they're supposed to have testing labs.
Ostrich eggs are the largest.
To test for, before you export.
Yeah.
Where's the money from that?
They didn't use it. They didn't use it very well. Our governor was the problem one country. Our governor was our issue.
The airport is supposed to be in Wasimio. like that. You move it to Sagam. It was supposed to be now. It was supposed to be Wasimi now.
Ben. Níbo the airport Ogun State wà?
Sagam ló wà.
Ìyẹn dà bẹ́ẹ̀, ìyẹn dà.
Yeah,
it's good. Yeah, it's good. Ìyẹn náà dà, ó dà.
Tó máa develop ẹ̀ náà ni. Ibi kíni ló wà.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé ẹ̀rú ló fi gbé capital lọ sí Abẹ́òkúta náà tẹ́lẹ̀.
Ẹ̀wọ̀ sílẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ́ nìyẹn ẹ fi yẹn lẹ̀ ẹ̀ka mú bọ̀.
Ẹ̀rú ló fi gbé lọ́nà. Ọbásanjọ́ ló jagbà kò ń ṣe ibi tí kí lorúkọ panel tí wọ́n set up state gbà yẹn. Kò ń ṣe Ṣàgámù ló mú now as the capital of Ogun State. It was the 9 minutes when Obasanjo was announcing it that it just that Baba táwọn Yorùbá máa ń bú àtàwọn ẹ̀gbá yẹn. He just announced a different capital, Abeokuta. I think it was Irekefe panel, if I can remember. It was Irekefe.
We have two capitals. We have official and unofficial. Like Sagam is still, so if they have their airport, they can,
Because Sagam is at the center. So
right.
The what do you call it? The Irekefe panel choose Sagam as the capital of Ogun State. But Obasanjo announced Abeokuta on the day he was announcing all those pronouncing the state, newly created state to the nation.
So Mori Ogun and that was only Sagam was in the middle of Ogun State. He said it. Yeah. That's when they chose that place for the airport. So
and because anybody that is traveling from Lagos to any part of Nigeria, they passes through Sagam.
Yes.
So, and that's why they choose Gangam. But okay, this is where, the center of Ogun State. If you are going to Oyo State, if you are going to even Abeokuta, you can connect from Shagam straight down to Abeokuta. So, and to Ijebu-Ode, you can even go to Ijebu-Ode. So, it is the center point. So they pick it, but Obasanjo change it because they believe. I mean,
let's be honest. The man made the right choice. He
made the right choice. If not for him, Abeokuta will still be very, very backward. He was back then. Abeokuta, Akiton púpọ̀. In the 70s, you see Akiton everywhere. Àti àwọn òbúkọ tó ń jẹ ewé káàkiri. Bàbá tí ó dà mọ̀ ṣe tó dàgbà sí nìyẹn náà.
Ẹja move on. Kí ni gbélé ìbátò yẹn náà?
Abeokuta just need that interconnectivity. That's one thing I like about Abeokuta.
Yeah, we have a golf course. We need golf.
But we have that interconnectivity.
Ogun has too many benefits. We should not be this way anymore. So we should be enjoying a lot.
We are proactive too. Then that's something that one neglecting. Àwọn party Ogun State tó board Lagos.
Kilo make it worse. Oh, but once you are going to that Abule by going to Songo, there should be this gateway hotel there. Near Belki. Once they close the by ni Bubenti Wale. Bubu Wale beside the end. Or close the gateway hotel down Bubu Bena. They should have a gateway. There should be a gateway or gateway hotel. Once that thing went down like this, Bubu Benko or pardon.
Infrastructure has been suffering some setback. So all those things contributed to the failure, and the government, it was 100% government owned. So instead of them to, give it up to private sector to, own it or sell a greater share to the private sector to handle that place. They were fully controlling it and embezzling money too.
They had one in Egbatu, and they have one
they have in Ijebu-Ode too now.
Run by government.
All of them were run by government. You know, at the initial stage, they were functioning well. Oh, those gateway hotel.
That was the top in Bayern. That was the top destination Bayern. That was the
God.
that
it
was
a fantastic.
And it was in front of the stadium and the that Kuto Center for cinema. This you have it. So that was the way it was. That Kuto roundabout lower. That was bubbly. They had clubs there. They had
and you see the people that started this was Odebanjo. It was during the UPN that they started this Ogun State Hotel and all the rest, and the Ogun State Radio, Ogun State TV.
Ogun Radio, yeah.
Oh man, those people work hard, man.
But besides the Kutonye life news from the stadium, down to government, that was the nightmare for it. Bang bang, bubbly at night, man. I'm not sure.
I want to try it. I'll try
to abandon all these things.
Share news credit corp. More credit agencies, not in Nigeria, backed by government, not on a private level. On the private level, there's nothing you want in Nigeria that you cannot get on the private level, actually. From real estate to anything. Just name it, phone, anything.
But that would depend on the company you work for. No, on the
personal level too. On the personal level. But in the account, to the NIN and BBN, NIN, okay, and guarantor. So what is for some years, like 2019, as far back as 2019.
Molore First Bank from credit, almost 2 million. Yeah.
Now, what's very back up? I hope Nigerians will allow that thing to work. I mean,
it's part of Tinubu campaign, something.
But you appoint one guy from the southeast to head it from BOI, and the guy is Harvard trained. The guy got trained from what? I mean, he lived. I think he's schooled abroad, or he's going to do the second degree. So I think the guy can be able to deliver. If the guy can deliver, it will help Nigeria because people can access a lot of things. At least, because if people can access, I normally say is that what people enjoy is actually that opportunity where you can might not actually own anything. You can, you can enjoy, you can access credit. But in Nigeria, when you are working for the government, if you are working for the government, you have access to money. In fact, they will be begging you to come and collect money. They will ask you, why be where could it become? The branch, go as a branch, I'm offering 1.5, I'm any million to buy share for the government. But except you are working with a better private sector company too. I mean, private-led company, so you can actually still get something. So, but this one, I think you should give everybody opportunity to access credit now. If they arrange it very well with NIN, with new NIN and everything. So, I think it's a very good thing.
And that NIS stuff, I think that thing is making sense though, because that thing, one of my friends said once they get your NIN, it's gonna bring up all your information out.
Yes, and before Emefiele left, he was able to do that thing. That he was able to use the BVN to link all accounts. So what Nigerians normally do before, like you borrow from an account, you don't want to pay them. Now want to another bank. They are doing it for online, all this online credit too. What I call banner will be tax 20 something last week. So if you borrow here, you don't pay, and you go to another bank. When it's time to pay that money. Anywhere they see your money, anywhere, whether it's in 10 banks, they will go and remove it. They have the capacity to remove it now. I think they have been empowered. The CBN has been empowered to do that. So I think that's also
At least if we have data, even crime will reduce. You know.
And also, I think what they need also is if you can do like a mortgage system in that country.
That one is very important.
That is what
we
you
have
need.
to do so because all those estate property owners, the way they will ask you to come out,
That way you will eliminate, you will get rid of all the fake estate that they are
Voila. Or you are
That goes
building
away
house.
now.
You are building house on the wrong place. All these things will reduce.
That will go away because the bank that
and
owns
even that for Babati, the most thing that I find very funny is that they will build a duplex, 120 million, and they want you to pay in 2 years. I just laugh it off. You want to keep people, you are just encouraging Yahoo and corruption. Because I don't think any hardworking person will just put on their
And do you know what that does? That leads
That
to
one is not mortgage now. They are just selling house.
we know. Simba, we know. But what happens is that kind of system we tend to overvalue properties because because you want to pay quickly and the cash is always there, so they will keep jacking up the value.
You know what they even do? They value those houses in dollars. They don't even value them in naira. They've not been doing naira conversion for you.
They are overvalued. They are overvalued because of that. Simba, they are overvalued, way overvalued. Look at all this 10 million out. I'm like, really? This one is 10 million. Somebody is paying. Somebody is giving them that money.
No, it's the politicians that are stealing money that are sponsoring all those estates now. And they're not using it for business.
Some young guys.
But the Lagos state government, there are some of these governments are even doing something. Lagos is doing better, very well in that mortgage thing. But the federal government, later on federal government, news last week, the one that touched under Buhari, through fashion lag, they said those houses are there, they are not giving them out. Wicked Nilu. Wickedness in government, in everywhere, every delay. They build the houses and they are not giving them out. I saw it on Daily Trust that many of those houses are now
nothing come out at the end of the day.
No, Lagos about the expressway now.
Lagos about the other deliver. There's a particular project that you are not talking about. That's the most difficult, one of the most difficult projects after Tomian Bridge. That is the Jaja Opobo Brass. I think that's the most expensive right now under that administration. That road is very, very massive. But
a lot of road that he did in the north.
No, she always shown Abuja Kaduna over Abuja Kaduna.
All those housing is there. They are not useful now. The money
housing is problem.
Use those money to build the hospital. They'll be using the
hospital. Thank you. What is this one? Black. Coffee? Yeah. I told you I don't like coffee.
Why? Mute yourself.
Because it doesn't.
Baba Oshunyi. Baba only coffee.
He didn't like coffee.
Lagos, okay. Okay, 4 million.
Dorothy and property what's in on for say take a bank loan take a bank loan it will be priced accurately, then you'll be paying there. If you cannot pay, you leave because they own the property. They can sell it to somebody else and deduct the value from you, so they can control the price. But I want a private investor. Then, come and buy this 10-bedroom for 10 billion. I mean, really? Who is paying for this? So own that value up now. It's making it more expensive for people to afford to buy now.
Yes, totally. But Lagos state government, so Lagos state government need to commission a lot of them. In fact, only easily get there. much more tedious and much more
open. Because back in the days, we used to have this thing called Samuel Wang Estate. OBJ library behind it. Samuel Wang.
Yes.
But it was made for civil servant.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll be paying from a salary. And people are paying.
Because, I mean, civil servant, even in Lagos and many parts of Nigeria, you see the civil servant, houses, they take it from the soil, just little money, maybe 200, how much from their salary, Anyway, Nigeria, this democracy we have, only God can
It's
say.
not working. It's not working at all.
It's
one plan for pensioner
will take us 100
or I want to, man. What do you?
But ṣe mọ̀ pé ọmọ yẹn sọ pé Lagos ń ṣe nǹkan kan fún àwọn èèyàn tiẹ̀. I mean, in terms of ní governance, ní government level. Lagos.
That's not true, Jare.
The country in the larger state.
You are missing our point. Listen to me. America here, once you get to an age, you start getting discount on almost everything. Okay? You start getting things for lower. To buy disability, to buy elderly. You start getting benefit of that age. To buy sick, you get something. Nigeria, you don't have anything for that. You're on your own.
Even pensioner ti gẹ́tì gbowó débi pé wọ́n máa.
Able go think gbowó disabled complain.
But like Lagos and Oyo, àwọn èèyàn jẹ́ owó monthly salary. In fact, my pension won't look 24. When I say 24/7. But one thing marketing when it comes to pension.
They know immediately those people get the money, they will come to market, they will buy things, That thing is helping them. But what about the other states? I want states to continue.
Our state you pension.
They increase almost 40%. No, there's no difference. Nothing different. Nothing.
Oshun ọjà wọn pension bàbá tẹsán kó máa ń jọ yẹn.
But your state, you know that pensioners are collecting 15,000 every month. That's a subsidy. Do you know that? They are collecting it every month. But our state governor workers, government workers, about 25. We have 25 or something. On pension there, one by normal salary, we don't get
the weight point. Hold on. So yeah,
workers on your state. Only problem.
Àwọn Ọ̀ṣun state yẹn burú gan-an. Àwọn ló lé Oyètọ́lá ẹ lọ nítorí owó pension tó jẹ wọ́n àti owó arias.
But boy, not charismatic now. Oh, look dull. Like I don't know what it is.
More politics they play.
Too laid back to me.
Yeah, too rigid, too self-centered too.
A lot of things don't ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Oyètọ́lá. Àwọn kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Oyètọ́lá, apart from the fact that kò jẹ́ wọ́n lówó bẹ́ẹ̀ owó tó òun gangan sanwó ó láwọn backlog kan tó bá ń lẹ̀ but bàtó dé ó sì ń try láti ó ń sanwó wọn but there are some internal squabbles tó wà within APC tó dẹ̀ serious gan gbogbo wàhálà ọba ọ̀gá ìtẹ́tẹ̀lẹ̀ Arẹ́gbẹ́ factor àwọn factor yẹn lágbára gan internal factor yẹn lágbára gan political factor yẹn really do you know that Ọ̀ṣun has one of the best health care in Nigeria? The guy is doing a lot of work in that sector. But education there, always there now, but we'll try education. We'll face the health and some other areas. Then someone there. But kini rabaraba Arẹ́gbẹ́ tó jẹun lówó yẹn sì wà lára wọn kò clear àwọn owó yẹn tán tó kọ̀ táwọn ohun yẹn wọ́n gbà yẹn.
You know what happened? It's because before the election, he promised them that he's going to pay off the arrears. But when he got there, he didn't pay the arrears. And he started paying them on monthly basis, without owing them. So these people continue for 4 years asking for, you promised us you're going to pay the backlog of this, pay us our arrears now.
It's what I just
said. Bang state, I was even was okay.
But actually, Aregbe support any. That Aregbe support any. Then to go see why. She manage space here.
First election, I guess Aregbesola win it. Should be one pay last year. The people don't want them anymore. That's it.
So the guy doesn't know how to play his politics well. He shouldn't have allowed Aregbesola to go. He should have settled everything with Aregbesola. Maybe
wọ́n lọ yọ àwọn ẹsẹ̀ àwọn tó wà ní tó jẹ́ Aregbesola guys tó wà lóyà sí tó jẹ́ senators àti rep wọ́n lọ yọ wọ́n kò ní inú kí nígbà tó ti ṣe àwọn yẹn ti náwó lórí kí wọ́n ṣe ń pè lórí primaries wọ́n ti náwó lórí tí wọ́n so wọ́n yẹ dé kí ní báyìí ṣe dẹ̀mọ̀ pé ibi tí governors àtàwọn ministers bí tó ti máa ní problem nìyẹn everybody àfẹ́ máa control governor fẹ́ control minister náà fẹ́ máa ní òun náà wọ́n máa kiri lòun ẹ̀ṣọ́ former governor bí tí wàá láti ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn wọ́n ṣe lọ yọ àwọn èèyàn kù ní wọ́n ṣe work against it tó wọ́n bá ṣì manage o kékeré bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe rún mọ́ nígbà first time yẹn wọ́n bá ṣì rún mọ́ again náà.
Dára Ajíbọ́lá Bàṣírù yẹn ó láti pé kò náà máa present next ṣé ó ní chance better.
Níbo tálẹ́ máa dìbò fún Ajíbọ́lá Bàṣírù? Bàṣírù kọ Lámídì ni.
Ọ̀rẹ́ má dàbí
wọ́n máa nà pa ni. Bàṣírù kọ Lámídì ni.
Ọ̀rẹ́ má dàbí bọ̀bọ̀ Sẹ́nitọ̀ Fọlárin bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́rẹ́ ti máa jẹ́.
Òyìnbó ńláńlá ló mọ̀ sọ wọn ò ní dìbò fún. A máa kó
dáàtò.
Àbọ̀ oníjó ìmọ̀ àná padà nù, á nà pa. Kọ́ máa lọ present.
Bàbá oníjó náà wà ní ṣe much náà. Àwọn ẹ̀ka ti sọ́nà pé bàbá oníjó fún kẹfà náwó ti ẹni.
Bàbá oníjó máa ń win ẹ̀kejì o because ó ń sanwó dáadáa fáwọn civil servant o. Ó ti san àríyàs yẹn o.
Bá ti san àríyàs yẹn ó ti tán.
Ó ti san àríyàs.
Iye mọ̀ nǹkan. Nígbà tó ẹ̀ tó bá ti tọ́ oṣù. Bàbá ti dí pẹ̀lú àwọn tó bá ti ní.
Bàbá Adékòkò ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé no he still paying it o but he pays it regularly.
You see?
Èmi gan gbà bí mo ṣe wà ẹ́.
He's a brilliant, he's a smart politician. The guy is a smart politician.
Simba, how are you getting money from Osun State?
He's a pensioner now.
Ṣé ọmọ ìgbà tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní hó owó yẹn ni owó tó ti ń hó láti 2015.
Ó ti pẹ́ gan.
Dancer
àti 2015 ni Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá ló ti ń san half salary náà half yẹn ló wá ń san sí.
Afusa.
But kò really pay because owó yẹn ò ní value mọ́ náà. Because owó tó is paying what they owe as at that time.
Àjẹmọ́nú yìí ni owó yìí ni gbèsè.
Àwọn governors wa tán máa lọ́gbọ́n lórí ni irú time tí náírà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ wọn sí tí wọ́n pé 1.something billion yìí wọ́n yẹ ká fi liquidate gbogbo àwọn debt wọn tó ti jẹ tẹ́tẹ̀lẹ̀ tí wọ́n rí san ká yẹ ká fi liquidate.
You know, Dorothy, you know that is what the governor of Abia State, you know that is what he did. He paid all the arrears of pensioners 9 years. 9 years. 9 years.
But Babajayo, how can somebody be borrowing money to pay pension arrears?
100 billion naira.
Bó ṣe rí bí tí bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ṣe tó ń ṣe ní Abia gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń support ẹ̀ ń sìn you will see that it will be worse than what Aerofire did in Kaduna. It will plug that state into irreparable debt.
Do you think like because for him to impress people is forcing himself to do more, get more debt just for the optics? I think he's playing to the gallery.
Exactly, that's what he's doing at the detriment of the people of the Abia State.
He's playing to the gallery. Motivated people boy.
English, please. Let this on your mind. That is a platform. The English platform.
Progressive, I mean.
For the moment, well, at least the main thing, at least people we are able to express ourselves like that. So, but I hope the governors will allow that country to work. So, and they are the major
Nigeria problem now. The Nigeria's problem now. The problem.
So that is the model that I supported that state police and other thing about restructuring gradually, not totally, gradually. Let them control it. Let's see what they can do.
All right, put man lala say police ni Rami. Man lala say police.
At least.
Off it bonding lójú oorun ni ló fà nìyẹn. Off it
No. What I mean, it's not about state police alone.
Federal government if it bonding, ó fẹ́ sá lọ sí state.
Ó wá àbò ni. Àwọn tó ní láti wọ́n lè pè.
No. Which state is performing or not. But where everybody runs to Abuja to collect everyday monthly money, that they are lazy. But if they can control their resources to some certain percentage,
they can't generate more revenue. Nothing. No, they are not creative. Nothing. They are just dumb here.
No. Kumi Nisuru. Sorry, I get your point. Creative, but I want to say, Ọlọ́run ti fún ẹ ní that opportunity not to even do that much to even raise that money. Case in point, Ogun State. Ogun doesn't have to do that much to generate money.
I swear.
They already have what it takes. It's already there. So, if you wish,
not really. Recently, that patient in
Simba. We don't want to hear about diagnosis. Meet your mic, Simba.
Alaji Simba.
So, shut up, Ogun has the benefit. You can raise more money compared to Osun. Ogun
should be. I mean, when it comes to revenue generation, Ogun should be.
You are doing well in everything.
But one need the Songo area. It's very huge now.
Should rival Lagos in area of revenue generation, because that industrial area in Ota or Ifo, all those areas. You know, if the government of Ogun State, particularly this Olorigbe case guy, if he's smart, he should have, put some infrastructure in place there, like good road and all those things. That will have propel a better and more industrialization in that area, which will have been the source of revenue for the government. But okay.
Sign the MOU, professional extend the railing from Abulegba into Ifo. But we born on you done now. You must fix those.
Ó ti ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ní Florida rí náà.
Ẹlẹ́wọ̀n
ni náà. Ó ti ṣẹ̀wọ̀n, ó ti lọ sí jail rí ní Florida náà. Ẹlẹ́wọ̀n ni náà. Ó ti ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ní Florida rí náà. Ó ti ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ní Florida rí. Ó lo fake name ní Nàìjíríà ni náà.
Go online, you will see if I there now. It's online now.
Ẹlẹ́wọ̀n ní Florida, so I'm not surprised pẹ̀lú gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Ogun State pé well, it's an ẹlẹ́wọ̀n we have as governor, so he will continue to act like ẹlẹ́wọ̀n.
Very lazy. They can't do anything. They just sit down in that office.
So the Kumi, so the Kumi,
on the street, he's starting
don't need to do. So the that polo, someone ló tó àṣírí ẹ̀. On be someone really but you have the purple line and this line. Why have you not done this line? Only because that one is in only I want only if even that blue line is supposed to be phase 3, but it's supposed to go into Agbara Estate, which is Ogun State. But because that body knows only purple only supposed to go to the end of Redeem, which is Ogun State. This sign you know. Only red only supposed to go to Sango for.
He even
Everything
said it in the front of that governor that he's waiting for the governor check so that they can complete those projects. He's waiting for the governor.
The guy is not ready to do anything. Just forget about it. He can't do anything.
Oh no, I want to go state go around go.
One match they will send him out of Ogun State. Just wait. Let him complete his terms in second term.
I'll be so happy if they can do that.
Because the next governor is coming from Ogun West.
Okay.
That person will not have time for
Yewa.
Yayi that is
but Yayi ma perform.
Yayi the next governor. See anything.
Tell you about change or what don't be like you ma perform.
But only other appropriation in Senate.
The guy is so good. The guy is so good.
Okay, look at it this way, Dorothy. They've been ignoring them for so long. So he had the number. So he had the number already. When he's ready to run, nobody will say no. Tiwari for the first time. Said by Yewa.
Goodness.
Amosu was looking for Yewa. That was
exactly.
Don't win election, yeah. Help Dapo to want to just Dapo win election.
Different from us. To them, they are all like bad people. There's no difference.
Is that guy from the head of appropriation in Senate? Is he from Yewa? Is the senator that is the chairman of appropriation? Is he from Yewa?
It could not be our parent they are from Yewa side.
So is he the one in the chairman of appropriation?
Yeah, the big guy, the big guy.
Oh,
yeah. It's a senator for Ogun West now. But at least he will do something. No anymore. So say at least he will do something. You can't have somebody from some go there and come anything now. You will do something.
He has the biggest connection. Connect. Cross the teeth. I don't hide here. But
say that perfect kowo lo sorun ni kí ló ń ṣe.
I don't understand. Yayi máa ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú Èkó. Ṣẹ́rí Èkó àti Ògùn. Tí Yayi máa wọlé, Èkó àti Ògùn máa dàbí Siamese twins.
Emi mind though. I don't mind if that happens. It's okay by me.
That's good now.
Lagos State, just let us beg Lagos State to help us.
Lagos State.
We just have to beg them.
But Kumi, but when they sit down with some we'll look at discussing now. Discussing, but
do
you know
that question? Nothing.
Babati, Nigbati, during that time, President Tinubu commissioned that tractor and whatever in Niger State. Tinubu looked back and asked Sanwo-Olu, why don't you talk to other governors so that they can also cooperate among themselves?
Because you have the land now. You have the land.
Middle Belt, the agricultural hub of Nigeria. He also talked to Kwara. Tinubu said, Kwara governor, join this initiative. Benue joined this initiative. He called their name when he was making speech that day. I was watching it live. He called their name and even called what do you call it? Sanwo-Olu, what you are doing in Lagos? Why don't you just form alliance with that state and do something better? And Sanwo-Olu just said, he's trying his best now. And that our stupid governor, Domi, she was there as usual. How can you fly all the way from to what do you call it?
Simba,
or Niger
Simba,
State?
Simba, please. Do you remember what Tinubu said something at that on that occasion? He said, Niger State Governor, I will support you with anything you need. I will support you. See, this man just want he just want the governor to just bring idea. I will approve money for you. That's the language. But all our governors, they are not one of them have ever visited Tinubu. Oh, we want something in your state. We want something in Osun state. See, the Adedancer, have you ever seen Adedancer go and meet in private talk or anything?
No, that is not the way they shall give money to state to. When they get their federal allocation, that is what the federal government own them. The only thing that can happen, that federal government can do to them outside that is if they are, if the Federal Executive Committee, if they if they approve some project, and they allocate some of these projects in some state, maybe a state could benefit from those projects, federal projects that they approve in the country. So it's not that federal government will go, governor will go, oh, I want this money, or this is what I want to do. No, it doesn't happen easily like that.
Exactly. That's how it rolls. That's how it rolls.
We
You
know
benefit from that
what Tinubu is
project,
trying to
IFBP.
do that day is very simple. If you have a good project or proposal or plan,
I will
if you come
support
to
you.
the presidency, I will support you. It can help
That's
you to secure loan easy.
that's my
It can
understanding.
help you to give leeway to some of those.
And that makes more sense to me. Like this, we know you are serious before
Yeah,
we
that's
invest in you.
my understanding of what
What
he said
about
that day.
our
Yeah.
are they doing like Niger State governor? See, the guy walked the talk. He
Yeah.
walked the talk. He even put on the I'm ready to farm.
Because let me tell you this.
Don't
Let me
do
tell
that
you
thing.
this. If the government, if state government take a proposal to the government, to the federal government, and federal government approve it, you will see other governors will bombard the presidency that, oh, they need so. You think they cannot write things on the paper? You think Nigeria is not good at, writing things on paper?
And at least let's even see first. Let's see what you have to say first. Abi.
Let's see what that we
Just
write.
record, Abi. Let's even see what it is.
The president is not helping me. But you do not write nothing. See, when they said that some states,
I am telling you the way it works. Federal government just don't look. They are independent. Hold on. The reason why they give them monthly allocation is to assist them financially to run the state in the best interest of the country. So within that money given to you, whatever plan you have, that money should be able to take care of you. That is the way it works. Because it is constant. That money comes constantly. Every month.
Some of these states, they did
So not that you go and bring a proposal for 10 billion or let me say 100 billion when federal government itself is struggling to pay some of its debt. Where is that done?
Can I ask you a question? How
Yeah.
do you feel those tractors bought in Niger State? How much do you think it's quantified? Is there are more than 3,000? So where did you get the money? It's still
3,000.
You
No,
mean
they can borrow it and FG we guarantee them. They normally guarantee them.
Tinubu supported.
Yeah, when it comes to loan, if they are getting loan, federal government can guarantee whoever that is giving them the loan of repayment from source, from their allocation. Federal government can stand as a guarantor that, okay, I'm standing as a guarantor for this loan, and from the source, you will get the money. You will get this loan will be paid adequately from the source, and that source is their allocation, and that is why you see the governor of Kaduna State crying because from how much is it? How much is the allocation? Is it 5 trillion? How much? I think is it
almost, I think almost 7 billion or so.
7
10
billion.
billion. Yeah.
7
But
billion.
in law,
And
almost
out
$600
of
million.
from that 7 billion, they've already taken like maybe 5
About
billion.
5 billion every month, so not just for the whole year.
9 billion
man
every
cannot
month.
stand it
7
anymore.
billion.
You can't
So,
stand it
7
anymore.
billion already gone.
So
To pay debt.
Can you clarify how much out of their money are they using to service the loan?
This forex problem. That was where our problem started in 2015 too.
No.
Immediately,
Dorothy needs to job. But go.
Yeah.
You know, we talking about how much of that money are they using to service debt? What is the how much? Hey, long
You mean the state or the federal government? What
No, for any card, they are taking so much to service the loan.
Oh yes, I think. Hold on, I think it's I think. Okay, hold on. I think it's 9 billion.
So they are removing how much a month?
So they are removing like maybe 7 billion to service. So yes, so the little remain is not even enough to pay
salary.
The salary. The salary which is like the salary which is like 5 to 6 billion. So they are giving them like 1.2
Why are they getting
billion.
salary money from federal government repaying states?
No. Hold on. So it's not even enough to even pay salary. Now the internal revenue generation too has been attached to loan repayment too. Substantial part of that. So the nation,
No. Any So
yes.
sorry, the IGR of the state here. How much because this one is almost 90% for the federal. Their own IGR, how much are they losing?
Their IGR, I think they are taking like 800 million from that. 800 million.
And that one is gone
that
to
is substantial though. It's like a very substantial amount of the IGR.
It's gone to loan too.
It's going to loan payment. So the state governor is trapped with insufficient fund, and which is not even enough to pay the salary, talk less of other developmental project that they want to do in the country.
They need to do what they do in America and tax the
people. Wait, but salary should not be coming from the IGR because that's what the states work for. So the people if people are working for you, that means they're producing for you. So whatever they produce,
productive money, Mike. They're not productive in those. But you know how.
So why they fire them then? Why you hiring people?
They don't. Is there any state? Is there any state that generating? Civil service in Nigeria is just to pay people. They are not.
It doesn't make sense. It's
generating anything now.
Now know why. What's his name? Sanusi said if he was up to him, he'll fire the civil servants because they are not producing. They're just collecting.
No, he was talking all those.
Which state was Babajide talking about earlier?
L05 state. L05.
It's the same thing that happened to Aregbesola now. During good luck time when they were having this windfall from good luck, when the oil was selling at 140, that all of them are sharing the excess crude oil and all those things. That was when he embarked on all those projects, and he got a lot of loans. So by the time the oil revenue fell, and then they were not getting adequate allocation from the federal government. That was when he now had problem of.
Just to interject, you mean when they are getting this huge allocation from Jonathan, they still kept on acquiring more loans, right?
Oh yeah.
No, you know what? He embarked on all those big projects that he was doing that time, thinking that that money will continue.
Let me ask you. Can you share House of Assembly of that state?
Oh.
And you know that there's no House of Assembly in any state now. Is there any
Baba
state that has
T,
a House
kí
of
ni
Assembly?
question wo leléyìí? Àwọn rọba stamp.
But that is their job now to say, governor, hold on, no. I will that's their job now.
But you need to give it to this guy that came after Aregbe. He was
Baba T
the
is
one that
taking too much like American.
He's the one that brought in the Canadian guys that helped Osho State to generate money from gold. You know, $5 billion. Osho has about 5 million worth of gold. That Canadian firm that they brought was actually what helped Osho to be able to pay some salaries under the former governor. So, and in fact, that is what
foreign Canadian Kemi Adesina was able to triple our IGI in Ogun State within 4 years. So
in the mining sector, you know the mining sector, Osho had gold, but it was being illegally mined. So it was this guy. That was the reason why. If you know the reason why,
there are still Dorothy. They are still doing illegal mining in Lesha up to now.
Of course, some of them. Yeah, there are some. But now Osho is getting
when
money
you
from
get to, if you see the Osun River now, it's like a mud.
Wow.
You can't. Is that water cannot be used for anything again?
Wow.
So that thing is causing a lot of environmental hazard, and the kind of deforestation that is going on in that axis.
And we have governor. They have governor. God.
He started doing that. Is he not doing the Otegba? What is the former governor?
No, not the one from Okuku, Oyinlola.
Oh, they started doing that. That time.
It was also a total that formalized it, that made us to be able to get something from that. You know, because before everybody was just free for all. You know, they have a gold refinery right now in Osho. They have gold refinery in Osho.
So how does how does the law apply? Like, you know how they say that if you find in the land, it belongs to the federal government. So how is the arrangement for the? I don't have.
No, that is what you are saying. Excuse me. That's what you are saying, that all these resource control that we are talking about. You know, we have this fixation on oil, and that's why we are talking about resource control. All the resources that are in the state, who is controlling them even now? Is the state government. Okay, the limestone in your state, Babati, is it the federal government that is mining it?
We control our thing, no.
You understand what I'm saying? So all these things that we just come here, you just be talking in fantasy that we don't even really know what is happening. You understand?
No,
let me tell
you
you.
are making a mistake. The other day when Jide was here, the Jide was telling us that all those reserves have been allocated. Majority of them have been allocated to Dangote by federal government.
No, you have a company. No, let me tell you, for them to.
That is what Jide was telling us, that when they allocated and back it with law, allocated those things to those reserves of the limestone, many parts of the country, to Dangote. So
many parts of the country, but the exact pattern more since I was young.
Forget about when you were young. That was back then.
I know I have family people that do quarry stuff in the area.
We are telling you that things have changed. Jide, who is in that sector, he was telling us here that those reserves have been, majority of them across the country, including those in what do you call? Is it Ayetoro or Iboni? That those one have been allocated to Dangote. Dangote has been licensed, to take those resources for its production.
Let me clarify. People that I know that have been doing this since the 70s, 80s, they also have licenses too. So did they revoke their own, or I'm trying to understand?
That I didn't know, but I didn't even know
I
whether
will
to
make
say.
some calls then to find out.
Yeah, when next he come, maybe we can ask him that question.
Yeah, I will find out because
Yes.
we Uncle Shegun, you know Quarry Road now. They still do all. They still have their businesses there now, offices.
Yeah, that of Ogun State, say they allocated so substantial part of the reserve to Dangote.
Kò Ogun Central anymore. So say, that one is a back controlled since time immemorial anymore. So I need to find out what's going on.
You know that Elephant Cement was Ogun State district.
Right.
Yes, and they have plant in is it Ayetoro or where is that?
No, Ewekoro.
Yes, Ewekoro. They have in Shagam too. So I think Jide was telling us that those reserve, a larger part of that reserve given to this thing. And he was saying that it's Elephant Cement that originally owned them. He said Obasanjo, took most of it away from Elephant Reserve and gave it to
down the road to Benye, Osumo Abule Aba OBJ, Aba one side the Benye. Yeah, you know, Abule Owuyewa on Nimbe. So maybe they made a deal with him years ago. But I will find out what's going on. I will find out. In serious.
Oh, serious. So
Timber commerce mining and I need to yeah. I don't know. That would no.
I was saying what is going
so
on? Why can somebody so much favored that is taking over the entire resources that is responsible for production of cement in the country? Why?
I think they were even fighting BUA sometimes ago.
Baba, if you know what is going on in Zamfara State, Zamfara State, the gold they are mining in that state. In Zamfara State.
Oh, Zamfara.
Àjẹmọ́nú àwọn ará Bini.
That one has been going on since the 70s, 80s now. That's nothing new. You just knew about it now. They knew they've been doing that for a long time. By Gabi, who knew now? Uncle Bomole knew something in me. What they should depend now.
But as to be by as don't go more lower the work the value no value, nothing. Farm ni jele tún gbóúnjẹ lọ Cameroon tún gbóúnjẹ lọ kí wàá la fẹ́ ṣe báyìí.
Ẹ fún wọn ní bọ́ọ̀hù. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ bọ́ọ̀hù fún wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ṣé ìtí ẹnjìnìà òbí gbé fún wọn.
Mo ti Dr. Dike drag ẹ̀ pé no rubbish ló ń ṣe káàkiri.
Dr. Dike drag ẹ̀ o. I was shocked. I was shocked to see that.
Right up here bad.
I was shocked to see that. But probably we should support Tinubu. That one got me. Like probably we should support Tinubu. If this is what we want to be building for us, he shouldn't have done that actually. But it's a good, at least he tried to giving somebody water because at least
individual person like us, I can't even try to build something like that. No, that's bullshit.
The that was what Dike was also talking about.
It doesn't worth it, man.
Kilo was me. The man went there to go and cut tape.
Oh my God.
Kilo get tape kilo cut on get tape. Make the place look good. And if you look by that ball gone, your pit latrine local boreholes.
It's very easy. They will just put something inside that tank, and that tank will damage between 2 days. Between 2 days, that's it, everything will just go.
Bàbá tí ìbá ló ṣe mọ̀ pé ṣáláńgá wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ bẹ̀.
Arákùnrin ni arákùnrin.
Ẹ ṣàfẹ́ bá tọ̀gbẹ́ni ẹ jẹ́ sá.
But Baba Jai Koko, how can somebody that I can even me, I even meet me as poor as I am, I can provide something better than that.
Better than that. Yeah.
And then even the cost of flying of the logistics of even organizing the commissioning of that thing is more than the cost of that thing. 2 ball for a whole community, 2 ball.
5 million for combo, 5 million. 5 million combo.
Normally, what wa kọ sókè wa ṣe bí 3 tanks tó wà lókè lórí nǹkan kan tó máa gbé sórí ẹ̀ kò ní wà lórí just.
Ṣé ọmọ yìí tán ta storage yẹn bàbá tí gbogbo storage yẹn 100,000 is a 2,000 litre less than 2,000 litre like a 1,000 litres storage. So.
Àwọn
for a whole community.
kò lè náwó àwọn ni.
That doesn't look good.
Normally, you would do a one big pool to mark could be major of men is looking. For me, that's what you do. You don't just put something on the ground.
Ó kàn wá rí àlàpà kan rí àlàpà tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yẹn náà rí àlàpà.
Dúpẹ́ tó lọ ṣe pò tó bá lọ ṣe pò tó lọ jábọ́ láwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ lórí kọ́ tó pa wọ́n síbẹ̀.
Ìmájì kò jẹ́ Tinubu ló kọ́ nǹkan báyẹn. Ìmájì kò jẹ́ Tinubu ló build nǹkan báyẹn. Íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì máa ti dàrú láti àná.
But mi ti ẹ̀ mọ́kún mi ò mọ end goal ẹ̀ ni. Tẹ́pẹ́ bó ti ló wà ní ọ̀hún lè vote fún because kò tó ṣe ọ̀hún they are not going to vote for him.
Ó dàbí pé àfọwọ́ṣe fakafìkì tó máa ń fọwọ́ pọ́ǹpù ni àbí.
Ọlọ́jọ́ kí storage wà bẹ́ẹ̀ àbí.
No it did too àbí but ìdáhùn owó yẹn kì í ṣe pumping no.
Kì í ṣe pumping nìyẹn.
Kò ń ṣe pumping.
Ọlọ́jọ́ pumping kí storage wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Pumping tó ṣe yẹn pumping.
Wọ́n connect ẹ̀ wọn náà àbí generator ni.
Pumping yẹn gan wa better gan ju sọ ilé ìsọ oníṣẹ́.
No, pumping náà lè máa jẹ òun lówó o. Wọ́n dàbí pé bóyá submersible náà lò.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ kí wọ́n á ní dọ́tí àwọn fásitì ni wọ́n ní àmọ́ pé kò.
Ṣé o mọ bàbá Ayáyọ̀ gbogbo owó tó ná sí ibi tán máa fi ṣe bóun yẹn ò lè wọ 1 million.
Ọlọ́run that's the
point. half a million lọ́jà.
Kò lè tó half a million gan. Mi ṣeré ní as of 2018. 2019 to make that ball to make the pole àwọn ṣe 10mm àbí 15mm kan náà ń pè àpòsì if you are going to run it with 200,000 you will be able to.
No.
But less than 200,000 I will not
àwọn tó ń gbé machine wá depend more than that.
No, not a machine. Not a pumping machine. The machine is just about 50,000 now. I mean, it's only just 7.
No.
Then submersible machine. Àwọn kìíní yẹn ò ju bí 50,000, 25 lọ́gbà yẹn ní 2019. You see, at a triple, probably like 80, 100. So by that we are looking at and they didn't use any pole. How many cement would they use to fix that platform?
Half of bag cement, half of bag.
Picture mo rò bóyá okay o bóyá kò mọ̀ bóyá àwọn kìíní yẹn bóyá fún wọn lówó tí wọ́n gbà tí wọ́n do I mean if I give you money to do something if it's of lower cost.
Ó fáwọn èèyàn lówó wọn á ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn dáadáa tó ṣẹlẹ̀.
But why would you then
bó ṣe máa ṣe gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ẹ̀ nìyẹn tó bá jẹ́ wípé bó ṣe máa lọ kó ọ̀nà tó gbogbo ẹ̀ máa lọ wó dànù.
But òun náà kò sí kò mọ̀ okay look at it this way o ṣe bọ́ ò kò dá pàtì ẹ̀ ń jà give sign of leadership now pé eléyìí ò lè you cannot manage something very well now you can't do.
nǹkan tó jẹ́ nìyẹn náà.
àfi yes daddy.
Gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ló ń jẹ́ kó mọ̀ pé eléyìí ò àròbó ó lè handle Nàìjíríà bó ṣe ń bá lọ yìí o.
mi ti mọ̀ ẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀.
Bí Tinubu yẹn ò lè handle Nàìjíríà mi lè pa fún mi. Ní the dance kankan mọ́ ń bẹ̀ yẹn. èèyàn tó yẹ ti yí ló lè handle country yẹn báyìí because àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ gan ti everybody ti yí.
Bàbá Edu, ẹ̀rì ló fọ́ ni. Lọ́rọ̀ tí mo ń wo Labour Party, nípa àwọn Labour Union, they want their party back. Wọ́n àwọn pé káwọn òbí náà pé kọ́ máa lọ páwọn òfin wọn party wọn mọ́.
They are fighting that battle. Wọ́n fight again.
Pé gbogbo wèrè yẹn káwọn òfin wọn rọrọ. No, ní kí ni why?
Wọ́n fẹ́ dé àwọn oníyanjú kúrò ní party wọn.
Ẹni sùúrù, ní kí ni why? Wọ́n ní kí ni wúlò yín? Join party, ní party membership. So lẹ́nu ọ̀rọ̀ náà pé
tòótọ́ lọ́sọ̀ náà
register contribute.
oníyanjú ni wọ́n náà.
Ẹ fẹ́ lò wá as like Ṣòwòrẹ́ sẹ̀. Ṣòwòrẹ́ ní ó ní.
Àwọn oníyanjú fẹ́ bà tí wọ́n jẹ́ lọ́sẹ̀ dé wọn kíákíá.
Ẹni sùúrù Ṣòwòrẹ́ ní wọ́n lo Labour bíi Airbnb. Akọ́lù yà fẹ́rẹ́ sí àtẹ̀gbálé. Labour ní àfẹ́yẹn mọ́. You must register as a party member. Tó bá ti àfẹ́yìn, you can't just we are here for Obi. We don't care about Labour Party. Ẹ máa lọ ń gbà yẹn. That's the issue.
Máa kó party yẹn. Ó máa kó party yẹn.
But it's good, sha. It's good now because at least tí wọ́n bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ táwọn náà bá you see tí Obi ò bá jáde bẹ́yẹn náà àwọn tí kò ní jẹ́ kò lè lé àwọn Tinubu náà léré mo fẹ́ kájọ máa lé bọ̀ léré ìlú wa ti lé àwọn káàkiri ibẹ̀ ní ti fẹ́ ní gbogbo nǹkan ti gbà.
But Dorothy, okay, let me ask you, ó wá sínú ẹgbẹ́ wa nísìn ó kó èrò wá àwọn tó kó wá they don't know how to play with the people that are already there. It is your duty. It is your duty to make them know pé ẹ wá o ẹran àbí báyìí o à ń ṣe party member original but we must find a way to work with these people àbí. Exactly. O débẹ̀ everybody at the leadership from your platform from your side your party chairman in Sokoto is an Igbo man Shigawa is Igbo really. What are you doing?
Gbogbo party people àwọn tó wà ní.
So wọn àlè sígbà ẹni tágbá ṣé ẹnu rẹ̀ ká ẹgbẹ́ yẹn gan-an ni. So ìgbésẹ̀ bí ẹ̀ náà.
So why is it
ẹni ọ̀kan kankan náà so he is not in charge.
Tí ẹnu ò bá ká àwọn tó ń follow are you really a leader then?
Yeah, you are not.
Ṣé wà ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀yin lẹ̀ rí òun wá ran yín ni.
Ẹni tó bá rẹ̀ nípò tó rò tẹ́lẹ̀ kí lẹ fẹ́ kó ṣe. Ipò tó rò ń pòun lè dé ń pé òun náà wádìí ẹni tó ń gbé ń pé ẹ̀yà president kí lẹ fẹ́ kó ṣe.
Buhari ló dẹ̀ fi space yẹn lẹ̀ fún Buhari ló fà.
Buhari ni.
Buhari ni.
Olóyè popular àwọn èèyàn tó lọ́rùn.
Buhari ni.
To shut down Tinubu. At least it's good, sha. Because one thing one of these when politicians are fighting themselves, that is when we gain.
Oh my help our youth. Tinubu say appoint a lot of youth. The cabinet àti gbogbo àwọn bọ̀bọ̀ tó fẹ́ mú kíní internet something all those things. Torí ẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn kan yẹn náà.
Credit company youth number. Let's see how the youth also transfer and then probably deliver.
So other jẹ́ pressure wà lọ́wọ́ Tinubu gan because ẹ̀rù ń bá Tinubu pẹ̀lú youth space yẹn ó fẹ́ win ní youth ó fẹ́ win àwọn youth yẹn kò dẹ̀ tí torí ẹ̀ ní gbogbo student gbogbo àwọn.
But it's already winning them too. One thing, if he's able to pull that 3MT tech job tó ń ṣe yẹn wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ second level yẹn 300,000 tá a bá fi rí 300,000 yẹn ṣe tó bá lè pull stop yẹn.
I told you now, Dorothy, by next year,
get more job. See,
by next year, October, the whole of Nigeria will be fiber optic ready now. By next year, October.
Wow.
That's what he promised. So if guys
everywhere
can do that, like
the whole Nigeria will be what?
The
whole Nigeria will be what by next year?
Fiber optic ready, like internet connection. You can do fiber optic, like you have cable in your homes in America here.
Okay.
So from Abule to city, they can join 4 to 5G network, fiber optic network.
I make sense.
Yes, they are working on that. They are really working on that, on that
They've done about
fight.
until she half already. They are halfway to go for the
But
whole
Lagos
country.
State, Ọ̀yọ́ State gbogbo nǹkan báyẹn Lagos State náà ni gbogbo nǹkan báyẹn máa ti function dáadáa. Lagos State náà ni.
No, all nationwide don't show.
No, it's all Nigeria. Can you say But this is my question. Dorothy, this is my question. Monwo, àwọn obedient, they want P2B to leave Labour. Oh, they fẹ́ kúrò. But you guys said àwọn don't bonus lẹ́nu. So what happens?
Tó bá fi lè kú, ó máa lose 30% integrity straight away. Bó ṣe wà àwọn gangan mọ̀. Majority àwọn èèyàn kan ní interest mọ̀ pé no.
Yes. Once you lose some of them, especially the people from the Southwest. The Southwest obedient, you might lose them. Really, but she has a lot of work to do too. If it's going to get them.
No. The reason I asked that is any àwọn ló ń lead there. Àwọn kan they won't gbà àwọn tí mo gbọ́ lè ní wọ́n ń ṣe regular òbí àwọn top ọ̀gá obedient ni wọ́n bí wọ́n léèrè. Wọ́n ní àwọn ń ṣe Labour Party pé àwọn tí ní kò bí kó lọ join bí ABGA or to go and form his own party.
He's looking for right time to leave.
So I'm like, you need to stay in that party and find a way to fix their problem. To buy the cook,
they already say
nobody will. Àwọn tó máa ní interest àwọn ọmọ Igbo ẹgbẹ́ nìkan ló máa ní interest. Kò sí ẹni gbogbo àwọn south yẹn ò tẹ̀ ní interest mọ́.
If we lose the southwest obedient, we lose the southwest obedient.
And south
and the south obedient too. So we will lose them if we lose. He should have find a way to galvanize the party. That's the reason why.
And
take
now
it or leave it.
Where one fẹ́ bá àwọn Labour àwọn original members ṣe ni wàhálà àwọn that's
only now one máa control everything. They want to dominate everything.
They don't understand. No, emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence played a very key role in politics. Know when to act, know how to romance your words. Even your enemy sometimes you have to romance. Look at Tinubu today. Will you think grudges that Tinubu and Adebanjo used to have since? Do you think that he will wish? When I saw it on Ajuri, because I normally like Ajuri's page on Facebook. When I saw it, I said, "This man." Look at the Iftar team. Look at how maybe the corporate world. Do you hear today that Elumelu wants to set up a team in Nigeria? You see, the private sector, the private sector, they will rally around Tinubu. If he is going on with this trajectory.
One each billionaire at one team.
Oh no, Nigerian League, Nigerian League only quite go my boost is straight away.
Mentoni, do you know who owns my favorite team in Nigeria right now? The FC Lagos. Sorry, Sporting Lagos.
The young boy, that guy.
One young boy. Oh my God, maybe 30 years old. No? Young boy come back to the team here now. So go on now. They can afford Glo can own one, MTN can own one. They can just do it that way. And everybody will
but why can't somebody like big companies like MTN, Globalcom, that can even Dangote to have, instead of Dangote to be supporting us now and be talking about buying us now, why can't they float a club size in Nigeria? That was what we used to have in the olden days now. When the like of ACB, stationery store, Leventis, Abiola, Nwaya, all those people used to have clubs. Well, you know, the problem we have is that people don't want to invest in something that will not bring money for them.
But there's money.
That is it. There's money, but it's a long term thing.
Look at FC Lagos. FC Lagos. That boy, their own space tank.
They have Remo Stars too now, owned by a young person too now. Remo Stars.
you would understand here, Emma won Division 2 Premiership. It's so
And they have good move. They have good stadium. Remo Star. They have good stadium. You see their stadium.
I follow them online.
You know that boy, that extra guy, that old stack. You know, during the COVID-19 time, he got PayPal paid him $200 million. That was how they bought something. Yes, Nigerians are catching out too. And that boy did not travel anywhere. That boy started, I normally say Nigerians, that boy did every of his thing in Nigeria. He graduated from Bangkok. You know, right now he wants a Danish team. He wants a team in Denmark. It's a Division 2 team in Denmark. So that boy has 2 teams right now, FC Lagos and that second division team in Denmark. So a young team.
Yeah.
So it's too small for you now. They can own a lot of, you know, if we are ready to pick that country.
60% of our population are youth. They will make the money. They will make it. They will make
exactly.
The money. They will make the money.
Exactly.
Nigerian youth are very supportive.
But Nigerians don't watch. They don't watch our local football game.
Go on YouTube. Go and watch Lagos. I follow them. In that they come. They come. I'm telling you. They
look at Babati. Look at the Olympic qualifier female that they even opened the Abuja Stadium free.
That's Tuesday now. That's on Tuesday now.
Male locally go to Barero. I'm telling you, I follow that every week on YouTube.
Molly, yes. You remember, Kumi? You remember during the time of Adebanjo, this guy, Lamadeshina's son. You know what he did with Dapo. Nobody knew Dapo found the fortune of 3SC around. And every week we're going to watch that team. You know, my dad used to be a very good fan of 3SC Shooting Star. And people were going. And now on the field, stadium is the best in
Stadium will every time. Stadium
yes, I
was shocked. The last one I watched, even my friend, most of my friends, they always go and watch all the live game. All.
Oyo State is as a proof. You know that right now they do car racing too. They do car racing. There is a lot of tourist spots right now in Oyo State too. I'm telling you, I go back.
They need to create a facility that they should not. All this thing is simple. We have the youth.
We can do these things.
We have the youth.
You see this year,
they are ready. Just make the environment better for them.
Yes, conducive for them.
Yeah, just make environment. They are good to go. You start making your money.
Do you know, guys? Sorry, Lagos don't call this here. That Lagos Arena here, don't call.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
There's a new sport coming to Nigeria very soon that will be making that UFC thing here. I'm telling you, that thing is going to make money. I'm telling you, UFC is going to make money.
It's true.
The facility content
you want to have that kind of stadium where you can have by I think it's next year December. Yeah, you start seeing what I'm talking about.
And you see the way Nigeria is trending all over the world now.
I'm telling you, boxing, UFC,
everywhere. Tell me which position that
I don't know that.
You know, before we were not doing well in boxing that the way we used to do well before. If you remember before in Olympics, it's only Nigeria and Cuba that used to win more medals in boxing.
But the last All African game, we did very well.
No, I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about in the world that time. In fact, the Olympics those days,
It's Nigeria and Cuba for boxing. No? Then United States occasionally they come in also.
Wow.
But I think maybe because I don't know, most of our sports facilities are already dilapidated, and our politicians are not actually investing in sports.
But the last African game.
And let me tell you, before we were talking about Greek, after agriculture, the next place where you can create employment is sports.
Yes. Yes.
Mm,
Especially a young population like Nigeria. Even our female watch, they are going to stadium watching football. Our female. For you to know, I don't know why all these governors, they are just losing.
I'm telling you. Do you know what happened? There's a lady that won the 4x100 relay, and it got silver of 200. It's only this girl lady from the Gambia, Gina Bass, that won her in the 100 meters and 200 meters. They gave her scholarship straight away.
I saw it.
For now, they gave us scholarship straight away. Right now, people are beginning to understand that the youth. I think that obedient thing also help the youth. It help the youth. He expose everything, so you don't have to make sure the youth are carried along. Else, they need to bring back
the Nougat games. Nougat games.
They didn't stop it. That was what developed
to the big league, like the school I went in America here. The football program money, the kind of money they make from sport for universities. They make a lot of money. TV deals.
Everybody come to stadium and watch game every weekend.
Every 2 days.
Every 3 days, they come and watch game. All those things is a money, but our government are lazy. They are very lazy. All these things.
Even back then, we had secondary in my hometown in the 80s, in my hometown back in the days, the biggest sporting event every year was a local derby between Lisa Grammar School and BBHS, Baptist Boys. That was the biggest sporting every year. The governor will come, everybody will come to watch the game, and it was high school. It was high school football. That was high school football was big.
It was big.
Ionian.
Babati, it's like we have actually deteriorated to, in fact, I can't even know what happened to Nigerian sport. If you remember that time, all the schools, secondary school have their own football team. Yeah. Even town, each town has their own football team. Even within the same town, you can have club side, small club side within the same town. Yes. You understand? But all those things, they are not in existence any longer.
But why those things just fade away? Suddenly everything fade away.
You're asking me. I think even the introduction of all these technology also contributed to attention of people have now shifted away from practical things to online things.
To events. You must also make it like this in Simba. In America now, most sporting centers now, maybe football stadium, basketball stadium, they now design their stadiums to be friendly with the Gen Zs, where they are always on their phone. So once you enter, you will see big screens everywhere. Because they know that you want to see more. They are making it friendly to your whatever you are doing on your phone. So you will see big screens everywhere. You will see all this Wi-Fi. Join this app. Follow the number. So you are hooked to the game. They give you a game experience that you can have at home watching TV. But Nigeria, you still have this old way of doing things. You would buy tickets, all this. You must follow the modern times now. You must keep up with the way people are doing things now to keep people's interest. You must also innovate now. That's up with some things. So that's just the way it is.
Especially our females. They are.
How many people knew about the game that they played in Abuja the other time? Who knew about that game? Nobody now.
Because what you just said now about Babati, I remember in the 80s and the 90s in Ilorin, they have this what do they call these rain bearers? They bought all these small vehicle for them. They put this loudspeaker on top. Anytime Kwara United and all those clubs have football match in the stadium, they will be 2 or 3 days before then, they will be moving around the whole town. Kwara United versus so 4 p.m. on Saturday. And that is how they used to create awareness those days. You understand? But nobody who is doing that any longer. Nobody. Those old men that used to do those things that time, they've all died, and those are the guys that are working with sports ministry those days.
Back
But
then,
they are still,
back then it was Larry Zamuje. That was the old.
Okay, you remember that was that was the initial time when Ray Power started now.
That was the local
every morning you must listen to Larry Zamuje. You must listen to Larry Zamuje or Ray Power.
Kwara United be going against Shooting Stars.
Kwara United is they're winning a lot during those times.
It was Lobby stars back then. Lobby was very big back then. Shooting was already going down. It was this club El Kanemi. El Kanemi was man.
El Kanemi Warrior of Maduguri. And then BBC Lions of Boko. BBC Lions of Boko. BBC also won African Champions League that time now.
Right. Rangers too. We had Rangers of Enugu.
Those are old veterans now.
Yeah.
Rangers has been the only club side in Nigeria that has never been relegated.
Rangers. Yes. I was in Enugu when I was serving. I watched their match at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium. That stadium hosted the last under 17 that Nigeria under 17 World Cup that Nigeria hosted. Come and see nice stadium. People tough. I'm telling you, that country we just need to put our acts together. Honestly speaking,
that's it.
We just need to.
Come and see that infrastructure for these kids. They will use it and they will do well. I don't know why.
Use that IT infrastructure. If they can do it, you do it. You can get it done. It will help us. It will help us. Like all these youths, get Jesse. Let Jesse make it.
Dorothy, there is. You see, this is the disservice we did to our country. We made this so football central. We forgot that there are other sports that they can make money from. We are so focused on football. We forgot that we can make money from other things.
And all the sport is money now.
Yeah, all sport is money.
Actually, but if you look at it critically, we didn't focus on only football that time. We were doing very well in athletics, if you remember.
Yeah, long jump. We were winning in.
We are doing well in field events. We are doing well in lawn tennis. If you remember those days, we are doing well in table tennis.
This guy from Toriola, what is his name? Oriola.
Toriola, Kondamusa, and all those guys. They were doing very well. That even if you look at weightlifting, we are doing very well in weightlifting. We are doing very well in boxing. We are doing very well even in wrestling. You remember?
In a judo, we used to do judo.
It was not only football. We were doing very well in so many sports. Everything I don't even know.
You know that Nigeria has made inroad into so many odd sports that we don't participate before. Like all these boats, biking, what's it called, bobsledding. A lot of them now because of the Nigerian diaspora.
There is one sport that from Nigeria they sponsor themselves to inside the snow.
Yes, bobsledding. That's bobsledding.
Yeah. But those ones are like some of them want to run for Nigeria, play for Nigeria. But some of them only they could not qualify or play for that country. They do not see they want to go and play for their.
No. But most of our females, they really want to play. I don't know about the men.
They like the Nigerian. They like Nigerian vibe now.
That white girl, that white man he just said it.
I play for Nigeria. That defender.
That white girl. He said a lot of Nigerian females that
all
of them want to come and play.
No be apparent with Nigeria. Now grandfather be Nigeria no.
Can you imagine?
Grandfather, and she still qualified to play.
She was always happy to play for Nigeria. She's always happy. She said that's
many of them are coming back. If you look at the guys that won short put for us, short put javelin, and some other sports, they are actually
if that country can be developed, man, it's gonna be very fun. It's going to be very fun.
No, Nigeria is supposed to be like United States. Nigeria is supposed to be like United States of Africa.
I'm telling you,
UK, we are
always pay me, man.
not even at the
You know what amazes me? If anytime you are watching Premiership, there's hardly a club in England now that does not have a Nigerian player in it. No. Whether all these half Nigerian, like all your children, the children of you people in diaspora, you see one Nigeria in one team.
I'm watching this guy play Saka. I'm saying Saka look like a Yoruba boy from Abule. I'm sorry.
No, Saka is from Kwara now. He's from Kwara now. He came to he had project in Kwara in Ilorin now.
He came home last year now. He came last year.
Look at Akanji. Look at Akanji that is playing for Man City.
They are dying for Nigeria. All these disease, especially those outside Nigeria.
I was watching Nottingham Forest, and I was counting like 5 Nigerians playing for Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, Awoniyi, and this guy, a lot of them, even Fuam, Iwobi, Mbasi, a lot.
There's one Yoruba guy playing for Fulham in the defense now. What's the name of this guy, sir? Not
Bazi.
No, Basi is not even your. Basi is okay. Basi is there. This Nduka, what's the name of this Igbo guy that played the Nations Cup? I think that one played for Nottingham Forest. This is our midfielder in Nations Cup. There are so many diaspora. All these your diaspora, diaspora that. We are not even keeping, but the only thing is that our players are not playing at the top level the way we used to have them those days when they are playing for the best club. You understand? Those days when we have Finidi George playing for Ayaz, Arsenal, and all those things.
I know, but this is what is I don't like. We are relying so much on our diaspora in Nigeria that we are neglecting to develop our local talents. You remember before, even in the Eagles, you had teammate in B. For a Super Eagles back then, you have local. I mean now, remember, you have local Super Eagles, you have foreign base. You now meet them together. Abi?
That one depends on the coach. You understand?
But you cannot ignore your local talent now because you have diaspora now. You are going to kill that. They're going to kill that pull off. Toby Amusa, because the only reason he run because he was now.
Nigeria league has improved seriously.
Yeah,
and they need to look at the last tournament that we won the trophy. Umba was from the local league now, and it was one that
I'm choosing them to go to Kano to go and beat them. They beat them.
And we always have good goalkeepers from our league now. I'll go back away from the league now, from our local league. That one Bali before he went to SA, it was in Nigeria now. Bali was playing in
all of them on the local league.
Yes, another that Yoruba guy.
Even Vincent Yama.
Yeah, he was playing for Yimba. Yama was Yimba now. So I mean, if I have resources, or if I was one that had money, like all those club, establish big boxing facilities for people just to train, just for training. You don't need to just training only. Just to train. People will show up now. If I go and put a boxing stuff in one of those poor areas where they need stuff, people will show up now to train now. All those boys will show up.
They will show up.
They show up now.
They don't really have job too. They don't have any job now. They don't have any job. They will show up. They don't have any job.
Look at the look at the last Commonwealth Games. You know, Nigeria was I think Nigeria was the best African team, the best. We were the best performance at the what at the African at the Commonwealth game, and that was one of our best outings.
Even this last All African game, do you know that we only participated in only 30, almost maybe 30 something sports, and Egypt participated almost 80 something sports, and the difference is not too much. That means if we can participate in all those sports, that means we're gonna have more gold and medal than them. You know, we just have to build all this for. We can all these youths.
There's nothing we cannot do. That's just it. Look at the last Olympics. Do you know the last Olympics in the whole of Africa? You know, it is only Nigeria that has an home-based wear. That our jersey, our sportswear was sewn in Nigeria by a Nigerian.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. For some reason, our jersey always, when they do ranking for any competition, our jersey always rank.
I don't know the designer.
People from different countries just they create for Nigeria jersey. I don't know why. I don't know who designed our jersey. For some reason, you see that 2018 jersey till now, my guy, I don't know who designed that thing. He sold out. He sold out. We didn't even go to World Cup. We didn't even qualify because Ghana beat us or something like that. That jersey was the highest #1 in the world for that year. I wouldn't even go World Cup.
Come and see line on the
field, man.
Even our cycling jersey. Right now, our sport. You know, that's what Buhari did. That local content, we must give him that kudos. You know, the Sunday Diary from the hospital said, we are not going to use Puma. Puma brought everything. You remember very well that scandal. Puma brought everything. They brought everything. They said, no, we are not going to use Puma. So we are going to use our own AFC or AFA or so. That's the name of that guy. And the guy is an Igbo, is from the southeast too. But nobody spoke about him. They just gave him that job. They gave him that job, and he did a very good job. He is in Lagos. The guy is in Lagos. He has been kitting the volleyball team and one other team before. So they just told Buhari about it. And Buhari said, give it to him. TB is a Nigerian. Just give it to him. And that was how the EU really generated a lot of problems, a lot of Buhari on the net. Hey, this. But today, that's what we are using. Look at it. So we just have to believe in ourselves as Africans. And I only tell people,
Nigeria can do
if we don't
we can do. There's nothing we cannot.
We can do anything. We are the only one out of 54 countries. Nigeria is the only country in Africa that use its own jersey. They use a jersey made sold by a Nigerian.
Always beautiful. Any jersey.
I mean,
all Nigerian jersey.
So that's why I was saying that all this tribalistic stuff that we are pushing around. Do you know that the All African Games, when they were rounding it up, you know what the clothes they wear, it was Yoruba dress, almost Yoruba attire. So and nobody complained. We have a lot of Igbos there. Nobody complained about it. I don't understand why everything I talk to Isiagu is this. I don't just know. You just need to put
what happened? The people that always push the narrative from all those is from all those people who believe in Biafra. You know what I mean? They love all those controversies. They love it. You know what I mean? They love it. That's why you see they just hide under the umbrella of bigotry, ethnicity. Those people that believe in Biafra. There's a lot of people that they don't even care about all those things. They just do their own
thing. Simple. If we're able to work together, we will do well as a country. I'm telling you. The whole of Africa, they may not, but they are looking up to us, honestly speaking. If we put our hands together,
they are looking up to Nigeria. You will see now. It's only Nigeria and Zambia. It's only Nigeria and Zambia qualify for the female football for the next Olympic. You will see how all of them will focus on Nigeria. Now you will think it's only Nigeria. Now you will see when let the tournament.
Nigeria,
We have
which country?
no, Zambia. Nigeria and Zambia.
Zambia. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the only two countries qualified from Africa. And
Nigeria normally do well in 4x100. 4x100 normally do. We normally give America and Jamaica for a run for their money.
Wait, when was the last time we did well there? What are you talking about? You are talking about the things that maybe about how many Olympic
That
again.
was
We are not
yes.
doing well
That
again.
was
We are,
yes. Now back to that was last
I'm
time.
talking about the qualifier. I'm not talking about
No. That was
We are
Olympics.
talking
No, that was Olympics in
before
Australia. That will beat the
you
USA.
remember. You remember very well, Simba. You know that before you can do well in
and those are
4x100.
the time we were talking about when we were doing well in athletics during the time of the Sinwa brothers, Adepade, Olapade, Adenekan,
Sunday Bada,
Sunday
yeah.
Bada. Those are the time we are talking
But
about
now
now.
we have the new kid on the block, like the females now. You know, we have a very good anchor. We have a very good anchor in Ofili, in Amuso. Those are the guys, because before you can do well, if you look at the 4x100 stuff, the guys that are 100-meter champions and 200-meter champions, they normally play a big role. So if they are operating at that level, you start a chance of doing well in the 4x100. So that will help us. Right now with Toby and some other girls that are coming up.
Okay.
We have a chance now. But unlike before, you know, for some years, we have not been doing well in 100 meters.
I don't understand that.
100
What is this talking about?
We are not doing well in that area. So, but this time,
No, don't
I think
worry.
we have some guys that can do well for that. You know, because let me tell you, all these Kamako Queen, all these guys, they are the ones that you are going to see, that you are going to meet again. All these Anderson from Jamaica, from Richardson from US, and co. They are the ones you are going to face again. So if you have a good anchor, people that are working at that are moving at that, I read that Ofili is doing well now too at the collegiate games. So you're able to put those guys together, then we start